Some of the NRG players came in and real. I saw Victor, I saw Crash, and I was like, hey boys, how you feeling? You excited? And then Victor looks at me and goes, just another game. I'm like, sure, buddy, sure. But you know what? That actually takes us over to one of the greatest flex players in the world. A man who can literally fill any single role that you would possibly want. That, of course, is Victor. Even Chet has expressed how he feels about him and how flexible he is. And Hypoc, I think it's important to note here that having a player like Victor on your team can really give you those options, especially with a fast-changing meta of Valorant.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way in which you think back to kind of like early Optic and their adoption of how to approach Fracture, and that run of obviously capitalizing very early
mentioned?
on a meta
what did I get mentioned for?
We're lagging behind on, and the success we found, and actually the continued innovation in that. They didn't just pull it out once it worked. They continued to develop that. I think that was all shaped around really putting Victor in a role to really succeed here.
Yeah, and he's able to do all of that and then some more. We also see the synergy that is not damaged at all when we see it on the server. It doesn't matter what agent he's playing it. He does know everything to a team.
Well, let's dive in real quick before we go over to the coaches for map select. I'm very curious, Kukuka, because it feels like that is where the game is going to be heavily decided.
Yes. We know that NRG, you know, they had their preferences during playoffs. Then here, they've had the preferences as well. For Fnatic, I think that is pretty simple. They will go for that Pearl ban.
Don't worry, there's nothing on there.
You know,
that's just my Discord.
Something, and they
you could go in there
to
now if you wanted to.
for it without any kind of prep. But something that we know that Fnatic has been repeating time and time again in our region is that now that when they have the higher seed, when they get to choose either their team A or B, they always go for team A because they know what they're going to ban. They do not care what the other team bans, even if they ban the Pearl, and they prioritize a lot that side choosing on the third map.
Yeah, I think as well, to look at winning a veto versus Fnatic with that regional record, it's difficult to come out. But again, in terms of context, they weren't tested. So I think NRG have lots of options here to actually be the benefactors in pulling something out of the bag here, potentially.
And if they're able to kind of, I don't want to say trick them or get what they want, you'd have to think that would be a huge confidence boost for NRG. But for Fnatic, if they're able to match them toe for toe, that's going to be problematic, right? Because then NRG is going to be like, well, what did we do wrong here? You know, which is, of course, always an option. Now, guys, I know that, you know, we're going to be starting this one up in a minute here. We're going to have the coaches standing by for the map picks and bans. And I think it's safe to say that this is going to be one of the most exciting days here at Masters Tokyo. We have some of the greatest teams that are about to take the stage, of course, as we look to see Fnatic taking on NRG, PRX versus DRX. Folks, Day 6 of Valorant Masters Tokyo starts right now.
Hold on, I'm actually just gonna go get a drink, a busy drink to wake me up a bit. In fact, I'm not gonna do that. I remembered something else. Hold on. I'm gonna quickly. There's a non.
Faxutai cash.
Hold on. There's a non. Yes. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Hold on. There's a non-copyright version. Piss off. Hold on.
It's all tears in the rain for DRX. History repeats itself once again.
조금 더 레거시를 펼칠 수 있는 기회.
This is Valorant Heritage.
그런 거 보면서 지금은 좀 더 성장을 많이 한 스택스인 것 같아요. 다 잘하는 것 같아요. 걔네들이 인게임을 덮고.
We always lost against DRX, so we just
Come to the
play for fun. We literally just play right rank and it worked.
그리고 이제 자기 5명끼리 말 맞춰서 한다는 것 자체가 조금 신기한 것 같기도 하고 거기서 개인 기량도 뽑아낸다는 게
PRX is always gonna be chaotic. We play without fear.
지금은 이제 뭔가 우리가 조금 휘청해 보이고 약해 보일 수도 있지만 그래도 DRX는 DRX다라고 생각했어요.
I want to be the best at everything I do, but as you get older, you realize it's not quite obtainable. A jack of all trades, master of none. However, in Valorant, I've planned to change that.
I don't think anyone on my team's played them before, so they're going to be in for a little bit of shock, but I know how they play. We will win.
Every experience that I've had in my life, I've taken it and I've learned from it. And our whole journey has been a big, big learning process.
When you're on stage, you're there to perform. You're not there to make jokes. Your job there is to win.
Oh, no!
Nothing's getting in my way.
You think Fnatic are done with just one trophy? We're just getting started.
Welcome with the 3 months.
You ain't
Thank
seen
you.
nothing yet.
H. Crotana.
First of all, welcome to playoffs.
With the gift sub. And Sandwich.
Fnatic, your higher seed.
With the 8 months.
Team A or Team B?
Team A.
Okay. So, NRG, you will be Team B. And first ban will come from Fnatic.
Pro.
So they banned Pro. Your ban?
Lotus.
Lotus.
Oh.
Map number 1 from Fnatic.
Fracture.
Fracture. Side on Fracture.
Yeah. Take a time.
Attack. Okay. Map number 2.
Bind.
Bind. Side on Bind.
So that's you.
I'm back, baby.
Okay, let's go attack.
Attack. Okay. So we'll start with the next set of bans, starting with Fnatic. You have Ascent, Haven, and Split.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ban Haven.
Ban Haven.
Haven.
Your ban, you have Ascent and Split.
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. Okay. So map number 3 will be Split. Fnatic side on Split.
We got 5 there. I was feeling good about the 5.
Okay, I'm gonna run through this, make sure we are all good to go. So first set of bans, we have Fnatic with Pearl, NRG with Lotus. Map number 1 is Fracture with NRG on attack. Map number 2 is Bind with Fnatic on attack. Next set of bans were Haven
Okay,
and
did you
Ascent.
do the
Map number 3 will
bingo?
be Split with Fnatic on defense.
Cool.
Sound good? All right, good luck.
Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck.
Am I dumb? Where's the mod only chat gone? Alright, yeah, this has the non-copyright music. You're just blind.
I'm back, baby.
What, am I... Oh,
Happy 5 months.
am I blind? I see it just popped up now. See, it wasn't on there for me. What? How weird. Anyway, here's the bingo thing. Look at this. It gets rid of it. How bizarre. So this is copyrighted music. Do you want to find out what's copyrighted music? Because the walkout song is
I'm
apparently.
back, baby.
Wait, no more.
Let's go energy.
I know there's no sound on stream. It's because this is. I'm on the stream with no copyrighted stuff. Today's bingo is a mix of really TMV. I won't show how long the password is, Mike, because otherwise they'll all guess it. So hold on. Why is there no audio? Why is there no talking?
There you go. There you go. We did it. We did it. We did it. We're out of here, baby. Let's do it as we got these two teams making the stage. Apologies for that, but you know what? The crowd in Tokyo is bringing the energy, and that is all that matters as Fnatic makes their way to the stage. NRG makes their way to the stage. It's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. Two teams who have never had their paths crossed before, but they find themselves at a crossroads here in Tokyo as they get ready for what can only be considered one of the greatest matches that we're going to be served. It's NRG. It's Fnatic. It's
Does
time.
Yinsu count for
and
this?
not only that, we are seeing that these two teams
How are we gonna
specifically
know?
have not faced against
Or do
each
we
other.
have to
But
see them?
we know that Artis is on NRG. We know that the story is definitely there. Also, Chronicle, when he was in Gambit, that win that they got at Masters Berlin was against, it was that 3-0 against Envy, right? So there's history there. I feel like Leo, when he was on Gil, they also played up in Copenhagen, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's Copenhagen where they Optic lost, right?
Yeah. Actually, I mean, if I'm correct, you know, it's funny because my brain doesn't work right now given the situation. That being said, though, I do want to be upfront and say one thing that Optic team didn't have before, but they do now, is Artis. Because Artis knows this Fnatic team. He has squared up against them so many times in the past, a part of FPX. He knows what they bring to the table.
And playing under an idea of the form of Angel, that was that rivalry with both regionally. So that's a key matchup that I've definitely got my eye on here. Whether or not Artis is going to be the one to step up to play. Obviously, we know Artis has a little more flexibility in terms of agent pool here, but definitely a head-to-head that he probably has some... I feel
like Artis has been through a lot.
Yeah,
Do you remember when he was in T2? Like, we've been here for a very, very long time. He's been under a lot of big minds. He's been, you know, fitting in every roster differently. I feel like this is the best direction that we're going to get of him. So let's see if this is the Artis that can take up Fnatic.
I'm actually curious about that, genuinely. Like, is this the best version of Artis? But here's the agent select, and out of the gate already, we're going to get a few changes here for NRG.
Yeah, we are. It looks like, I mean, initially here, obviously adopting the Sova, much we've seen EG pick this up and make it look really, really good. This time around, obviously, going for the Breach alongside the Rage in this composition, I think it unlocks some of those combinations.
God, I'll never forget when I said that Optic stole Max
take advantage of some of those free picks.
And again, I don't know what it is about NA people, but seriously, some people are just delusional.
Yeah, of course. Also, because this is a map
I'll
that
never forget when I said that, and people were just like,
they didn't
steal Max comp? What are you talking about? It was their comp, born to ruin America.
Also for NRG was the now that the compositions have swapped, I think that we're in for a banger.
We have a colossal matchup today, and we needed two colossal casters. It's
and I had
the
to
one
go
and
and
only
show
Doug
them. Actually,
and
no,
Bala,
they
fellas.
did steal
Have
Max
fun.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Every intention of doing so, because Bala, we're going to witness the greatest story that's never been told. Such prolific histories between these two squads to have never met.
You know what? I'm going to go on the normal
one.
I'd rather not make money.
Poetic.
And the Des did such a good job highlighting the different factions within these. Have never faced off against each other, so what a banger it's going to be for opening playoff matches for these two teams.
And the possibility
it feels weird without it. It feels
later
like
in the future, but this is going to be such a good litmus test for both of these squads. We've talked about how Fnatic are coming into this having lost in the grand finals. How do you get that past you? What sort of adjustments do you make, and how much do you mature off of a loss? Right? They talked about that on their side, and for NRG, they lost in the grand finals too, right? They look good, but human against Loud.
This is second seed versus second seed. And
this is the music you missed. True. This is a good point.
That it is. But on the other side too, you're thinking Fnatic is the one who's coming in to prove that they have new stuff that they've prepped before this event. Changed
David versus Goliath here in terms
of
the coach.
It's actually NRG who's adopting this Sova composition on Fracture. They love stealing stuff. So we're going to go with the Sova.
Oh, be careful what you say, Bala. Don't say they love stealing stuff.
To start things off, and this is Fnatic who have only played this map once in the regular season. They looked great at lock-in on it.
So they picked Fracture. NRG will have not practiced Fracture that much. They've stole this comp. You know, I'm sure Crashies will have practiced over a bit.
On the southern side, it's normally the KJ, but here's where the action starts. It's Artis who gets the first kill.
Good trade though.
Doesn't follow up. That does lead. Oh, he's getting
Crashies got the spike. This was a massive risk.
The way. But look at Victor all the way up too.
Oh my
Position
God.
was never shown, and they're a bit split here because the spike is going to the opposite side of the map. You've got Moser who's going to swing around. He finds the first. That's the spike. He's getting peppered. A little trouble as he's overwhelmed. Swarmed by some.
What a bizarre little round.
Crossfire right there. Chaos in the middle of this A site.
Cool. Vic is still on B.
Yeah. And remember, he broke that turret. So Alfir is looking for him, struggling to find him, which means Leo's left in a 1v2 on the other side of the map, but NRG's still not committing.
Giving him a little bit of room and a little time to find.
They don't know which way to go. I mean, I don't think neither team knows which way to go.
He thinks he's following him up in tower.
As is Alfir, lost on where NRG are, really.
At least Fnatic is regrouped. NRG's trying to do the same, but they're doing it by clearing more map space, which is a bigger risk, but they're going to have a bigger reward here. This site is going to be free.
take a quick glance at the health bars. Leo's down to 75 HP. Alfear is healthy.
Dude, the mind games being played on the opening pistol is insane.
We're in for a good time. You hear the fault line go off. Leo spotting the first. Finesse gets one. It's traded back, leaving Alfear alone.
13 HP though. This should be impossible.
In desperate need of a miracle, and he's not going to get one. NRG take the first.
And while that end of the round might look ridiculous,
bizarre round. Honestly, I think this round just came down to Durka and Crashy's fight.
You're seeing NRG
if Durka won that fight, I think this round's over because they dropped the spike. They're all spread.
It's from that team, and they're expecting, especially actually, we heard from Boaster that he was really watching pistols from other teams
I didn't even know Durka was getting the orbs.
They fake that they're taking that tower control, but they insert Victor as well. And that baits out the push from Fnatic on this dish side, where they're grouped up again here. It's only Artist to receive on the other side of the map, up on that north.
So one comes
Fnatic,
out.
They're sending all four. They're sending all four down dish. The turret's gonna spot first. There it is, cleared out. Does Artist dare swing? He does. It's just temporary though.
Alfear's got a show.
He's the one who's surrounded because Alfear's here to greet.
There you go.
Yeah, well that kill might net them the north side and a whole kill. None of the weapons retrieved there. Obviously, Artist just had a ghost. NRG still with 3 Bulldogs up, the Stinger as well. They're going to have a free A side with the pivot that they've made. Fnatic with 3 players coming down from the south side, though. I'm looking to see if Psalm, who's up close, can find the information or hear the information about what's coming in spawn.
Here's a Bulldog. Victor does too. He's going to be the first to take contact. In the fault line, he drops a nade, tucks away. And you mentioned Psalm. Surely he heard that.
Poster, check this.
Knows where Poster is.
Tough.
Jumps out to his death.
Yeah, big gamble from Boaster there. Couldn't really do many things to clear all the angles that Psalm could be in.
Clean from
Now the rest of this information is known. Very, very nice anti-eco after what could have been dangerous, but could have NRG to keep Artist alone with only the ghost. Losing weapons. This is not good.
There you go. That's what Fnatic
goes from clean to very, very poor. Should be able to recover one more.
Okay,
no, yes. Where's that Bulldog? He's not going to get it.
No.
Oh,
just a Stinger.
Yeah, no, he didn't. He ran all the way up halls.
So only a Stinger Bulldog. Pretty good
Nothing
for Fnatic, all things considered.
And that goes to show how quick these situations
Bingo is legit impossible, so quickly make a new one or not. You can make a new one if you want.
And then all of a sudden, you lose 2 of your biggest rifles.
I mean, you see the repercussions.
Great. They do have the 2 rifles from the 2
just the sheriff for some.
ghosts they had.
Quite a canceled bonus.
They did lose one gun, and obviously one's just a Stinger.
There.
So they go for the little trap play here that we've seen before.
Artist taking ropes and joining up with the rest of NRG on the southern side. No early push.
And the spike is heading all the way back under past the arcade to clear the space that Artist had to leave. That's part of the protocols there for NRG. But look at the setup from Fnatic and Halls. How advanced is Alfear's setup? Got the turret to swing off this off angle, got the stun as well, hiding from the drone now. Leo does a great job canceling. They can fall back into that setup.
But they will have seen this setup before. This is a lock-in setup, so I think like Fnatic haven't shown a lot on this map, but this is one of the things they have shown.
For them not to want to play with it, and seeing Leo as well to be the guy.
They have some defenses here. Victor getting up top. And you see Fnatic, if given some of the space up, they're going to try to play back, play safe towards spawn wisely. While the rest of Fnatic is rotating on the southern side, Crashies will be the first to take contact.
It's a good nade. No, it hits the stairs.
Just a little short. Not enough oomph behind that one. Crashies on the swing. He's dead.
Good fight,
Remember, Psalm just has a sheriff here. He has ult, though. But the rest of the members are crumbling. They're falling all over the place. This looks like an unwinnable situation for NRG.
It's very clean by Fnatic.
And it's just Artist. Manages to take one with him. A second follows. 45 HP. Dropping the nano on the spike. Had to swing and take a fight. And it's just too much.
Put some damage into that 1v5 opportunity. Just not quite enough. All his teammates fell before that Psalm. Had to push in because of the tree pressure that was coming into the canteen. But is
good retake by Fnatic.
All his teammates fell
this is them. Don't worry. This ain't me.
With Artist staying alive up in tower there. But like I said, not a completely canceled bonus, so it's not the worst outcome here for NRG. They still
both
have this as an
Brimmels.
opportunity.
Just a Guardian for Chronicle. Or a Bulldog for Chronicle.
Right now is a key round. With this ult, NRG want to be able to win, but Boaster has his as well. Fnatic is one of those teams that is so good at farming up these orbs, no matter which side they're on. Normally it's super attack side of these
maybe it's a Brimmel thing.
But it's a key point, even funneling specific kills to Fnatic.
Yeah.
To the
They
players
just go for this setup
that
again.
are close. Alfir one off of his as well. And they've got this trap play. Usually it's a aftershock into a breach ult.
From the turret contact or, yeah, something like that.
Aftershock pushes them out into a space that they can get trapped in really, really easily. NRG taking the rope. All the way back, they've again put Victor up in drop. On pistol round,
Where they're going to go? They're going to come this way. They're going to drone it first again.
See this trap. This should be known from NRG if they're prepared. They should just fall off of the Aftershock space, but I don't think it looks like they will.
Launching smoke.
Aftershock. That's the other one.
They Aftershock this way.
Yeah,
so they can't do it. Clever by NRG.
He backed off way off because of Victor. Applying some pressure.
30 seconds left.
Vixel has a satchel here. If they want to commit to this wall scrunch, they can, but there's no one there. You hear the rolling thunder, and that's going to push them up and over.
Oh, Alfir, he's stuck.
There's nowhere for him to go. The Molly intends to delay for just a moment.
Really good stuff from NRG.
But with 13 seconds left, they've got to get a move on.
Super slow.
And Boaster still has the tool that can secure the round.
He got his ult.
Art is dead.
The round is
there
over.
it is, yeah.
Oh.
Unless they can frag out. It's Shazam Leo 1v1, but there's not enough time. They're not going to get the fight.
They lost on time. Time was the only issue. Too slow with the Brimmel.
And NRG did a good job concealing the fact that they were getting that breach ult late in the round inside of halls as well.
That's an annoying one for NRG because the
thought, like
the round was good.
Understood
like, the round was good, but it just
play.
like this was all really good.
With the breach stun in combination with it too. But not considering Boaster's ult late in the round too, and he goes in a position where he can't even bait it out. That's a big mistake there from NRG, and it will force them to save now.
Tied it to a piece. The only rifle in the hands of the attacking side is in Psalms.
Som has the rifle. They do have a Killjoy ult. So does Alpha.
And for Fnatic, they have much more to work with. Chronicle, the only exception, as he has a stinger.
Oh, he missed the alarm bot. And this, I think, is some of the problem where it's like Sova is so.
Like,
yeah, I wouldn't even say that that shock dart was super prepared or anything like that. He just kind of threw it out willy-nilly. Crashes is definitely the goat at
just kind of
improvising
hoping
shocks, but we'll see how that continues to play out throughout this series. And they're so interested in just using util and dry peeking, not placing their smokes, not committing to any of this fight, and that would cause them problems in the last round.
Remember, Sam's the only one with a rifle and was not able to convert on the opening engagement.
Okay, so Song got smoked off and like,
that's really trying to heat up and think about how Boaster's calling.
I think not a lot of map control.
We're already only in round 5.
30 seconds left.
We're seeing the indecision.
They're gonna make their way through.
Oh, and they get it.
They just don't have tools.
They got Crash's ult with that plant, with this lockdown too, in underpass. Boaster, remember, he used his ult last round.
I just found another. Was that another spam?
Artist has his, Crashy so too. This would be a massive steal if they could pull this off.
Look how deep that lockdown is too. It's not in the regular space.
They got two.
Because it's
Some
used
just
for
got
post
two
plant, they have to
spams.
fall all the way to the other half of the map.
And fall right back in with the stimmy from Boaster.
And look how far Crashes is playing too. Finesse on the alert. That's not going to find anything, but Artist has volleys, Crashes has ult. This looks like a 1 round.
But yeah, they got to say.
It's just insane to consider too, given what they came into the round with.
I think just 2 spams.
But what a conversion.
I'm starting to doubt whether that little hesitation while walking back towards Halls is indecision at all.
Because they save, they'll still have a
Whether
buy.
there's some sort of information that I'm missing. Because that was a brilliant call. Coming back into A. Remember, they started poking that baited out a smoke, that baited out some of the util from Fnatic. It's not like they put too much out, but then they pop through with these smokes, and it's free sights. And you noticed, actually, on the pistol and the anti-eco, Fnatic has been playing off-site on this A side. And remember that KJ is constantly playing, sorry, on the B side is what I mentioned that last round. The KJ is constantly playing on the other side, the A. Always has his util over there.
NRG managed to steal the round, and they still have the Hunter Fury that they can use into this one. And again, aggression towards Dish. Prowler in the faces. Victor goes forward with the satchel in hand. He's sent to the next round.
A deep push as well, forcing these players to commit to this Dish push. Some has to find both.
Not able to, but so
should
close.
Be around.
And Finesse tries to swing around and apply some pressure from the opposite side, but
I know that
beautiful
is
call
coming
from
this
Fnatic.
way. But they should.
Dude, I feel like these 2 rounds, barring a 1v4 from Artis, which he's certainly capable of.
But
these last 2 rounds, 48 HP now, he's dead.
Okay.
These last 2 rounds are a perfect textbook indication of why people were so excited for this matchup.
Oh, absolutely.
The calling between Finesse and Boaster already has been insane.
Strategically, it's been every single round. There's been some very, very 5-head outplays attempted. And even in the mid-round too, Finesse and
again, that,
the
I
other
mean,
player coming
that
through halls
second
with him.
fight, it was at Leo
Try to
versus
dive
Son.
and punish
Again,
that
that's just like the round.
Attack that Fnatic
the round
provided
in a
on the north
fight,
side.
pretty much.
It's really, really nice stuff. Not necessarily cutting edge or anything like that, but just incredibly deep prep. I'm looking forward to the
Was
rest
the
of this
eco
game
considered
so
a koi
hard.
save? No. No way.
And again,
I'm not even sure they had time. They definitely didn't have time to kill 4 people.
For these 1-4 defaults where they're committing to taking map control, especially when they
It's
go Dish.
unwinnable. You might as well buy it.
And they're leaving the other side of that half of the map open. In that case, nobody in Arcade allows for that breach ult, which, if there was anybody, is getting ulted while the rest of the players can't even help because they're getting crunched.
IG outplays Julius. I don't think we're going to get this one in this one.
I mean, you compare it to some of the very basic Northside crunches, and you can tell the delay alone is enough to not make that work most of the time. You have to be really, really aware
signing crowd.
the
Good luck with that.
and tree control might affect it. You have to be really confident that NRG is doing what they're doing to make that call.
Oh, shit.
And to have a read like that this early is just outrageously
that's
impressive. On the other side,
dubious.
it's timeout called by NRG.
Who is
tied at
PRX with
light
that, yeah.
for the attacking side, but still 2 ults to their name.
Okay, so it's going to be another half buy.
Dark is already pushed off in the face of the fault line. They want to go aggressive with the showstopper, but
Are you really just going to run up here with no blast spikes, though?
Yeah, but it does force them to run away from the showstopper. And again, there's prep there. You saw as soon as Durka goes out, as soon as they get a stun, there's a counter stun out of from Finesse.
Oh.
Spam out from Durka, gets a kill onto
He
the
has
leader.
ult now as well.
And Durka in the last round, they min-maxed his orb while there was only 1 player up. That means he has a showstopper now.
Traded. Victor still healthy. Stays alive. I'm not really sure how.
Close battle. 2 players ready to swing through the smoke.
Remember, this is another weird buy. It's 2 stingers on the side of NRG.
I like
and
that
they're
from
converting.
NRG.
Again. Artist getting one with the frenzy. I mean,
just
what a
destroyed
proper
Fnatic there. Nice start as well. I mean, this is unwinnable. Fnatic really should have won this round. I mean, they could have fade ulted.
Forced to push through A halls.
I mean, you got to ult here, I think.
Players who are needed on the retake.
This was a bit messy
generated
for
through
Fnatic,
Canteen.
especially coming off a
and Leo
timeout.
in this position, both have
I mean, it
ults
wasn't
that
that
would have been
timeout, but
perfect to be used in Gen.
Yeah, another eco.
And so I'm surprised out of that timeout.
And I mean, that's a bad round for Fnatic, really. They got the first kill. I think they got to chill a bit, right? Like, let these 2 come on the flank, get into a good position. Fatal. You're chill.
The KJ of Alpha here.
Or Killjoy. Like, they could have Killjoy.
You can see how easy it is for
I mean,
them
maybe
to
there
start
wasn't enough people to
push
Killjoy
here.
because there's
And
only
they're
12 in there,
collecting
but
the
they
guns as
definitely
well.
could have fatal.
Remember when I mentioned that they could push through that smoke? Those are 2 players with only frenzies.
And they could have fatal it into a Killjoy if they wanted to.
Light buy win for NRG now. Right there. Crashes, by the way, in that first
Still
one, we thought he
combined
was a
Fnatic.
big key point of why they might win that, but he hasn't used his ult yet.
Okay, this time they go north
One real
side again.
opportunity he had. They secured the round before it was fired off. Artist on the reposition, feeling pressure on the northern side, and it's going to be another hit towards B. This time, Crackle finding gorgeous timing, and Durka does too.
It's a
It's
firing
back and
squad.
forth again.
And this game has been
There's just
very
no
back
backing
and
down
forth.
from either of these sides.
Over and over, too. This is not heroics from any one player to watch, anything like that. This is pure prep from the coaches,
I mean,
Mini and Chet.
Just
pure calling out
I
of
guess they
Boaster.
were focused on tower and just
right now.
Durka and Leo finished him. I mean, that's
Every
going to be
round
good for
comes with
the
a
money here
definitive
for
edge,
Fnatic.
strat-wise, tactics-wise. I actually thought NRG was going to get the better of them right there because Fnatic was going for an insert of Durka in underpass, and that left him isolated. You saw the initial push came with no fighting. You see Victor deep on site. But they're recovering in time, and Durka as well, able to join Chronicle at the perfect moment. Those two guys together. That's why this is a super team. When moments like that, it's only two players holding the site. They're holding it dry
Hey,
util
I
the
mean,
site's
yeah,
already
very
lost.
close.
Here comes a clash in
Big
arcade,
battle
though.
here.
Plenty of ults here. Durka's the first to go. And they're just going to continue to push. I mean, Crash is taken out. He takes them with him, somehow survives.
He's jiggle peeking while stunned there.
They know where he is. Difficult for
This back and
Crashies.
forth affair leaves things in a 1v2.
It's a bit unexpected, to be
Crashies
honest,
in
to
a
be
clutch. We've seen the story before, but this time it's a different ending. Fnatic
Unlucky.
take the lead.
And now it's starting to get brawly. Now it's starting to have the impact of minor calls made out of.
And that's where I think Fnatic do have the advantage in the game. I would say those balls, you know, Fnatic are going to have a slight edge. Was he stunned?
And they just duel straight up.
He definitely
And the
got hit by
util
the
from
stun.
Chronicle's
Maybe he was
great.
just coming out of it. I don't know. Durka gets an op as well. And we're just going to get a repeat of the last round. I mean, I think this is a third north side crunch.
Armor here. They like to go full armor, by the way. That's not just them committing to that. Again, this push.
It's going to be another clash. Durka is the op. And he's already met the first.
Boaster's in trouble, though.
A counter flash to try to swing. It is pretty. It's very well handled. Very well done.
He gets a tag as
Gets
well.
the dink, too, and now they need to even consider Durka's op. Where has it moved to?
Hasn't rattled off since that opening shot onto Victor.
Should have been spotted by that drone.
Artist's timing is perfect. He finds space
Master
again.
of the spam, even with Vandals.
Now Durka's down to 3v3.
Oh, they have Killjoy lockdown. You have to use Killjoy lockdown. It's going to bait out one of their ults because you can't let them have.
There's the first used.
Should be Brim ulting this or Sova ulting this. Artist will counter ult. There's a gap here. They're not going for either. They're going to try to allow this to push them all the way back. Remember that second half. We saw this KJ ult before. Same value here.
So they're going to
could be a
keep both their
follow-up
ults, so Fnatic have to go super
on
fast.
either side from
Keep
Crashes
your eye
or
on
Song,
Leo
but they
here.
hold on to them to play post.
He decided to go all the way around, which is big for Crashies.
4 HP. Orbital strike teed up.
Leo on the flank.
Crashies has no idea. And that means no soul roll.
No idea.
You have Fade ult here as well.
And there goes that, leaving Sam alone. And there's way too much to handle there.
Surprise Nano too.
Oh, this is why you have to do this.
In that moment where that lockdown goes down, the detail that Leo goes for is to flank through Dish. He's actually re-clearing to make sure that they're not running back towards that A side.
So Leo just
And if
taking
not
the
for that,
time to
Crashes
go
is
back
in a
here.
position to use his ult. They're not getting those kills.
Take the look at the opener one more time from Durka. Seems like that was forever ago, but that was actually in this round. And you're right, the timing and the space that Leo was able to find there and secured the round, really.
Yeah, he went on like a neon sprint line across the north side. Beautiful stuff out of Leo.
Time for Fnatic.
Here's Fnatic's timeout.
I'm a bit surprised by this, but
And I think they still want to try to lean into some of these early engagements that Durka has been doing very well at. That
maybe they're going to try
doing
and
very
punish
well at assisting,
Artist.
whether it's finding extra kills with
Like,
a
if
flash
you
or a
wait
stun,
20
or
seconds-
being able to help his players get out of that situation.
Artist isn't going to be by the rope,
It's been a key factor
and then
right
he's
now
going to be on his own.
to this lead, but it's narrow margins for Fnatic. And don't forget, that's a round win just coming
What was the second man?
right before
Both
this.
blind.
They want to close out this half with 2 more. And economically, they're set to get at least 1. There's no saving here for the rest of the half for Fnatic. Meanwhile, NRG is still looking for scraps. Still waiting for this ult from Crashes to come through. We have another one of those combination Brim ult, Breach ults that you saw early in the half.
Big ult
Use on
round.
that
See if
A-site to
Fnatic try and
melt
deal with
Alpha
it.
out of
They're
existence.
just gonna. This just looks like EG's play pretty much.
And we are going for that dish control that we saw before that got punished by a north side push out of Fnatic.
They really haven't
They're
explored
just gonna breach all him into
Move
this.
this op onto A though. Remember, it was just seen
Oh, he's
last
about
round,
to walk
multiple
out
rounds
this
in a
way.
row in arcade.
Holding the line. Waiting for the first.
Did they hear the door? I think they were there at the beginning. But if they didn't, they don't know that this is open. They don't know this is an angle for Durka.
Oh, he's in a lot of trouble. Oh, but he's going to satchel his way out. But Victor's gone in right behind him.
Oh my
She's
god.
got two with the ult.
Forget what I said. It's better than EG's.
Literally, both teams combining crucial ults together. And they get
Silver ult,
multiple
Silver dart,
kills because
Brim
of
ult.
that. That leaves this round completely in the hands of the two players from Fnatic right now coming through spawn.
What did he ult this? Like, I guess he ulted that.
Be difficult to ask. You're outnumbered here.
No, this should be impossible.
In a meaningful way. There is plenty of money to go around, though. So you figure you take a
Gonna
chance,
play for
you go
exits.
for it. And it's meticulous. Alpha are creeping forward. The Han on the other side of smoke cleared out, not finding any value. Leo goes up top and somehow just destroys Crashies. They've gotten it back to it, but Victor shuts the door.
Okay.
No time for that situation. They're just trying to get the guns down from NRG. What a round that
So
was.
NRG can still buy it, they're fine.
Crash's ult from Dish, by the way. So he's already in the perfect elevation for these two players. Either coming from spawn or up on top of that rope. It's beautiful. You see the breach ult coming through, pushing these players off of sand. And then also the Brim ult coming on top of where he's getting tags with that ult.
And as we saw
That's
in
unlucky.
the round,
That's just
Victor
one of them where you go,
following up as Yurko
nice
was
round.
trying to satchel out and
Nice
get
round,
the safety.
NRG.
He's just hot to trot right
They
on
did use
his
3
tail.
ults, but Victor has
Right
his.
back into the
Chronicle
action.
and Durka have his for the
Fnatic's
last
not the
round.
team
Here
that's
we
supposed
go.
to be getting comboed with ults. That's Fnatic's bread and
Getting
butter.
aggressive.
Here comes the push for them, using the same type of theory to push Durka deep here.
Oh, Crash, he's got him! I thought he saw him! Victor with the second, Leo dancing around, somehow avoiding death and finding a second. A 3v3 as the dust settles and Sam gets a spike down.
And Boaster's going for that same push that Leo did late in the round.
Pushing spawn.
Both the turret and alarm bot might be up, and they've taken gen control right now.
The turret
So
down.
it's not going to have the same sort of impact.
Boaster rotating from the northern side, last round of the half. And much like we've
Got past
seen,
the turret, but won't get past the alarm bot here.
cleared out.
Still a molly for Sam here.
An idea of where he is. You see Victor trying to go up top as Sam gets a
Nice
kill.
from
There it is,
NRG.
rewarded for the
Okay,
advantage.
6-6. What else would you
In height, Sam
expect?
gets 2 and we're tied
I
at
do think
6.
this
Remember, Fnatic was the one who called the timeout
Slightly
after one of their
favors
round
Fnatic.
wins to get to 6 in the first place. You thought a major win condition here was to get
So
those
I think
last
this
two
map will
rounds.
be
Instead,
slightly attack-sided between these two
NRG
teams,
get
but
both.
we'll see.
This was insane because you even see it on the screen. Durka was
That was
looking
crazy.
and then turned away.
Null 2006 with the 3
doubted
months
that
and
there was ever gonna be
microscope.
there.
Valorant. Heritage.
You see him checking the corner, but
Microscope
you saw no
required
confidence
with
in
the
fact
Prime.
that there could be a possibility.
Changed around some of
6-6 half in this
the
opening map, and we wouldn't
things.
have it any
I
other way.
changed the
We'll throw it back down
volume
to the desk to break down the
on
first half.
Meowth. Meowth is now bits.
Thank you so much, fellas. I tell you one thing, TikTok analysts are going to have a field day with that one. Am I right, people? What a half 6-6 tied up. But really, Kukuka, it felt like just what these players have been cooking up. The set pieces with these ultimates have been nothing short of extraordinary.
Time after time, all the ultimates used in the game were so specific, so well prepared. We saw it from the first round, in this round 4, then after, it doesn't matter what it is. There was so much preparation coming onto this and onto those set plays that made the
teams didn't
difference
farm
into the game
ultos.
for both of the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt tailor-made in some of these rounds. Bespoke to kind of target an individual. One thing I will credit though, NRG started this so cautiously, and I thought they were going to execute this
Toolbox with
composition
100 bits.
almost how you feel it should be played, right? They were
There you
feeling
go.
out the Fnatic trap plays very
to go
efficiently,
together.
but then Fnatic, they cast the advantage in terms of the adjustment. This was absolutely beautiful, by the way.
It's actually
the pathing
Meow.
here on the Hunter's
It's
Fury
not
to actually
Meow,
catch
it's
both.
Meow.
And it's Durka that gets pinged by the recon bolt. He
Wait, we've had
satchels away,
Rifty.
and then there's 3 teammates that just tank all of these ultimates in the choke point.
Chronicle is dodging the Hunter's Fury because the Orbiter strike is like, Man, I'm dead.
Classic,
I don't know what to, but I'm
mid-bot.
dead. But the adaptation was also coming into play. Like, we saw Fnatic not being aggressive at the beginning, and then until they didn't have
Getting the
that rolling
shadows
thunder, they wanted to
disconnected
take a little bit more
that's a
space.
good way of
But also,
checking it.
NRG
We should get all the
like,
mods
okay,
on
let's
this.
just run onto them. They're not going to be opposing. 2 rounds after, things change. I think it also has to
We
do
did not
with the
have a
composition.
thrifty.
Well, again, just take this with a pinch of salt, but I think actually coming out here 6-6, NRG with that 1 execute away from an 8-4 half, so this is a huge win for them.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. But this is truly the gift that keeps on giving, and we knew it was going to happen this way as well. We're going to send it back over to Doug and Ball, and I am officially jealous that you get to commentate this game.
Amen.
Thanks, man. I'm glad you're here to enjoy it with us, though, because
They
it
had a
has been
thrifty.
a gift.
They had a
We
sheriff
saw so
round
many
with, like,
minor
one
instances
gun.
at the very first half that were just fun.
Dude, I'm jealous of myself. I feel like I'm in an out-of-body experience right
Does that
now.
not count as a thrifty?
Watching these two teams. Good breakdowns on the ult usage. And that's going to continue. I mean, they're just swapping halves, but you know
It didn't say
that sort of
thrifty.
prep
Okay.
is exactly what's coming in the second half, too.
Fault line there, and look, they're pinching. They're all heading towards the northern side or Fnatic.
I mean, Dirk is counting his lucky stars that he doesn't get hit by that stun
Yeah,
by
that
Finesse.
was-
Otherwise,
I thought he
he's
was
dead
dead.
to that nade for sure. 5 players here.
You know what? I was thinking about this game yesterday. I was thinking about
going on
Fracture,
right
and I
now.
was
The
thinking
Dark
about,
from
well,
Crashies,
Fnatic
but
used the
this
same
is-
pistol on.
they're
And I
gonna find
thought,
nothing
I
in
bet they're
halls.
going to do the pistol.
They might find everybody
Where they
on
come
site
full dish.
behind them.
The one that they used to
Utility
run,
jumped out onto the site.
where
The
they come
space is
full
filled.
dish.
NRG.
And lo and
happy to
behold,
give the
here
site
we
up.
are.
So they're going to fight for a retake.
They got 3
First
players
shot
here.
goes
This is
through
a
smoke.
weird
He's the only thing
situation.
keeping them
Oh,
apart from
Dirk's
each
in
other.
a
Leos
terrible
pushes his
spot.
way into it. He's behind him,
But
and he
Leo's
gets
in a great
both.
spot. Now Dirk is in a
Chronicle with
decent
the third.
spot, but he's dead.
Victor with just a shred
Oh.
of health. Like an artist.
Both
Smash this thing
fairly low.
It's much more aggressive than
3
you're normally
classics, though.
used to with Leo.
Oh!
No way.
Artis! How is he not just back? It's fallen down to 1. Victor weak! Alfier with the kills, and the
That'd be a
Red Bull clutch
massive
for Fnatic.
Fnatic. Oh my
This
god.
is what it's like to witness these two teams play. Yeah, we've gotten all the strats, we've gotten the tactics. That's
Hard to sit
first half.
those, but
Now
then
we're in playoff
I mean the
mode.
one where he's in a big
Playmaking
advantage
mode.
at long range.
From both artists.
Those
And
2 I
Alfier
think
as
were
well to
fairly low, but
Bring this back. That's a
still, that
dink.
was
Full
crazy.
HP on artist 2 against a Sheriff from long range. That instance, Victor being low definitely hurts.
That's big. Very big.
His chances, Alfier.
Especially with
what
the
a
way
clutch.
that these teams buy.
We've already seen instances of light buy rounds winning.
Unlucky, I guess.
Here's the classic from Fnatic. Funneling ult orbs towards key players here. Boaster buys the Marshal specifically to leave a gap in that Gen smoke.
Turret's about to get destroyed.
That's a
slowly.
snot. Yep.
Oh, that's a rifle.
He got the Bulldog.
Was able to get it,
That's
yeah.
a massive mistake.
Still maintains control
In
of
fact,
tower.
so Dirk gets big time punished for that.
NRG are slowly but surely on the prowl. Victor's taking the ropes, and Leo's going to be there to receive, and surely he's heard that at this point. Victor with no idea.
And that's just crazy
Okay, they
wild
dealt
that
with some.
Leo's in that position still.
Just so unexpected.
Buff's just
leaving Finesse
fragging
all
out
on
with
his
this
own.
Marshal. They need to
Boaster
go and
should
try
be
and
hunting
reclaim
him.
that Bulldog.
Already gotten 2 kills in this round, 2 off his ult. Chronicle planted.
So they might just
Maybe
let
because they
Buster
made
go
this
and hunt
slightly
this, to be honest.
uncomfortable
He's only
Fnatic.
got this Marshal.
You don't go for the full farm.
Yeah.
There he goes, creeping Canteen, just like we called. The stun is perfect for him too. Finesse knows he's hunting. He knows.
Timing, though, well handled by Finesse. Just out of reach.
If he gets the other kill and they don't
Leo
move
cleans him up. Fnatic
anything,
taking 2
if
round
anything,
lead.
that
You're right, it was a
might be
little
even better
uncomfortable
for
there.
them. Right,
They secured the round.
And they eventually fall back into the, the win conditions of some of those anti-ecos, which is for them not just winning the round, getting Boaster's ults up in the bonus is key. He actually didn't even really need the kill on Finesse, by the way. He's still 1 off ult.
Yeah.
So I was thinking to myself, that's a great job by Finesse, but instead, no, it actually doesn't matter at all, that engagement. As long as Boaster dies, as long as he buys, okay. All right, let's see where he goes to get this orb right now. Alfier's gonna hold the turret out. Finesse and Victor are looking to trap. On this map, Fnatic is known for going for bonus ults. And you could use that to your advantage here if you're Fnatic. You could just completely ignore that possibility. It's hard to do so when it's such a powerful tool, and yeah, now Victor knows. And they should be considering.
There's the orb that you were just mentioning, now Orbital Strike online, and the question is, where do Fnatic go off of this?
It's gonna be slow.
Isn't it ridiculous that NRG was already trying to play anti-orb on the perfect choice? There's 4 orbs on this map. They could have guessed any other one of them. And either way, it doesn't matter because Fnatic is just patient enough to wait for their setup
in tower,
to fizzle out.
You see the pings on the minimap. The intentions are clear. They want to go towards B, perhaps do tower. And they've quietly made their way over. First the Prowler, then the Flash. Space not filled yet. They want to go down low. But Dirk is met with the Nano. He's going to try to satchel across it, and he does.
That's a good haunt. It cleared the entirety of the site right now. They just have to avoid Crashes' dart, and then they'll get this plant down with 24 seconds.
I mean, they're so close to
Oh, it's tagged up!
All separating them and
Supposed
stops the
to get
first to fall. Now Dirk is satcheling back out. Alpha, you're holding a line on the other side. It's a 1-for-1.
1-for-1,
but the numbers for NRG continue to crumble.
And this is where
it's just Finesse left alone in the
bonus
1v4.
round, don't forget. You gotta save.
He's not able to get away. It's another round for Fnatic.
And the mind games begin again, by the way. No ult used from Boaster there. In fact, he never had intentions. He's the guy who planted. Maybe uses a failsafe using the post plant, but NRG was prepared and playing offsite specifically to avoid getting caught in positions where he'll get ulted. That's the moment where I lost my mind. Crashes' dart does end up scanning Boaster. Maybe it's a drone. That first hits. And that's a bonus converted from Fnatic right now. We started at a tie up half. Oh, Brim won't possible if the C's catches. Doesn't catch anybody.
They almost 3 got caught by the.
And off of the pace of Fnatic are showing, NRG is going to try to fill with some of their own on the southern side, but they've got to be able to hold them back for now. On the site, in the sand, Durka drawing all over the place and getting the kills that he needs. It's another dominant round for Fnatic, but an opportunity, albeit slight,
this should be
to make something out of this. Finesse has found himself in these positions so many times, and the outcome's the same.
No way.
Tough game from the IGL, but you know his mental right now is being stressed.
Okay, 10-6. Clean enough for Fnatic.
How can you prepare for all the possibilities from Fnatic on this map? Right there, you already saw NRG again backing off of that C's. In some instances, you have to just start to ignore some of those possibilities.
Jesse James Meowthwoo.
With the 3 months, I decided to go back to my roots, the real OGs, the 12-monthers plus will remember the bend
away with winning the bonus and converting that anti-eco without using any of these ults. And I think right now the comfort for NRG is looking, while pressing tab right now, looking at their own ult cycle. It's about to come up, and that will be a factor for them on this defense.
Okay. Time out, NRG.
The funny part is Crashes. I thought that was
Cheezel too with the 3 months.
This defensive side for NRG, because
if that's the spike ever going to come back, it probably will. It probably will.
In this instance. But he's so far away.
You started watching Futurama a month ago.
How to combo. This will become the swingiest of all swing rounds right now. What a game so far.
You see the ults that
Where
just
money
referring to on your
money
screen
now.
4 members away from having their ult online, just by 1 pip.
Because I decided I needed something short for the resub so that when people talk, they, you know, we can hear the TTS.
Like a million times. It feels like they're scrim partners with the amount of
Look at how
anti-stratting that is
close
going
they are to all
on.
these ults.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, it's very close to almost everyone's ult.
Almost forgot to Sebo Mendens.
There's a dart setup.
Thank you, T-Bot. 05.
Just get Finesse's ult online. That's the entire intention
With
right
the
now.
2 months.
That's also so nicely done by
And board
Crashes at the
toolbox.
opening of the round. A dart on the northern side, the drone
Yeah,
on the southern side.
Futurama
All of a
is the
sudden, you can
goat
turn
show.
attention towards A.
Now the problem is they're trying to deny some sort of space for these orbs that Fnatic is picking up right now. Dirk has now got his ult. Finesse is going to have to try to counter with his own. Oh!
Another instance in which Dirk is not able to get it off. The orbital strike, Artist down low, falling. Side still held as some, finally gets cleared. Now the Nightfall Finesse, unable to hear a thing, but still trying to find one through
They got 2, they didn't get
spam.
Victor.
A 3v3 for the site, no ults in play yet. The Shock Dart gets 1. It's Victor who's close to his, though. Alfier is to Chronicle on the swing. Crash, he's dead. Paul's controlled, side controlled, and Chronicle's just kind of doing it on his own. Finally falls to the nade.
But still,
Showstopper, they're up close right now.
He still has 2 satchels. And the Roomba. There's the first. Trying to get across, spotting one. Guessing on the second.
Good from Alpha just to do that for
behind
Leo.
that door.
He knows.
Swinging, not found.
But Leo knows he's about
Fnatic
to swing
another.
the games.
And Boaster starting to have some fun with the crowd, too.
I did say this would be slightly attack-sided. Maybe I undersold it.
Defensive round there, and I honestly think that they did a decent job countering out the ideas from Fnatic here. The Showstopper gets canceled because Finesse is ulting at the same time with his breach ult, which they collected early in that round.
Inghost with the 5 months.
That's the moment where you're stunned up and naded
and welcome
in the corner while getting the spike down. My goodness.
5 rounds in a row for the attack.
Get it, go for the Fnatic play.
Insane considering how the first half went.
But they're avoiding the self.
Fnatic now have free reign. Boaster is brimstone opping. It's back, baby. It's back.
This is when you know he's having fun.
On attack, no less. And he finds value.
That's when you know he's having fun.
Of course he does. Showstopper from Victor.
And they got out the Showstopper
Not
as well.
hitting its mark.
We were having conversations about Kong being the best attack side out. Boaster should be out of that conversation. Why? Because he's the only person to do this sort of thing.
Works though.
Just reminds me.
Oh, the re-clear. But they're walking into the off. Oh, it's just so good against NRG.
They swing into him, saw him on the trade.
Extra.
Finally the punish.
That Rolling Thunder is very aggressive from Chronicle. They're in spawn.
Oh, there's a line here for Alfier to follow up and Psalms.
What is stunned, man? What is stunned?
He's had himself a map. He may be the only bright spot on this side for
Leo's
NRG,
dead.
but he has played well with the position, the potential to get more.
Oh, they don't know he's here.
Chronicles are out here.
Oh, they have to be now. This would be backbreaking. Ness.
Oh.
Cleans him up.
Giga chat.
A response finally just in time before match point is possible here from Fnatic. I thought it was Boaster's op that was going to put them there. He's doing it again,
They
guys.
can get that off.
I'm looking right now at the spend. He's
But
doing it again.
it makes so much sense against NRG to go attack side up.
2 kills, might
Because
as
they
well.
constantly do stuff like that you just saw, where they contact walk out. Well, if they're going to
And
contact
NRG is
walk
so
out,
focused on trying to deny
just
some of
off
these
them.
ult orbs early. They're peeking them.
Now, the money for Fnatic,
I mean, that's
Durka should
a
not be
pretty
buying full
decently
shields here.
considered
That's
idea.
a mistake. Unless they betrayed their roots. Right, we've kind of...
What a 1-2 punch as well.
Getting
Durka
towards
just
the end of
falling
this ult cycle,
really,
I mean,
really
this
close by
lockdown is not going to
afterwards.
find much
If
value
he needs
against
to
these.
satchel on somebody with Chronicle stun or anything like that, he can.
I mean, you might as well just trade this one for one, to be honest.
And then have Boaster again with the op right behind them.
I'm looking at the lockdown to be a potential way to take this site, but no,
I don't know why they don't give it to
Durka
Durka first, though.
ISO up. And they're finally taking an underpass control so Alfier can creep forward, and that's going to take some time, so still not sure if that is the entire intention.
The thing is, if they overwhelm Artis up in tower, or up on site, all of that utility that he has currently protecting Psalm and the site is gone. But they're going to go. And it's all just a delay. The Orbital Strike is going to get Boaster out. Durka's going aggressive. There it is. There were questions around whether an Artist would be overwhelmed, but he's able to keep them back for the first. Traded on the second. A 4v4 quickly turns into a 4v3, perhaps two.
No, he's there. I don't even know how they got finesse.
There's just no real way for NRG to hold them back. It's been so labored. He's going to get the kill.
No.
I can't believe it. At least getting that tag. 10 seconds for the plant right now. Nothing left. Still.
Why are we closing in the
That could have
open?
secured the round. I believe it did.
What a way to lose a round.
There's enough time. There's not.
What a mistake.
Why are they in the open there?
What
Looked
a
away for a
mistake.
second and Crashes finds the angle. The amount of pressure that guy puts on whenever he ults is crazy. Chronicle thought for sure
One enemy remaining.
that he was safe.
I mean, that's just pure trust in your
After that
teammate,
pulse,
but it's such
first
a weird
pulse went out,
decision.
he stopped planting the spike, moves away. Second pulse
Like,
doesn't
you had
work
time.
forever.
Time wasn't
It
really a
misses,
problem.
and third pulse still hits him somehow, where he doesn't
Okay,
have
they do
information
have
for
a
about
buy.
10 seconds.
But yeah, now Artis got this off. Interesting, they do go for the off.
That's ridiculous. NRG needed a streak. That's 2 in a row right now. Their first 2.
Artis has the op. But there's no challenge towards B, where he's currently sitting.
Yeah, but he's getting droned on the angle. That's going to hold a lot of space right now. But yeah, you're right.
But it's too slow, unfortunately.
Barely anybody
for
here. It's
NRG.
just Psalm.
And he's playing
They
off
do have
site.
a
He's
kill,
giving it up.
killjoy lockdowns on
What do
A.
they have? Are they
No
looking to
good.
play around the lockdown?
Oh, it definitely could be a factor
The
here. But also
lockdowns
look at
here
this
are just
double
kind
play
of
up
trash.
through. Drop 2. Afier's going to be able to place his right now. I think he's
This one's
waiting for
kind of
their
trash
own
as well, to be
lockdown.
honest.
So
This is just going to
NRG
get
might
destroyed
not
by
just
an
place
nade.
it. They might just play against it.
Victor's just going to destroy that with his nade.
There it is. There's the attacker one. Still held
Sends
on
it
to by
in.
Artis.
Maybe they
There
go
you go.
for a sand one.
And there we go.
No, it
You
gets
cannot
broken by
die
an
there.
eight.
And Chronicle goes
That
down.
is
And now they put theirs
so
through.
bad.
Victor's already satcheled out onto A.
And it's planted in such a way.
Now
the
this
lockdown
one
in
is
this
pretty
case,
good. He didn't throw a
And it's
nade.
so deep right now. Dirk is just trying to get this nade off. It might actually count.
Tom got it all the way.
That is such a bad round by Fnatic.
that nade
That is unreal how bad that round is from Fnatic.
We got to see that again because it looked
The
like it was
timeout.
lined up well.
And also, how did they break that lockdown? I guess just coming through.
They just threw
Fnatic for
one
the
nade.
first time
Everyone throws
doesn't
that
consider
fucking
that as a
nade.
possibility. Just coming through, drop, just banks it off the wall. That nade is the best. The paint shells from Raze is the best util at breaking lockdowns.
I can tell you straight away,
insane
this
that we're having
lockdown's
rounds
dog
come down
shit
to
because they're just going to throw a nade at
single
it.
piece of
You
utility
cannot
just
die
crazy.
to that nade. You have to know about that nade.
Over and over, these two teams battling in a different plane of existence.
Yes, timeout.
They're battling between the two minds
This game should have been
in the center of the
Jova.
stage. It's crazy.
James.
Meow.
And I'm really
Thank you,
starting
Boy
to consider
Toolbox,
just
for
the
100
theory
bits.
about Boaster opping in general, right? That was the second round in a row he attempts it. And the funny part is maybe there's value into it because if you're getting a lot of kills with the op, you're getting so
NRG is
many ult
Barak.
orbs.
NRG is Barak. But I mean, Minnie's got
Maybe
to
not
be.
being
I mean,
able
he's
to
shaking
close
his
out
head. He's got to be
rounds,
fuming. I mean,
He's already had 2 this half.
that's 2 rounds in a row where it just.
I mean, he doesn't look entirely
How
happy
do you
with
not
the
know that
situation. I
lockdown's
think
awful?
Maybe even just a little bit of trolling going on.
All right,
There's
so
that nade.
Yeah, we take a look at
Look,
the first nade
Artis
that
knows that
cleared
these ones
the
from back here are
lockdown
dog
and
shit in
gets
spawn.
a kill on
Because they
Chronicle.
are. So they wait until they take this. This
Oh,
one's
he's
pretty
spammed
good,
out
as you can
too,
see.
Just not able to get out.
Well, that's right there. That's Victor. You saw him spam that little angle. The place where he might run away from. That is
Dino the
beautiful stuff from
captain
Victor.
with the
Gets
1 year. You get the special
tag,
TMV
slows him
mode.
down, and eventually the frag.
Okay, they can still buy.
Back in the swing of things. Artis still with the op. And he's already being pushed.
He was trying to block it. You're trying to
Continue
block a
brute
Raze
force their
nade.
way into him. Off of the Prowler, they realize he's not holding halls anymore, and they're going to simmy their way into sand. Artis is in trouble. He's not in a position to be able to get out. He's got to hold him back by
okay,
himself. He gets
I
the
needed
first.
too early.
Looking to
Oh,
provide
Artis
some
didn't know he won.
resistance, and that's all it was.
Just lost his place right there while
They
flashed
killed.
up.
Orbital strike straight into Spawn, or excuse me, Rolling Thunder. They push them back.
They just use it
They've
to
left Boaster in
basically
a
plant.
cheeky
Oh,
position. It may not matter, though, as the rest of the team is getting the kills.
bit of whiffage, but okay.
It's Chronicle and
I'll
Alfie are
pick a
leaving
trade.
Crashies alone. A 1v3. Some utility, but not much.
It's tough
This
to
is
use
impossible in a 1v3.
He's got the dart, he's got the shot, and he
Impossible.
has no health. Fnatic gets him at point.
here. Has
Okay.
to try to approach silently. Can't use any util. His position not known yet. But it doesn't allow him to break up those crossfires.
For,
He's just
for
hoping that
NRG
there's
to win that round, they
there's a
probably
gap,
needed Artis to
a
get
timing
another
window
kill.
where he can
And
walk
also
into
this,
it.
the kill from Alfia down here, this kill,
Very, very nicely
this
done
kill
from
was
Fnatic.
pretty big.
One enemy.
Pretty big
Great
mistake
tools
by
to maintain
NRG
all
there
this
as well.
control
You
sand
never
while
go on
the
one of
flank
those flanks
continues to go
alone
through while they take down
for that
Artis.
reason
Artis
specifically.
could have
If
got
that
him.
kill
They got a
goes, you
second
trade that
off
kill.
shot.
Normally there's
But
only
that
going to be one
flash
person
delayed it
watching
for so
that from
long,
the
he lost
attackers.
his
That's why you
position and
always go in
exposed himself
pairs.
to the players pushing
So
sand.
pretty,
No
again,
up this
that
time
should
for
be like a,
Killjoy. It's just
you know,
rifles
a
for
thing
the
that
defensive
NRG
side.
know really. Victor knows
As they
that.
try to make their last
So you know,
stand.
he should know that really.
I mean, they're funneling, they're pushing, there's no crunch. It's all just a fight from one side. And and it's turned in favor of
kind of
Fnatic.
baited him into thinking it was just a...
This might be the end here.
This is good by Fnatic, though, to all come back.
NRG, they go for that drone, re-clear. But you had such a deep satchel from Victor. Nobody's able to follow up on it, and the rest of the Fnatic players just group up. This might be it. 3 players for NRG, 4
They don't have
Fnatic.
smokes.
Fnatic's so cautious. This grouping here
They are
of
running
Psalm and
onto the
Crashes
site
might
with
be
2.
perfect, though.
It was Durko who had the off a moment ago. Just handed it off to Chronicle.
Wants to use a satchel to take space.
How about to this?
The one benefit for
like
the
bounce off
defensive
ground.
side here for NRG is that 2 of the 3 members that remain are on this site.
Oh, Crashes
And they're in a weird spot.
Leo does have his Haunt, a Prowler too. They can clear it out.
Sam is a Molly.
30 seconds left.
Crashies with some util. Are they gonna rotate? Oh, they're gonna go in through sand. They just don't have a ton of time here.
And the Molly should be able to hold them off too.
So they don't like the
From
smoke.
one side at least.
Assuming they identify where it is. Leo has been left behind.
the
Crashies
stun.
falls. All
I
on
know
to
he's
Sam
here.
again, who's had himself a great game, but he
GG.
can't convert here either.
Go next.
It's just perfect from Fnatic, mauling out the last player on the site too, finding Crashes on the swing. They both got stunned by that breach stun from Chronicle. It's perfect.
It was good.
It really is. It's a little, I mean, it's not even like they're just trying to diff them with gunfights. Everything is so fastidiously considered.
GG.
And it's clean. The first half was a brawl, but the second half felt
Next
like all
is fine.
Fnatic all the way, and they take Fracture 13-9.
Absolutely it was. Only 3 rounds from NRG on that side. Can't be happy about that one. And once they got to defensive side, Fnatic is just, they go with those ults. They're the best at it. They control the cycle of NRG. Yeah, it lost 3 rounds in a row from NRG, but those are the only ones. And once that cycle disappeared, once it fizzled out, Fnatic just come straight back to end this game.
Should I make an old-fashioned scotch on
Bonus
the rocks?
conversions.
I don't fucking know.
I mean, everything was there from Fnatic.
Okay. Oh, we did get this. Oh, you need a TMB sign. Unlucky.
Sure, when they were talking to you coming into the arena today, it doesn't feel like they really thought this was any
Lotus
sort
has
of
played,
different of a game, but
third
we know,
round, up by
we know the situation.
another
It's the first
player.
time they
Again,
played this
I
team.
feel like this is possible. These two
This is
not
their
so much.
opportunity to go back-to-back in 2 global tournaments in a
Okay,
row.
next is Bind.
No team
See
is
if
done
Fnatic
yet.
have changed or not.
And they haven't been playing, so they just don't know where they stood in comparison to the field, in comparison to the group stage teams and everyone else who played their first playoff matches yesterday.
I don't feel like they got as much value from the Sova as like
Honestly,
EG do.
even for as close as, for as
They did
dominant,
feel a
excuse
bit
me,
more
as the
like
second half
improvised,
was.
so a bit more
And it
kind of
was.
like.
There were just so many little nuanced things that we
But I
were
don't
able
think
to
they've been
nerd
practicing
out
this
about
map
and
as much, 'cause
identify
this was their ban
in
before.
that map that was just so much fun to watch.
Well, the fact that they're handling as well. This Sova from Crashes, this Sova from NRG. Clearly prepared for it too. Already from the first round. Happy with that instance.
Yeah.
And that's the sort of thing that you want to see for Fnatic when they start to run. And start to try to make another run here in a global tournament. But that was their home ground. I mean, that was Fracture. Yes, they haven't been playing it that much. It's been third maps that they never get to ever. But that was their home ground, and now we go to NRG's on Bind.
They've been so dominant historically on that map, and they'll have an opportunity to equalize the series on Bind. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Okay. What shall we do? Next is Bind. I feel like I know these teams so well. I don't even really need the sheet for these two teams. You know what I mean? I know these teams. I know what's going on with these teams. I should probably go and make my breakfast, really. That's probably a good idea. I don't know why that's taking so long. When did we get a Sheriff 3K or more? Artist got 2. Did he get 3 in that round? No, yeah, we'll definitely play ranked though. Don't worry. Here it is. Magnum Rage's Fnatic. On Bind, they were playing Cypher. Kramja's Cypher. But we'll see. We'll see. I'll play global and then I'll go make my breakfast whilst they're analyzing that map. Iraq. 2,100 miles away. So before DRC was almost exactly 2,000. So I'm gonna go slightly further away than DRC and go Congo. But it's in the wrong direction. Yeah. So let's go Sweden. Sweden is 1,000 miles away. Is the UK 1,000 miles? It could be Ireland. Wait, so you're 1,000 miles. Is that Iceland? No. No, it has to be here, I think. Morocco? Spain? Morocco is 500 miles away. Is it going to be Andorra? There is a triangle. What is that? I mean, really, you can work it out, right? So it can't be any of these because this was cold. So it has to be Europe. It's 1,000 miles away from Sweden. It can't be Spain or Portugal. It can't be France because Sweden isn't that far away from France. So it kind of, there was literally only one country it could be. What's the next map? The next map is Bind. We can do one Valorant, sure. We'll do one. We'll do the Masters Tokyo one. What's the best region to pick? Probably America. Let's go some. They're not an IGL, they're not from America. Let's go a Turkish player. Let's go Kiwi. They're not Turkish, they don't play duelist. They're an initiator player or a sentinel player. That's not from Turkey. Let's go. Literally the only player in my head right now is Forsaken, so I'm just gonna put Forsaken. No, not Forsaken either. It doesn't play Killjoy, so it's an initiator, but doesn't play Sky, so play Sova. Play Sova and Fade probably. Maybe Breach. Oh, who could this be? What's Yampy's top 3? Sky's got to be in Yampy's top 3 agent, so it can't be him. It can't be in America's team, because Sky would be in there, so I think. Maybe Calm? Could, but he's not American. Could be Loud. But it has, again, Sky would be part of Kalenzin's thing. DRX could be, is Zest on here? Zest is on here. Big brain.
Well, you guys have done a great job so far. Let's see what you can do on Bind. I'm going to pass this over to the desk.
Okay, I'm gonna make.
Thank you so much for that, Yinsu. And yeah, you can clearly tell a lot of those ultimates were coming in. They were throwing people off, and I don't blame them.
No, absolutely. I want to go down and just shake Minnie's hand as well, because I'm thinking the same thing here.
Yeah.
Fnatic have watched the EG application of this composition, and the adjustment is perfect. We talked about, obviously, early on in the first half, NRG starting cautiously. They want to use the strength of this, which is around the drone for Crashies to obviously set up and feel out any trap plays. But in the second half in particular, Fnatic just take a step back. We're talking about this being a chess match, and I think the pace actually matched that.
Yeah, this round actually illustrates that perfectly, Kakuka, because it was really just about like them trying to outplay one another with the micro and macro moments, and that is what Minnie was talking about in that interview.
Yeah, totally. I think that we see it all throughout the entire game. I feel like also Chronicle was having a very tough time. We saw it in the replay, and we saw him struggling a lot. Dying to that utility, he felt trapped in so many occasions. I think that's also something that Minnie was spot on.
Yeah, but he did make a point to praise Leo for his contributions in that game, and it definitely, no surprise there. I mean, the initiator for the team definitely stepped up, was a top fragger in the server, but Kakuka on top of that as well was really helping out the team to just get valuable information when they need it.
That's, you just described Leo, like there's no other way that you can talk about him. Is two things: not dying first, and second, a utility usage that is top level, probably one of the best, if not the best in the world. He knows that it's not about him, but he will also go on the flank with you. I think he was doing a beautiful work with Alpha of understanding where their place in the round.
And Leo's value goes up in games like this where, Fnatic have to satisfy both sides of the coin, right? Playing with pace, slowing things down, playing reactively and looking for reads. Leo is the constant. He can always satisfy both styles that Fnatic like to apply.
Of course, you're taking a look here at the Aim Lab shoot around. It's Leo's POV, but gives us an opportunity to continue to talk about this Fnatic team and what we saw there. They were tested. There was a point where we were like, oh, maybe they're not going to be too tested in the second half. It was looking rather dominant Hypoc, but I was very glad to see NRG implement some of those set pieces and really put Fnatic on the back foot in some of those rounds.
Yeah, I think actually when NRG started looking at later on in the round as opposed to finding value early on, denying space to Fnatic, because like we said, Fnatic are happy to sit back and play reactively until you show something. But there was a couple of rounds there where you're thinking, Fnatic probably feeling like they haven't had to dig too deep in the strat book here, and Boaster's busting out the operator, and things are feeling like they might slip into madness.
Hear me out. You said it like that. I think that they were just very happy to have solutions to a lot of things. But we're seeing Durka being shut down time and time again every time that he was using the ultimate, and that was not enough to make Fnatic feel like they were under pressure.
You bring up a fantastic point as well as we get ready for map 2 and we go to bind there. I think it's important to note, right? Like, you can shut down Durka, but then you got to worry about Chronicle. And then you got to worry about...
And Alpha
and then you got to worry about Alpha.
The coverage...
You got to worry about Boaster on with an operator.
Boaster was great on this map. I was looking at him. You could definitely tell that he belongs on the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well that he's talking about no pressure and we're going to go out there and have fun. These are the sort of maps where you see actually, yes, scoreline aside, Fnatic stretching their legs a little bit, having a little bit of fun on stage.
Yeah, and look, right now is the time to have some fun. You got that big 13-9 win, but I'm very curious to see what's going on over in the NRG camp. We actually have Chet standing by with Yinsu.
Before we head to map 2, I've got Chet here with me, the coach of NRG. Now, Bind is a very strong map for you guys, but was there anything that Fnatic did on map 1 that you feel like you guys have to be on the lookout for map 2?
I just feel like Fnatic was pretty proactive. Like, their defense was like a lot flank, so maybe we can expect the same on Bind, but I think we just have to be more decisive in how we want to play and take certain parts of the map in the mid-round.
All right, thank you very much for joining me, Chet, and best of luck.
Everyone always just says the same thing. Every coach
Take more
is just
control of the mid-round,
yeah, we're
but
going to be more
also,
proactive.
Hypoc, you
like
seem to be a little perplexed by what Chet said.
Yeah, I'm a little confused, actually. I mean, if NRG have done their homework here with the composition they like to run, and if Fnatic stick to the Cypher pick on Bind, because that's something that enables Fnatic so much on their defensive half to obviously confirm or deny absence behind those lurk walls that we like to see invested. And yeah, we're going to see Alpha put it out here. Yeah, it's one of the few times actually you talk about Cypher really guaranteeing value.
I can't see it yet.
Prime Gaming Agent Select as we get ready and see how this is going to play out. But Kakuka, we got the Cypher.
Something playing today?
See how this
I don't
plays
think
out,
so.
Okay,
on the
other
do
side,
stick
the
with the same comp.
Yeah, exactly. That is something that we do not get to see a lot in EMEA. And of course, I think that the Cypher is going to be very important. We know that those setups needs to be a little bit reinvented, known and adapted to what NRG is going to put on the table. I'm not surprised by the rest.
They like Fnatic were ready for this, right?
1,000%, of course.
I think they're feeling comfortable in this composition.
Oh, yes.
Even versus the Harbor Viper.
All right, well, we'll see how this one plays out. We're ready for map number 2. So much to break down as we get ready for Bind. Let's send it over to Doug and Paula yet again.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Ball, it always feels like a privilege to see NRG play Bind because they're so freaking good at it. But now we get this matchup with Fnatic on the other side, and you know they're ready.
We'll watch the game first. If you remind me after this match.
The thing is, though, Fnatic has barely played against some of this Harbor Viper stuff. It's not really run in EMEA ever, and they barely played against it at Lock-in, only against that Furia game, and then a little bit in the grand finals against Loud, which you know how that game went. But for this, it's a new map where it's running that, right? It's Bind, of course. Fnatic's very comfortable. That was a historically good map for them way back when, last year even. But now, Harbor Viper on this one. A little bit of Sage added in for flavor. It's the new mix of this Ascent comp that ended up being the downfall of Fnatic's fantastic Bind at the beginning of this game.
I mean, Cypher Camera just told them everything, though.
An opportunity to reinvigorate
NRG's plan just completely fell apart.
Refresh their success on the map. They find themselves on the attacking side.
Oh, they're not ready for this hookah play. Whoa!
So many people through, and you're right, NRG had no idea. Now throwing a brakes on the rotate.
Oh, Dark
Cascade goes straight into the skies, and he takes Som down.
Okay.
What a start from
I was
Fnatic.
gonna say you're already in a 5v4. They thought off this camera they would just go fast A.
I wonder if there's a flash that gave them misinformation there, if Fnatic dodged it somehow to get a timing up through. But you can tell NRG really interested in getting that orb. And then falling back towards that A side,
this round is Jova. I wouldn't say the game is Jova, but this round is Jova.
You're right. I would love to see the opening round, the opening of that round again, to see what it was that led to a false sense of security.
I mean, it might just be that there was nothing. And
I mean, literally, camera won the round.
False sense of security for no reason. That's not the way you want to start off here if you're NRG. Remember, they're down a map. They could already be facing an 0-2 here.
They were gone, man. They were out. They were fully convinced that the play was A.
I still like how NRG was able to actually react and put down the Cascade on top of Hookah. Even though they lost one player, they still reacted fairly well. It's just the fact that there's so much explosiveness.
What's the deal with the J and Jova?
On this anti-eco. It's consistent. Masters of the economy right now.
It's Jova.
In the game. They're the best at it. Everybody else is trying to copy them, and for NRG, actually,
it's Jova for
story for them where they, after lock-in, they copy Fnatic, they start playing some light armor stuff, but they give up on it.
Yeah.
At some point during Americas, and you can tell already in this game too, they've given up on it on Fracture.
Okay, pretty slow.
3 from NRG pushing into showers. Boaster's waiting on the other side of this wall with it. That Marshall. Train.
Oh, Boaster, you could get 3.
Green line keeping him back. Boaster getting peppered, has to tuck tail.
Imagine if he got 3.
Good attempt at the re-clear, just to challenge Boaster though. Is it going to be enough? And that tells them that they're in deep anti-eco position still. And they have plenty of time to catch up. Nice cam in for Alfredo to spot finesse.
It was so well set up from NRG, given the fact that they had a late rotate. Som puts his wall, but Dirka's already passed all of the utility that's intended to deny the push.
And look at this double molly too. Boaster from way far away, Chronicle as well. Completely denies this high tide take from Som. He was the only one close. And the rest of the players, he's trying to hold on to that space for them to flood in behind him. Instead, they can't get anywhere near.
Gonna die to the spike.
I mean, look at him now.
2 Cypher Cams, 2 value. Rounds.
Yeah.
And I do think that Cypher is pretty good against NRG, because NRG likes to do a lot of this. Even on the buy rounds, right? You might think, oh yeah, they're doing this on a
Boaster picks up the Vandal. They're masters at this. He has plenty of time to chase still.
There.
3 points away from having the ult online.
That's a nade.
Where's that Cam? A cheeky Cam looking to spawn.
Yeah, that's crazy. Dirka, still close. Cam to support, it's crazy.
Oh, go back. He dies.
Ooh.
But he does get 1 step closer to having the showstopper.
Any engagement's good there.
Yeah.
I think he's saying he should have held. If he did hold, that would have been
really
pretty
not
crazy.
A big investment. Still fantastic for the one-tap body shots on anti-eco.
but still so well considered for them to switch off and exchange weapons so that you aren't potentially giving a Vandal over, yeah.
Go kill my son.
He's doing it.
Sounds like the Emperor.
I got yous, okay?
Joker goes with a judge. He's actually bored down. Now, one thing we saw in the very first game NRG played this comp, Furia just went double duels very quick through some, and they just, you know, just basically went through these
Dirk's
walls.
just going to satchel forward. It's just complete disrespect with the judge. Som stops him. And they still have showers control, too.
Yeah, this
one.
one.
Fnatic does gain control of lamps. They've lost 2 now.
By
And the trades coming from Alpha, yes. Pinpoint accuracy, top of the box. Pops 2.
Finesse is still playing on the other side. He's still towards
And this is the thing with Fnatic, right? Because they got the Cypher, like normally you'd be worried, oh, they're going to come behind at some point. Fnatic can pause in these spots forever, right? It's fine. They can just keep you here forever, and they can just have a 3v2 forever.
Try to get some information. It should just be off of a Crash's flash.
And they're here. They're ready for it. There's a flash that you mentioned.
Oh, the
just a little ahead of it. And Crashy's falls.
It's too staggered.
Oh, boss.
Artist taking one back. Spike's right
Finesse still
Finesse
here.
has not left.
What a risk.
Come on, man.
Those are Spidey senses. Indicator that he should not go forward.
And the fact that Alfir doesn't even TP, he holds on to this space right now. Artist represents it. Are you kidding me?
You mentioned Pinpoint before. That might have been the best of the 3 we've seen.
10 seconds.
It's just a needle for a pixel.
Finesse in a 1v2. He's healthy. He's got a Phantom Boaster. Alfir not nearly as lucky. He gets one. He gets both. Avoiding disaster, avoiding another bonus, and getting NRG on the board.
What a fun round. And they go for a little double swing. It's almost well timed, but just a slight misstep.
Speed play again. Fnatic.
Finesse able to convert a 1v2.
Jesse.
They struggled with that post buns as well against Team
Never
Liquid.
mind. The first one might have been the best.
Nah.
One enemy remaining.
That's nasty. But here, the double peak. Slight gap in the timing between the two. It's a good idea.
They struggled with this in their post buns where they were too aggressive before. I mean, you can just come and play together anywhere you want, really. Still, close round.
I mean,
Big
Finesse
round for
getting going
NRG
here.
now in
Okay,
terms
there's
of
also
that.
flash.
Eco.
No info given. Crash is not committing to picking up the orb. Could have been a massive mistake and a great counter from Fnatic instead.
He manages to get info off the jump peak too. Doesn't take any damage.
You know, because FNC has so much to clear there.
That were fired.
You have to assume he's on the other side. Because trips haven't gone off.
Clear coming in.
You've been there for the 50 seconds.
Make sure there's nobody punishing.
And you haven't seen it.
Time for the players on NRG to receive
Okay,
these
if they get the
players on
Sultal,
B
they
side
will
for
get the
Fnatic.
Razor.
Durka will eventually go for this orb.
They leave Durka here.
Facing Flash, he jumps through the telly.
The fact says he was left alone as one, so had to be ready. You already saw him tucking into that corner, so he could easily backstep.
Okay, don't go for the Razor.
Now he's ready to join the hidden. He has both satchels.
Alfier's on the prowl and showers, but there are 2 players here. In A, Som being one of them. Chronicle the first to fall. Victor on the swing is
Victor,
great.
what a shot.
And then the nade to try to deny the plant.
Great reposition
He's
as
still
well.
around. He's still healthy. The spike still hasn't made his way out of the sight. Boaster's gotten it down to 1v2.
Slow though.
But he's
one
just
body
so
shot.
eager.
He might have the info. Remember last round when he TP'd, Finesse was all the way back. NRG always leaves one.
He just needs 1 kill here. But Artist is actually, he's already shown up and he's got a judge.
Pretty crazy that he gets the plant down.
Can just run
He
it.
is. There's the flash. He knows where he is.
Okay.
Crash
There you
just
go.
cleans it up.
Fnatic are just diving through that high tide, which is a fantastic one from Som. Once that wall comes down from Fnatic, their intention is to leave lamps, take the front of sight. In the last time they took that A side, they actually pushed into lamps.
Crazy, but
This time you see Durka's position, the molly's on the back of truck, trying to deny.
I thought Alfia was
But
just
Som's
going to
high
do
tide
it
cuts
again.
all off. I'm
But
very
really good by
surprised.
Victor.
Maybe it's a time pressure there from Fnatic. all the messing around on the other sides of the map.
Okay,
That causes
Fnatic's
them to go
by.
forward.
What the?
Actually, 2
Oh no, they are
bulldogs.
gonna force. I was like, why have 2 people got classics?
Definitely buying into this.
Okay, they're gonna
despite
force.
losing 2 in a row.
Just a mistake by some? I think it was.
That harbor wall from Som is through teleporter and then roping back in to help control
I
a
think
short.
this is just a mistake though. I think he just wanted to do that. But
Most extreme wiggly wall of all time.
Yeah. And there are plenty of
deep they
setups that you can
push.
do from A without having to go through teleporter to control
the
that
problem
area.
is,
I
if
wonder
Fnatic
that
just
can
go A
make
again,
he's playing B.
like they've got double trips.
Crazy
Like,
deep B hold from NRG though as well.
but they've still got. They
Might
don't
not
know if
matter at all.
someone's beating them
And
here.
double trip to hold the flank here from Alfear.
Seekers come out.
Are they going to be able to take the space and fill before you get into trouble? You hear the showstopper gone off. You've got the
Okay, they
Seekers
see
pushing
that
them
it's
back into spawn.
no one there. The Harbor World's gonna come
Showers
in.
control still there. Alpha, you're starting to re-explore.
I think they just jumped one of the trips.
Wait, can you get past 2? The Trailblazer's going to clear the second. And you see it. I mean, they're here.
Yes.
Leo's waiting. Alpha is
Razor,
the
he's
swat.
gonna
The
buff
flash
it.
is well considered by Crashy, so Victor going aggressive. He's going for the flank, and it never goes off. He never shoots, and he was too close.
Okay, big info for Fnatic.
Trouble placing these
Crashy still gets
showstoppers.
one though.
Chronicle has gotten behind him. Crashy's had no idea. He had no chance. It's fallen down
Firing
to
squad.
3. Finesse continues to frag. In the cascade, Tom has to tuck right back out. Durka doing well to keep him
Time.
back. He's got 2. He gets 3.
It's too easy down the line there. And what a difference that round could have been if Leo doesn't barrel stuff Victor on the flank there. It's just crazy. He mistimed showstopper as well. Getting the proper timing for that animation to not cause problems is so
Nice!
difficult.
Good job, Derek. Nice!
And it is finally a response here from Fnatic. It's 2 in a row for NRG. Off that 1v2 from Finesse.
It's a low buy for NRG.
2 stingers and then
We've
pistols.
seen big cipher value here from Fnatic.
That's all it is. They've tucked
Thus
Victor and
far.
Hookah.
Pretty much every round Fnatic one cipher has given them quite a bit of value.
Do they dare go that way?
The late orb as well here from Chronicle.
So this is the thing. I do think
That
that
was
this is
cute for Sam to put the
the
cascade
weakness
down.
of playing Harbor here, because you kind of, you want Harbor to be in a position where he can walk both sides, so he is going to be playing short a lot, but he can't really stop people down short unless you hit shots like that.
Shot.
It's pretty clear to Trailblazer, and of course Dirk has followed all the way right behind it.
But they are here now.
They've gotten some
I think have been slow enough.
control of U-Haul.
Gets
They're
stunned.
starting to step back, and NRG want to take the fight. Remember, they have lighter weaponry. They want to close the gap. They want to get in their faces. Can they stop the attack here? Fnatic so far up. They have Showers control. They have U-Haul control.
That's Victor. Can he get crashies? Does
I
he
mean, it may
clear
not look
crashies?
like if they have full sight control too. And once again, the defense looks like it's at a loss. Dirk is just playing with this food right now.
When you hear that reload noise, you know what's coming.
It's too easy to contain here from Durka, especially with that shorty. And the constant threat from Fnatic to go through that TP keeps Finesse anchored on that B side until it's all over. NRG right now not quite able to really hold on to this short. Som is usually so good in this position. Usually such a phenom in labs at getting multi-kills, but you can tell Durka doesn't even really want to fight until super late. Just holding that space, making sure that they get the plant down, making sure they can start to take the rest of sight. With the info too.
Watching this spot.
That's ridiculous.
Yep.
I mean, that's literally
There's
just
not much more to say.
play
Is
it
there?
if unlucky.
The idea from
You're not
NRG is
as
really
good.
good there too.
You're simply not as good.
Leo's
And this is
swinging
why I
onto
put
the
Alfia in my
stairs
top
where the
10,
old
because I
TP
feel
was.
like the
So
people
he's
who
not
didn't put
even
Alfia in the
that
top
fight
10
from Alfia. Alfia goes in
probably
front
didn't watch
of the
enough of the
Viper Wall.
NBA,
Does not get
particularly
flashed, which is
towards
key. Maybe
some of
the
the end.
execution
Because
could be
Alfia was
improved.
absolutely
The
frying.
Showers hold was so important too because Finesse invested the pit on B. They invested a lot towards holding this site. And so far they failed, but perhaps they can reconsider, perhaps they can reestablish as the Psalm falls one more time.
I mean, they have so many different variations of holding this A side too. They're just abusing this at this point.
Yeah,
and I did say, yeah, they're basically, I mean, this round obviously.
Boxes, they can be playing post, they can be holding short.
This round obviously just comes down to this. I mean, this is not the most interesting round of Valorant. I mean, it's crazy from Alfia, but like tactically, it's not that interesting.
Has to be on the cards
They're just gonna save.
Definitely. Because Fnatic, you're right, they just continue to pound A. And just exploit the defense.
NRG would play the loser of DRX PRX.
From NRG on this
which if PRX don't have something,
not quite getting
would be,
anywhere about keeping this game close.
Probably the best case
Fnatic's
scenario,
putting on
really.
a masterclass though. And eventually that conversation will start about how much is too much.
There was even a flash setup from Crashies through teleporter.
I think that was the slowed down version of that. Okay, they're gonna take a timeout. Hold on, let's just let's check the bracket.
Yeah.
Because he just swings on those two players. That's what I was talking about. The walls put up immediately, the flash through the TP. It's a really good setup.
So yeah,
and
they would play
its job. I mean, at least
PRX,
2v1.
and then they would play
currently better.
The loser of this game. So Team Liquid or EG.
And that's where, we talk so much about these nuanced setups,
the
right?
bracket
And the
flips at this
timings on
point.
flashes and where the wall's going and when you're toggling it
So
up
yeah,
and down. But
if they did lose, or whoever loses this,
Alfia just diffed you, bro.
probably
Like,
plays
that's just all there
PRX,
is
but
to
maybe
it.
DRX.
It's funny. It reminds me of a conversation that Des was having.
You play one
where
of Team Liquid or
every
EG.
single player on this team, if you shut down one of them, another one's going to step up. But the other aspect of it too is strategically, you start to, do good things against
But we
their
need
strats.
EG to win this game, because otherwise all of the NA goblins are going to complain that the bracket is rigged together two NA teams playing against each other.
I mean,
even though they would have both lost their game and they're on opposite sides of the bracket, but they would the NA people would mold.
Absolutely deserves to be put in contention. Obviously they already were heading into this, but just doubts about whether they're going to put in new things, whether they're going to be able to actually make a sprint
This
at
is one of my absolute most hated things. Whenever a playoff bracket comes out from Master Summit, that is the worst day on the Valor Comp subreddit.
Absolutely. Stinger by
It drives me crazy every single time. Of people going, this bracket isn't perfect. How did they come up with this? It's random. That's how they came up with it. It's fucking random.
Just a little different. This time set up from A.
Other than the 4 teams that qualified and went directly to playoffs, it's random. That's how they came up with it.
Showers TP is there.
Do it live then? What do you mean? Those are 2 completely separate points. What the fuck are you talking about?
NRG, they only got 3 rounds on that defensive fracture.
Yes, do it live.
Got a lot to do
It's still random.
Close by. He has 1 flash and Seekers.
Oh,
Push
they
off
didn't
the
see him.
angle, and it's just a trap. Do they check him? No, they don't. It's just 1 though. And the Singer's just not enough in that scenario.
2 HP, but they can get the heal. FNS the 1 gun. Why are you not dropping this gun, FNS?
A good idea again.
Be real with yourself. This game matters.
Fnatic controlling every part of this game right now.
Nothing to clear it though.
Out to help Finesse.
Wow. You see the pre-fire in the spam expecting a second. The flash cleans him up.
That should be good. Well, it definitely should be good now.
That cascade actually gave them room to swing out to the left before Som can even challenge. Fnatic starting to wonder, but this might actually end up being underwhelming of a challenge.
How are they so good? Because they got better players. I mean,
it does look that way.
The thing about NRG's bind is, yes, they won games,
find ways to punish this B side.
but a lot of their games on bind haven't been convincing.
Ending up A, trying to abuse specific factors of that A.
So, I think that NRG think they're better on bind than they are. Because they're winning games, but a lot of their games haven't been that convincing.
He is 1 point away from having his ult online.
You know what I mean? They see you there, they're just going to go fast A. I mean, this was their pistol round.
Where they did push deep, down B.
They're going to take the TP.
But they end up all flanking, and this time there's going to be a Showers TP with the Trailblazer to follow up on. Victor's stuck here, though. And Fnatic is not committed, so they're happy.
Can't they just throw their own nade in?
Challenge.
They tried to, and the door shut on them. Oh my god. Unlucky.
Stuck in teleporter. Everyone from Fnatic is here to handle him. but he bought
they
it
just
They
used
the
a
hard roll.
reckoning to try to clear him out, and yes, it will get him out, but leaves a lot of gaps and loses a lot of tools.
Such a heavy investment.
And Alfie's just killed 2 again. I mean, he's just diffing them. They can res,
once
maybe.
again getting a 2K from what looks like the same spot.
And right now, these Seekers might all get destroyed. Yes, Artis is going to get the rest, but Chronicle's inserted in such a good position. Alfie is punishing. He's so smart.
Crashies, can you hold the
Crashies,
line?
that's a big shot.
Durka falls.
Oh, that fights the round, though.
Doesn't matter what
You just take the
Crashies can
TP. You just take the...
There's just so much room.
They don't want to cross.
It's crazy. They could have crossed there, but they're just a little concerned about where Crash's position is.
No,
they're
they
just
got
gonna
time.
use that space. Don't even bother TPing. Take all the time that you need.
You got to go, though.
That's discipline right there from Fnatic.
You know it's a tantalizing prospect. You know where he is.
Unwinnable.
You know that you have numbers on him.
10 seconds left.
But you're right. They make the safe play. The end day, spike down.
Bosta might even hear him soon. I think he did.
Bosta's already considering the spawn flank.
Oh no, maybe not, because the rest of them haven't
He's had such a
changed
good
course
read on
yet.
the game.
Oh my god, Bosta. Well, they know where he is
I may
now.
have jinxed him.
They're chilling.
Timing was bad, but...
No time,
Reed was
he's
still
just
around.
gonna save. He probably should have saved anyway, really. I mean, you're in a 3v1 where you have no control. I mean...
And that, as soon as he's spotted, he doesn't get the kill, Crashes is going to save. Fnatic up to 7.
7-2.
Chance for a
And you have
10-2
to remember,
with
this
3
is
rounds remaining.
on a defense side comp, really, with the Sage.
After
Like, it's
Fracture, I
good for
didn't think
planting
that
down
was in the
short,
cards,
but
I didn't think that
Fnatic
his
are a
defensive
very
side
good
issue
team at
right now
plant
for
denial.
NRG was deeper than
That's going to be a
at
big
first.
part of this second half. I mean, we might not even see that much of the second half, depending on
Yeah, they
one
got a
side of
streak
this
of
is.
rounds on that defensive side, mainly due to the ult cycle. And I don't think, especially now with the wasted reckoning, the tools in this comp are not as major. In fact, they used a
I mean, Alfie is just fine. I mean, you
resurrection
can't...
from Sage too.
That's a lot of ults into that. You're right.
And so those tools dwindling.
So now it's a save again. And they got, I mean, and they've got the ult advantage. I mean, they might get a raise ult, but...
By the way, Fnatic too, displaying, I mean, immense prowess on this attacking side, of course.
I mean,
that's
Alpha's
just the
solo
reason why
won like
NRG's struggling right now. Hard to deal
3
with.
rounds.
The multi-pronged approach. These defaults are good when they end up going dry walking up short with the Viper Wall. That's fantastic.
I feel like NRG have got a little impatient.
And Alfie is hitting every shot.
You know,
when
they're
he's
not like
pressured.
slowly
I mean,
reacting
every
to
single
what
one.
Fnatic do and
The
then
crazy
going
thing
like,
is
oh, they're
they're
taking
not
this
having to
space, let's
change
take this
very
space. They're just going like...
And so I'm already using not
I mean,
only
this
the
is a
high
little
tide, of
better.
course, that you want to use. Oh, hold on, 2 players up close. They reclaim. Chronicles in trouble.
Oh.
It's barely out. It's just light weaponry. And the funny part, Crashies, while you might be surprised to see him there, this is like the 4th round where they're there. They're just not able to get anything done.
It's another deep cascade in short, and then the high tide right behind it. They want to go forward. Look at how much they're investing just to slow
Yeah,
down,
Showers control as
just to
well.
keep the Fnatic attack at bay.
I mean, that's
Okay, they
important. They
destroy
just
one
wasted
of
a
the
few
trips.
volleys on that one.
He's going to be able to get anything, though. Dirk is too high, Boaster's too low, and the health is
out in the
too
open.
short. And the nade in the lap of Sam, forcing him to swing out, now without damage being taken.
This was a clean round. He's going to save again.
30 seconds.
They're
He
rolling
should
them.
hunt them now.
They're just rolling them.
Yeah.
Chronicles hunting.
Even gets that one as well.
Crashes can't save the gun that he saved in the previous. It's a Prime Gaming flawless at that. And that scoreline that I posited, 10-2, is very
Bingo.
much within reach. 2 rounds left
What's
in
the
this
bingo?
first half. We've gone from Fracture, an insane battle of the minds, to NRG being faced with potentially immediately
Top
an
left.
incredibly difficult comeback in the second half. Even at
NRG's
this point,
second time out.
you already
Bro.
should be calling it a comeback if it comes.
Did he get to
to
save?
fruition.
Interesting debate. He didn't save though, did he? He
Depending on
died.
how things go, the fact that we just saw
We'll never know
NRG
what his
invest their second time out.
intention was.
Right, so they're going without him for the rest of the map.
Can't prove he saved.
An understandable call, though, given the circumstances, given the scenes. They find themselves down 6 on their map pick. On not just their map pick, but a map that has been so prolific for them.
When was the last time Artis used
You're
save
right,
wall?
you
It's a good
mentioned
point.
it
I
at
mean,
the
they haven't
beginning
even
of
been
the
getting the save
Paula,
wall into
this
shower.
has
I don't
historically
really
been
know
a very
why.
good map for Fnatic too. They have
Probably
made
because Fnatic
their
are just
mark
going to
on
weigh it
this
out.
map.
So they know it's
That
kind
was
of
a bit
useless.
ago.
Yeah, I mean, but despite People, you know, doubting this comp a little bit, having a few struggles in the EMEA. This is looking very good. Some of those doubts start to creep away. It wasn't perfect during the regular season from them, but it was good still.
And the thing is, Fnatic struggle on defense side, like when they lost a foot, and Team Liquid as well, was when both teams started fighting backside A. That's how Fnatic lost on Bind against both those teams. NRG's comp is the literal opposite of that. They have like the worst comp to do that. They're going to wall themselves in to stop themselves from doing that.
Waiting for an early flash. Deep flash from Crash. He's down long, zigzagging its way through.
Oh, you're dead.
That is beautiful. And one moment difference there. Artis gets that wall down, and they don't break it for the dog to get that stun. He doesn't get punished. That's crazy. Boaster's got to have the highest kill rate with his orbital strike. I mean, every single time he uses it, it's considered.
Okay, Victor does have ult.
Something that's what makes him so good with it.
Not anymore, though.
Zerka was jumping, and now the showstopper out, clearing the site. Crash uses managed
Bro,
to
they're in here. Durka, your teammates are there.
No. Of course.
Showing off the tech.
They're just gonna save.
That's so hard to land because you know 99% of the time people are hitting a wall on that. NRG once again.
This is hard to watch. It's boring to watch, is what I would say. It looks like a different class of team, to be honest. I didn't think that Fnatic would win. I thought it'd be closer than this.
And they hit with an ult combination that they just can't consider at this point. No. There's way too many things that they're dealing with. Finesse's brain's got to be overheating. On Fracture, I mean, it was such an awesome battle to watch the two. But since that second half, it's been crazy.
Last round before the switch.
And I don't even really feel like
What's the
Fnatic
sleep
on this
schedule
map
looking
is
like?
particularly caring too much about
Pretty rough today.
the specifics of NRG's play. Yeah, they're reacting to it. They're falling back in instances, but this was so nice. And this is a page out of NRG's book. In my mind, NRG's the guys who consistently got value out of Trailblazer stunts from the Sky Dog. Ults like that.
So last round, a Judge, 2 Guardians. They do still have this Razor. I mean, look at the kills, man. Look at the K to Ds.
Unreal.
Everybody's going to get a chance at this op.
Yeah.
On this attack side.
Handing them around.
Chronicle had it, Durka had it, Boaster had it, Alfier. Leo, it's your turn next. Oh wait, you won't even get another chance.
Yeah, poor guy. Unless they hand it off mid-round. Really min-maxing things here. It's just so ominous what you said a couple of rounds ago. The fact that there's a 10-2.
There you go. Nice. Just using the Cypher count to clear that one
on the precipice of it. Showstopper up top.
Oh.
Wow, where did that go? Crashy still gets a kill.
This is big. This is the first. I mean, this is the first time they got the first kill that I can remember in a long time. And now the flank is kind of open.
Yeah, and the late orb is actually going to kind of tell you what's coming right now on the side of NRG.
IGL's battling, and the gun fight goes in favor of Boaster.
Finesse didn't have his gun out.
Oh, Psalm might die to the boom.
Once again, a complete disrespect of Psalm's utility. They're just fearless in pushing past it.
Some might die to the snakebite.
It's just so well considered. Everything is flawless. Everything is perfect.
That pit might be a little early here for Fnatic.
Even that, right? Even Crashies and Victor are on different pages.
Boaster's fragging. Boaster's farming. Meanwhile, NRG, they've been squelched. They've been suffocated. They've been stymied.
Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah.
What a stomp.
10-2. When I first
One more,
started
8 in a row.
up, I didn't really put it in my mind that it was a real possibility. I thought, okay, yeah, maybe. And they just convert in such an, I mean, it looked effortless. One enemy remaining. Absolutely effortless.
I mean,
it's going to be an almost impossible ask for NRG to bring this thing back, but Golden Boy, do you think they can?
This is a pretty bad map. I mean, on 3 of the well, on 2 of the 4
I don't know
halves.
about you
2 of the
guys,
3
but that
halves, they've
looked
been
like good
stomped.
old-fashioned butt whooping. I'm just going to call a spade a spade. NRG getting completely outclassed on Bind, and genuinely, you know, it's not even a, to me, it's not even a composition thing. Fnatic are just out-aiming them.
I think
really.
It has to do with maybe not expecting this kind of preparation, this kind of level coming from Fnatic. And actually, the 2 rounds that they get to me had a lot to do with the Harbor, had to do with with the utility that he was using towards A, and how that was affecting Fnatic. The problem is that was good for like, what, 2 rounds? The moment that Fnatic learned how to work around the timing of the high tie, of how Som was using the cascades, I think that he's the one that needs to step up maybe a little bit when it comes to the
NRG playing like they did towards the end of that half, I think most franchise teams would be on,
this competition
to be honest.
tailored more towards the retake on the defense. I mean, correct me if I'm
That
wrong,
was NRG versus MIBR
the
that we saw towards the end of that half.
lost the defensive half was versus Nav, and it was a 7-5.
Yeah.
Time and time again, Fnatic are being rewarded for this default by an overswing, an overchallenge on one of the extremity.
Like, I mean, they're just playing
value
back.
from
Like,
artists wants to get on the stage.
Yeah, like I said, like you've got last round, you've got Victor and Crashies, 2 players who have played together forever inside of smoke.
Comes down on B-Long.
And Crashies has a flash ready, and Victor just runs through and dies before Crashies even flashes.
It feels like it's a lot of, for a team that we praise for being so good.
You don't need to see anything else. That just tells you they're not even talking to each other. They're just not even talking to each other.
Yeah, exactly. And now in the second half, also the mental, the things not working out, you not getting to the place in the round where you want to be, is going to be very tough, but maybe this is going to be a tool.
Yeah, it could very well be the case. Let's send it back over to Doug and Bala to send us home.
We talked, Ball, at the beginning of the map that it felt like the greatest story that had not been told in Valorant's history, and it's been nothing but a fairy tale.
I'd love to hear comms in games like this. Yeah, no team ever posts the comms when they get absolutely destroyed.
The 8 rounds in a row. Now NRG are on attack. You lose this pistol. I mean, wrap it up, bro.
They got the Cypher set up for B, but then they've got a triple stack here.
See if that story includes a comeback. Here
Pretty
comes the
passive
hit
hold
section
by
on the
Fnatic.
site. The dog does clear a lot. They should get the plant.
Energy getting roasted on medium heat for 45 minutes until golden brown.
Freedom there.
You can almost see the pathing.
They're not even hitting the site though right now, and you actually do still have Chronicle here.
They're still here. They don't bite on this at
Oh
all.
my god.
With the classic too, I thought it was a ghost at first when he first took down the first player. Artist left wondering, where did everybody go? Like John Travolta.
Ball is cooking with some of these things. He said Jova before.
What should be a tempting fake. And Fnatic just so disciplined.
And they've still got the cam
so
for this.
well considered.
I mean, they kind of did. Okay, the high tide actually cut off the spike, but Molly's come in. It should outlast it.
And they put the Trailblazer right in front of it too to clear it. Dude, Fnatic are playing borderline perfect Valorant.
He got it. He's escaped. No, he didn't. What?
They didn't get it. And now they don't have time.
So close.
He felt like
Now
he
they
was on
have to
top
come
of
to
it.
this site. Like Artist has to take the TP and they just have to. That was their chance. GG.
Artist now joins the fray with 10
If they
seconds
can't plant,
left.
they're.
And utility on the other side. They
They
have
haven't
to
even
dump
got a
out
kill.
blood, and they do so into
So
their
they're gonna have to
deaths.
force
A prime
with no
gaming
plant
flawless
money,
for Fnatic.
no kill money.
Dude, I'm betting he thought the same thing I thought. Because Artist stood on that A site the entire time, holding that space so that they could fall back into it. And then once he jumped up in the window, he was like, we got to just try to jump out, I guess.
Yeah, I'd love to see again his attempt to get it. Obviously, this essentially secured the round, but
he's so
he was standing right next to it.
One enemy remaining.
To be so close yet so far.
Well, you know what's coming right now. NRG has to force. Absolutely
so
got to get something going right now.
Pretty bad force.
And it's straight down into Lamps.
Come down to shore.
It's a good start. It looks like Alfir was just, ooh.
And there you go, there's the Cypher. This is what they're built to beat, though.
The trip was great. Alfir's setup was actually a little late.
Yeah, exactly.
But the trip was great. Even in the face of the Cascade, Chronicle just
Chronicle getting a
goes.
bit tasty. But maybe that's because they're 11-2. Take the
An
TP.
attempt at flipping the map from the
No,
attacking side. They take the teleporter. They leave Finesse
No
behind.
Viper
See if
wall.
he can cut off any rotates.
And they do start to rotate.
Because it looks like they want to rotate back towards him.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Victor just stays in Lamps, holds that space. Derek is going to be able to return just in time for them to start taking that front of sight.
And look at this, Fnatic just barely fight, but you're right. Dirk is back.
There's only one player here right now. They still thought that there might have been a double step back.
A stinger though.
But Boaster will now have this flank. Victor in spawn. Can he take down Leo? Coming around the corner right now. Crucial fight.
Victor on it.
Nice.
Damage done. Still has a stinger though. Is Dirk
these two are in a weird spot.
Can he pick it up?
That's the shot they needed from Crashies.
They're going to be able to convert this for us unless Dirk wins a 1v2. The tap on the spike, the reposition. Victor showing a little leg, giving him a little bait. Crashies I mean, they're just like gnats. They're just annoying him. They're being pests. And they're securing the round.
Okay, they do get a round.
Upgrade to a Bulldog for Crashies too. Off of Boaster's body, down short. They needed it. And they got it. That's 3 light buys. Well, the full force right there, obviously, but the only thing they can buy is stingers. Yeah. That's 3 light buy wins for NRG so far in this series.
I think that, you know,
there's one thing to walk away with after it. Maybe that's the success
Chronicle
point
there
for
in
NRG,
that
which
spot.
isn't really a major
Getting
part of their
little
toolkit.
greedy. I mean, he was kind of in a bit of a greedy spot anyway.
Last year, they were one of the few teams who really just never bought any sheriffs. They just
rough
always
buy
stuck
here.
with classic
Has
ecos.
his Bulldog.
Push through Hookah right now.
Big clash. The flash, the turn! That shot was gross!
That's got to be an accident.
That should have never happened.
When you're down 11-3, though, better lucky than good, I guess.
Maybe playing against Fnatic overall, better lucky than good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not even enough. It's ridiculous. These guys look just so
Oh, baller, don't call it lucky. The NA fans on Reddit are going to tell you it wasn't luck. It's actually all NA. That's how we play in NA.
See that attack side wall from Sam and the cams above it. Well, it's only one spotted, but you know here, given everything else that you're hearing, where the hit is. See the flash shoot, they want to try to fight back side.
So they do try and push
they
him
managed
deep.
to get what they were looking for. Alfie, our sheriff.
Oh,
my goodness, like this?
One bullet.
With the neural theft, he knows where he is and he pushes, but Sam's
my
there to
goodness.
greet.
Yo, I can't believe he goes for that with 1 bullet.
Low-key, I do.
The guy's been hitting almost every shot, so yeah, gotta respect it. Here's that first, I mean.
Nah.
That's how we play in NA. That's how we play in NA.
Spike planted.
New patch, that won't happen. That's just crazy. Oh, that would have been one of the clutches of the century.
Yep.
I don't care what game.
That's word at EXE right there.
That would have been insane.
Okay, Crashies has ult.
NRG managed to white knuckle their way to 4 rounds. But it's still so comfortably in favor of Fnatic.
There's no stress at all for the Fnatic players.
And they're chilling.
They're as loose as can be.
Okay, and they think we're going for the fight. They know the 2 people were there.
Anytime there's a chance for NRG to get back into it. He's the guy who's shutting it down, almost did it again. Multiple 3vX situations that Alfir was a part of on that first half. And you need to be using that dog to get up short. There's too many trips to get through.
They're up in U-Haul.
What the hell was
Victor
that?
taking care of Durka. That was off
I guess
the Trailblazer
he
setup.
had to take. Well, we gotta put the wall
They
up.
pushed him through, but he just kind of ran out willy-nilly, not expecting them to
What?
still be in the default setup. Just gives advantage here for NRG. They're really working the map. You've seen multiple times now where it's late fakes.
Sam grabbing the orb. And now dumping util.
I've got your track.
Leo's playing to get walled up. No. He doesn't actually go for the wall. Artis made a misclicked. There's a slow on top. Artis!
He's pushing right into him.
Wait, what just happened?
Who's
With
he
10
playing for?
seconds left, I don't know that NRG are going to be able to get out.
He just had a meltdown.
Alfie are still here. And Alfie gets 2. Chronicle gets the last, and that's
There's a
series
traitor
point for
amongst us.
Fnatic.
No, but Doug, what just happened?
That's your job to describe, man.
Artis just had a mental breakdown on stage. The Sage Wall comes out, and then the self-slow as well.
He put a wall and a slow and a
Just
jump.
spraying him down. On top of that, running through the Viper Wall. Look, what is that wall? The game is over when a mistake like that is made. Not in playoffs.
It's so funny.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's getting an earful right now from Finesse.
I don't even know. How did the slow end up here? I think it must have bounced off his wall.
Final attempt here.
How the hell did the slow end up in the choke?
Final attempt.
How he missed it that bad? What gives a replay?
A scattered by. Salmon crashes with the weapons.
Like,
trying to consider how to break this.
Was he trying to do a wall like this? Because he had his wall out from back here. Is he trying to get like above this? Like that makes some sense. But the slow.
Unfortunately for them, crashes.
Slow. Like, okay.
It's starting to creep up, but he's got one of the Vandals.
I think he must have tried to aim it towards elbow. Missed. And this game's
positioning
over.
is just perfect. Just around the corner, understanding that if someone gets up to box, he'll have the sightline on that. Victor's going aggressive for him! What on earth?
He still
I mean,
gets
it's
the kill.
over. It's just 2 left for NRG.
Oh, Artis has gotten on the site.
Okay, they punish Fnatic for being a bit overzealous here.
Much more util coming
still, he
in
only
from
has
the
a
side of Fnatic.
Spectre.
They just started the retake.
He's pushing Spawn with the Spectre. The potential to leave Crashies alone is exactly what takes place. He has a rifle.
Okay, GG.
So it'd have to be a 1v4 to pull this thing off, to keep the series going. And that just seems impossible. And it exactly is. Durka with 3, and on the graves of the fallen, Fnatic raise their flag.
That round, I need Artis' POV. I have no idea what happened.
Way too easy.
Well, bit of a wake-up call for NRG.
Way too easy. 13-4, a 10-2 half. You're not supposed to have dominance like that against a storied team like NRG. And you're certainly not supposed to have it in your first showing against the reigning champions.
It wasn't the most boring series we've seen.
For NRG and the NRG faithful. They've been there before, but recovering from that is tough. Knowing if they want a chance at this, they need to come back and beat the team that they just lost to here. Fnatic definitely look poised to go crazy. Simba!
There's so many different adjectives you can use to describe this Fnatic roster, man.
Is that the flag they're raising on the Fallen?
You can call them meticulous, you can call them aggressive, you can call them prepared, you can call them disciplined. I mean, the list just keeps going. You could write an acrostic about them.
It's crazy. And they come into this as favorites. Maybe doubts about what their form is going to look like, yada, yada, yada. They leave this series in their first playoff games absolutely again as favorites. With big challengers still.
And what should the run be about?
But one thing I know for sure, winner of this tournament is going to have to beat this team.
One enemy remaining.
It is the team to beat. And if NRG can't even come close.
Certified TMV Gigabanger. I did think, like, I was running through the possibilities in my head. I actually thought that everything was on the cards. I could have seen a stomp either way. But I was hoping for a good game.
Chronicles
but like, when you've got two teams like this, a stomp is still kind of interesting because it's kind of like, oh, NRG got stomped. You know, so it's still kind of like a bit interesting.
Continues to look as one of the most flexible star
like,
duelists.
it wasn't fun to watch, but it'd be fun to talk about, like, oh,
and I mean, because they don't have a star duelist that can play both Jet and Raze, but Durka fills all the boxes for that.
Dude, things like
Should we run it? No, I'll do a rant. I just need to know what to rant about. Or am I free to rant about whatever?
Into short where Durka was up high and Boaster drops down low. All of those little things. They just do it. They do it. There are a couple things here because not only do they do it perfectly, but they do it regularly.
And I'm left watching these highlights.
Rant about the need for
forget about
visas.
Bind somehow. Erase my memory because the fracture battle was insane. But why would you want to forget this when Fnatic looks so insane? This moment definitely ended the comeback for NRG possibility, at least.
Slow.
What a game.
What a series. 13-4, a 2-0 win for
Chronicle
Fnatic.
did
They
use revive spin
absolutely
the last round.
obliterate NRG. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Okay. What am I going to rant about? I'm going to rant about tomatoes being fruit. No, I'm going to rant about generational divides. I'm going to rant about generational divides. And here's what I mean. Because it's become, you might have heard a common little thing called okay boomer. Right? Now, I'm going to assume that most of us in this chat are actually a part of the same generation. We would be classed as the sort of, you know, similar. Or on either ends of kind of, you know, a cutoff or whatever. But pretty much the same. Right? Most of you were born from, I'm going to guess, 1995 to 2005. So we'll be within that 10-year gap, so it'll be somewhat the same. I would call people born from 95 to 2005, we're kind of the first people who, like, had, like, internet in our life for most of, like, when we were, you know, cognizant of what was going on in the world. Here's the problem, right? Because you see a lot of, if you go anywhere on the internet, you know, these days, a lot of kiddies, or a lot of people our age, will, you know, be talking about, you know, boomers this, you know, they don't realize how easy they had it, all of that kind of stuff. And look, don't get me wrong, they did have it easier, right? In fact, the way it was set up was always going to be the case. The boomers would have it easier, right? Do you know why?
This is Valorant Heritage.
My Drac with the Prime sub. Do you know why? Because it's in the name. Baby boomers. There's more of them than everyone else. Of course they had it easier. Because guess what? When there's more of you than everyone else, when the generations look like this in a country, right, which in most Western countries, this is kind of what it's looking like.
Valorant.
Right? There's a lot of baby boomers, and then slightly less of the next generation, and then slightly less of the next generation, and then slightly less of the next generation. Well, the generation with the most people, they're the ones that hold the power in terms of what parties they vote for, you know, who gets elected in government and stuff like that. You know, they generally are going to vote for people that are same age as them, right? People who they connect with, who are of a similar age and demographic to them. So, like, right now, how old are the leaders, right, in America? You got Joe Biden, who's, like, on his deathbed nearly, and Trump, who hopefully will be on his deathbed soon. So, you know, you've got, like, but, you know, follow it through, and basically the politicians have always been on a similar age to, you know, the baby boomers. And the thing is, they can all, you know, when they were young, they could vote left and, you know, get all the benefits of the social stuff and all the, you know, social housing and stuff like that. And then as they've gotten older, you know, they can go progressively more and more right. And in, you know, about 20 years or so, you know, most of the baby boomers will be dead. And there'll be this kind of big shift, but it'll be a kind of unfair shift where inheritance is going to become very important in kind of, you know, a lot of the middle classes and whatever, based on how well your kind of baby boomers did. You know, did they do better than the average baby boomer, or did they do worse? Because then their inheritance is going to be better or worse, and that might impact you and how, you know, how well you can then do, all that kind of stuff. But the problem with all of this is, all of this generational hate takes us away from what the true problems are. The true problems is not the generational divide. The true problems is not the 1%. It's not even really the 0.1%. It's the 0.01%. These fuckers, this is the cause of the world's problems, right? I hear people talking about, oh, the 1% this, the 1% that. Fuck the 1%. The 1% in your country, like, let's say you're an American, right? The 1%, yeah, they're a millionaire. But they still pay tax. And they still, you know, yeah, they're probably like a business owner or something like that, right? But they aren't your enemy, right? They might live a slightly nicer life than you, but they aren't your enemy. These fuckers are your enemy. These are the people with billions. There is no need for a human being to have $1 billion. You cannot even think of enough shit to buy with $1 billion. There is not enough shit to buy with $1 billion. It just simply does not. And then you've got people with many billions. Look, and you know, I'm Canada man. I'm not you know, like a hard left wing crazy person. You know, I'm not. I'd say I mean, by American standards, I probably am, but by European standards, I would say I'm, you know, slightly left of center. But like, you know, nothing crazy. By American standards, that is crazy. Because, by the way, if you think that you're a left-wing in America, you're actually kind of right-wing in Europe. You have to be pretty left-wing in America to be like, you know, left-wing Europe. But it's the 0.01%. But this is the thing. They've made this thing like, oh, it's a generational divide. Some baby boomer who owns their house, why are they a fucking problem for you? These people have billions. Like, if these people, like, did not exist, if we killed these people and shared their wealth about, or put it into, you know, like, community projects and whatnot, you would very quickly realize, oh, wait, my life is a lot better all of a sudden. Hold on. What's going on? And this is my plea to you. If you are a serial killer, would it be possible for you to, like, you know, kill the 0.01%? Like, you know, there's maybe one of you in there. There's maybe one of you in there.
Time and time again.
It was truly a dismantling.
That is a joke, by the way. Don't kill anyone.
NRG and Fnatic, they just clicked heads incredibly well and had incredible coordination. But I actually do want to hear a little bit more from the players. We actually do have, let's see, who's over there? Ah, it's my boy Durka standing by for the Rise of post-match interview with the
This is a United.
On the other side.
We'll watch the interview.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and the Des. I'm joined by Durka here from Fnatic. Durka, congratulations. Now, over your career, you have never played against NRG, which I think is crazy. Now you have. What did you think of that match?
You went too far? Okay, Jacko Lampu, definite
like
billionaire.
And I've been wanting to play them for a long time, and I wanted that win too, because they have been a huge core and like a really good team over the past like 2-3 years.
Now, on Bind, I feel like before the Icebox Fnatic era, everybody said that you were the best team on Bind. Now Bind is back in the pool. Do you think that you can take that title and again be the best team?
Yeah, sure. Our Bind is good. We like the map. I think everybody likes the map, and we really did a lot of work on it. I'm having a lot of fun. And like, I think me, Boster, and Minim missed the map a lot.
Do PRX have something? Not that I know.
We're glad to be back.
You played Sova on Bind, Chamber on Bind, Raze on Bind. What's your favorite? What's been the most fun?
I think Chamber. I got
Really?
PP from B to A all the time.
Oh, there we
And
go.
I was calling the map too, so it was fun for me.
On the defense side, right?
Oh,
yeah.
PRX going out. Is something
Minnie
there?
spoke a little bit about Leo's calling on Fracture. So talk us through about, you know, what Leo brings to the team and how does that work? Like, does Leo give some mid-round calls?
Yeah, Leo gives good mid-round calls. He remembers really good the anti-strats and reactions that we have to do, or like if certain players does this, or we can do this instead.
Again,
So
just to
like,
clarify for the
and
Twitch
also, like,
person out there.
Tells us what to do or when we should like.
That was not legal
because he has
advice.
more
Don't
information
kill anyone.
As initiator, and I think he's super good at it.
Well, very great asset to have.
Not
Thank
that I think
you
you
so
could,
much,
to be
Durka,
honest.
for joining me, and best
You'd
of
have
luck
to
in your
infiltrate
next
the
game. We're going to throw to the Farm
multi-billionaire
Gaming post-match
circle.
highlights here, but on the back of that, we're going to be bringing you PRX versus DRX.
It's the
Wait, Annihilation, did I say the 10 months? I don't think I did.
Object. Two teams who have never had their paths crossed before, but they find themselves at a crossroads.
Yeah, this is not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer.
For what can only be considered one of the greatest matches that we're going to be served. It's NRG, it's Fnatic.
In fact, as we know, this stream is a devout Christian stream, and like, you know, do not kill is like the 6th, 10th commandment.
Dude, I'm jealous of myself.
You know, they came up with like 5 of them before do not kill.
Watching these two teams.
And off of the pace of Fnatic are showing, NRG is going to try to fill with some of their own on the southern side, but they've got to be able to hold them back for now. On the side, in the sand, Durka drawing all over the place and getting the kills that he needs. The first half was a brawl, but the second half felt like all Fnatic all the way, and they take Fracture 13-9.
Absolutely it was. And the trades come in from Alpha, yes. Pinpoint, accuracy, top of the box.
Finesse in a 1v2. He's healthy, he's got a fan of
Name
Monster
all
now,
of the
not
10
nearly as
commandments.
lucky. He gets one, he gets both.
I don't think I know do not kill. One's like do not kill. Do not
Doing well to keep him back. He's gotten 2, he gets
do
3.
not sleep with another man's wife or
It's a
something.
trap. Do they check him? No, they don't. It's just one though. And the Singer's
The
just
Sabbath
not
is
enough in that
holy.
scenario.
Do not take any other gods. Look how insecure God is, by the way. Don't take any other gods. Wait, does that mean that God is acknowledging that other gods exist?
On the graves of the fallen, Fnatic raise their flag.
Oh, false gods. Oh, it's false gods. That's true. So God does not think that other gods exist. But no, I am, in terms of my religious, I like to say we're all agnostic. That's what that's what I like to say. But I do not live my life by any of the major religions. Egg what? No, agnostic. Agnostic means you don't know if there's a God. Which deep down I think is true for everyone. Not agnostic. Oh, by the way, I started playing some Sova. Is there what's the best Odin skin? Don't say Reaver. Agnostic? Well, that wouldn't really work, would it? Agnostic. Getting a lot of glitch pops. Default? What should we do? We could play, oh, let's watch this first.
United States $1 bill. It's just over a tenth of a millimeter thick. So what if you had 1 million of them? 1 million.
Why have you sent me an hour-long video? I thought it was gonna be. Watch the first 30 seconds. Link it again. Can we see the bingo? This is what the bingo currently looks like. Watch it 2 times speed. This is the bingo currently.
This is a United States $1 bill. It's just over a tenth of a millimeter thick. So what if you had 1 million of them? 1 million US dollars stacked up into the sky. How tall would that stack be? Well, I mean, first of all, it would fall over. So let's say instead that you put that stack on its side. One after the other, lined up, not edge to edge, but just stacked up. How long would that stack be? Well, it'd be about the length of a US football field or a UK football pitch. So that's the distance that I'm going to walk right now. And as we go, have a think about just how much money that is. We passed $10,000 within my first couple of steps back there, and that's more money than the average annual wage in a lot of the world. Now, there's a money clock on screen tied to the GPS in this camera, so the numbers should be about right as we go. A lot of folks have created visualizations of the difference between a million and a billion. Humphrey Yang on TikTok did a great one with grains of rice, and Ren at Corridor Digital did this spectacular visual effects demonstration. But where I think those visualizations fall down is that they rely on volume, they rely on three-dimensional stuff, and that's just not something that the human brain is particularly good at. It's just not intuitive that if you multiply the height, width and depth of a cube by 10, then the volume increases by 1,000. Yes, mathematically obvious if you know the formula, but intuitively, it's just not that easy to actually understand. If you really want to understand the difference between a million and a billion, then you need something one-dimensional. You need distance. So, I'm going to drive the length of $1 billion. Doesn't feel like it should take that long, right? After all, I walked to $1 million in a minute or so. How long can it take to get to a billion?
Why are there random parts that people are watching?
Fast roads?
The A28 towards Margate. So he drives for an hour to get to a billion. There you go. That's the difference. This, isn't this also a kind of bad way of showing it because it takes him an hour? Who's going to watch the full hour? I hope he's not talking whilst driving. There is Great Britain. Two times speed. Well, let's see what they've got on VLR. On VLR he's playing. Hold on. Copium.
I'm back, baby.
Troyai with the tier 1. Thank you for the 2 months. Let's play Ranked because we need to for the bingo. So, I need what on Ranked? 5+ stars. Ooh, pressure. Hold on, we got another one.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I.
How does this help me visualize what a billion is? Okay, rank the 1.
Oh. Backside.
Oh.
Yeah,
The aim's pretty clean.
Thinking man's Valor Castley cosplaying here when.
Noltaz with the 7 months.
Yeah, why?
I'm gonna go diamond. Let's go. That one I thought was relatively easy.
Opponent killed. Here. Here.
This is Valorant. Heritage.
Shriya with the prime.
Spike planted. Last
Little
player
1v3.
standing.
Oh, the little Kang shake. Is it Kang?
Rest.
One enemy remaining.
3 down.
Bronze or silver? I'm gonna go silver. Oh, it was bronze. Well, gotta get 2 on this one then.
Dobra.
A to co masz, pograj se.
Dobra, ja wychodzę z tej gry już, mam w tego bana.
Did bro just leave?
A co masz, pograj se.
Dobra, ja wychodzę z tej gry, już mam wywalone w tego pana.
My man just left.
Siema.
Oh, maybe he left the disco as well. Maybe.
Świetnie.
Was that a swear in my Christian stream? No, he did just quit.
One enemy remaining.
Feelings. Time for a break.
I'm pissed.
Okay, we gotta get this for the bingo. So we'll just watch it once over.
One enemy remaining.
Feelings. Time for a break.
Gotta go bronze. How everyone else guessed. We'll never know. There you go, though. Put it on. Best Polish player. Like... Canada man even here anymore?
A really fast aggression, and DRX is very controlled.
Yeah, and let's talk about
Okay.
the comms as well.
DRX
I am so
versus
jealous of
Paper
the
X.
talent in the VCT Pacifics. I get to cast and watch Paper X play every single week because Kukuka
would die.
We don't get comms like this, and we don't get the agents that they play.
Yeah, exactly. I think that I completely agree with you, Bella. When I was about reviewing this team, and when I was watching throughout the
BK,
season,
I'm not clicking
in
any
so
of the
many
links.
instances, I was like, is this for real? Like, did I tune in at the wrong time? What am I watching here?
Yeah.
But it is actually the fact that even they're playing weird composition, the micros, the combos that they do with Sky, with Reyna.
See, that might make the map beat a bit harder as well.
That I think happened to
I mean, there's
to
no point in
DRX
like
and probably
analyzing
happens
Paper
against
Rex
right now.
because
It's the kind of thing that is
playing with a
very
different
weird
team.
to be prepared for, because it's very unlikely that you're going to be pracking against a team that does this kind of things.
Yeah, you never know when
Sag
the
123 with the 3
all
months.
your attention. I mean, you're seeing some of these clips.
Remember, the loser of this
Jing
plays
is able to get
NRG,
active
so
because you have these ideas to have this double duelist constantly happening, and we did see for a moment there Cigarette's going to be playing instead of something here. It's going to be big shoes to fill because he is so impactful in all those little micro
okay, yeah,
aggressions.
let's do the map, Vito. So DRX are obviously going to ban Lotus. That's a given. That's a free one. And Paper X will ban probably Haven still. I assume. Be weird if they didn't. It would also be a good ban against DRX, so it makes sense. DRX will then pick. What would they pick against you? Oh, how did it go in the grand final? You picked Ascent. What did you pick here? Picked Bind. But you're not going to pick Bind. And DRX. Do they pick Fracture? Do they pick Pearl? Do they pick Split? I'm going to say they pick Pearl. And Paper Rex will pick... I don't even know. I think they're going to pick Bind. And DRX will pick... What have we got left? We got Fracture, Ascent, and Split. You'll ban Split, you'll ban Ascent. And we'll get Fracture. No, you'll ban... You'll ban Fracture. Go Ascent.
Yeah, I think that maybe is one of the easy solutions. I don't think that's the one that you should go for. I think you should start going for some harder solutions, because for me, Forsaken, while he maybe didn't have to play that duelist role, he wasn't the focus of the team, he was somebody who also reinvented himself, right? Became really flexible, able to play the Killjoy, able to play one of the most unique Harbors out of any Harbor player in a way that really enables PRX to continue to do just wacky things. Here he is on Neon enabling them. It's just so important that he stays flexible in my mind.
Yeah, and here we can see the comparison between 2022 and 2023. We know that is a very extensive list, but I think that also something that he was saying during the promo video that we had at the beginning of the day is like, we just play that this is a ranked. And of course, in ranked, I play a lot of different things, so anything can work. Of course, I think that also coming here into international stage, when you have so many people that are succeeding and excelling at their roles and the agents that they play, I think that keeping up the level is going to be a little bit complicated, but Forsaken is the only one that will make it look easy.
It's funny because I look at the list, the comparison between the two sides there, 2022 and 2023, and I'm like, wow, he's played the same amount of agents, but because PRX is just so troll. They just do anything. It doesn't matter. So low key, it doesn't really matter what we think about what CGRS is going to play, whether it's going to be Gecko. He grinds ranked a lot with Gecko. They're going to throw whatever. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I just think that Forsaken is such a key player for them, because he not only changed his role and played those new agents he didn't play last year. Kukuka, he was incredible
to the 70/30 split
exactly. So that is
Thank you for the tier 1. Yes, that is a step closer. Although I guess it was just, really it's just a step together because it's your 3rd month. So you already counted in my initial one. But thank you nonetheless. I need that for that 70/30 split. If I don't get permaban.
Everybody feels like the eyes are on him being like, okay, so what are you going to do now?
Who's going to report that? Who disagrees other than that one guy?
Issue as well, Bala, because
who's standing up for the poor billionaires out there? You know what I mean?
The Jing, Forsaken and Divide kind of split those responsibilities.
Who will speak on behalf of the billionaires?
Which is just giving Forsaken even more stuff to do.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because something was a key part when you heard them talking about like coming up with some ideas. So yeah, I think everybody adds a little bit of their flavor, and it's been working really well. So I'm not thinking that's a major issue here, but there is a lot more pressure put on Forsaken, put on Jing, those types of guys.
Well, you guys heard from us already. Let's hear from the players themselves. Here is Forsaken and Mind Freak.
What if it's a troll and something walks on stage? That is massive copium. The copium is unreal in some of this chat.
So we decided to
what if he turns up last second like an anime?
Which is we bring something into the team, and I feel like when we play
and just as they're doing the walkouts,
he
comes out
stronger with him because now we have firepower.
Hello guys, I'm Marlion Hart, known as Mind Freak in game, and I'm from Team PRX. We kinda trying to adjust to our sub, which is Cigarettes, because he need to step in because one of our players cannot get the visa in time, and yeah, I think so far so good.
So I think from the qualified into the playoff, it's been a long journey and it's been tough for PRX. I think having something on the team is really benefit for the team because he play without fear. He plays so confident with his aim. I'm the flexible role now and it's also new for me, and I think I have to like learn more about flexible role, and I hope I can do better as well. When I was playing Duelist, I just shoot people around, but now I play on flexible role like Sentinel or like Initiator. With the flexible role, you cannot push like crazy because utility support is important for the team. So I think that's the like biggest difference. So I have to be more disciplined and play with the team as well.
I kind of feel a bit nostalgic because all the players is almost the same, right? Like Fnatic, Navi is the old FPX, and then Liquid. Some of the Liquid members are like Gambit. We met them in Berlin. Then from NA is like NRG and Loud. We met them like how many times? I can't remember in any events. It's like all the same players all over again.
I would say all of the playstyle is a bit similar like last time because PRX is always be chaotic. In every tournament, it's always gonna be chaotic and it's gonna be fun to watch PRX.
I mean, of course, every team wants to win, right? We're trying so many times in Masters and the best one that we get only like 2nd place. So I think we want to leave it the trophy in Masters. We'll see. We're just trying our best.
I mean, it's such a shame because this might be their best chance.
We talk about teams that haven't won a trophy yet.
Right, like this genuinely might be their best chance. They were coming in, they were kind of frying.
Oh yeah,
they were feeling confident.
I think that they have some crazy runs that they have been
you know,
on the spotlight
they were playing well.
Once, and I think that we could say the same about their opponents today.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about DRX. I mean, you guys spoke a little bit about maybe this is a good
Could we
time
see a Euro
for
comp here
PRX
on
to play
Bind?
against DRX.
The reason I've got them picking Bind is because you could play Gecko on Bind, right? And just add that in. And just replace the Reyna in their comp with a Gecko and kind of be the same. That's why I thought that they'd pick Bind.
DRX not looking
it's because when they're like, their Bind comp.
Like they have some internal issues, and I think we can
right, where
obviously
they're playing
see
like
that
Brim, Reyna, Raze, Sky, Harbor. Like you can just replace the Reyna with a Gecko, and it's like, yeah,
that is continuing to be a question mark for people where they played Foxy9 all season long. And for me, I look at DRX against PRX, and I think you might need to fight fire with fire and use Foxy9 in that method. But it didn't work out in the upper bracket final, and yeah, I think that they're reeling from that decision.
Yeah, they still have that decision to make today, but I think it's just surprising to see that we have a tournament where DRX are not favorites, and the spotlight is not on them, and they barely made it out of groups.
But they still did. It's
DRX. They still did.
They still did. And speaking of DRX, they are standing by with Sideshow right now. Let's see what they had to say.
Marco, can I get you for a quick word? Thank you. Okay, we've got Jen here for the interview too. You've played against PRX a lot recently. Are you feeling more confident in getting the win this time around?
이제 PRX 상대로 올해 많은 경기를 펼쳤는데 이번에 복수하고 승리할 자신이 있나요?
사실 그 전까지 컨디션이 별로 안 좋았어가지고 졌던
He
것
almost gave it
같은데
to Mako first.
요즘은 저희 선수들 모두 다 폼도 올라고 컨디션도 좋기 때문에 이번에는 이길 것 같아요.
I think the times when we lost to PRX, we weren't really feeling it on that day, but I feel like everyone is in a prime form, we're in a good form, and we're feeling okay today, so I think we're going to beat them with no problem.
Sounds good. Thank you very much for the interview. Well, I'll let you get back to the rest of your team.
Ooh, those are big words. If he had said that normally, I'd be like, yeah, of course they're going to say that. But Volley, you mentioned Zest versus Foxy9. It is going to be Zest today. Mako seems to think that that's, I guess, is working out for them. They're very, very confident.
He says they feel good. Yeah. And if they feel good, I guess that means the DRX is going to be good. Not like the entire group stage. It was just constant struggles for them and slow starts, which you don't see from DRX over and over. I mean, every single group stage, they come out with fire, with heat. Even in games against PRX to open things up, they always look good. So you can't be confident.
Did you know Brent Sideshow actually met when Brent saved the damsel who Sideshow had tied to a railroad track? I did not know that.
Trying things out. To me, DRX have still this question of
how did they actually
when
meet?
It's actually better to play one, what to do with the other. We saw rosters like football is moving completely away from having 6
What's the law? What's the flat chat law?
The best out of that version. It feels like DRX still has that pending issue, that pending homework coming into this tournament. It is going to be CES, but obviously that affects the rest of the team. Now, is it going to be, is what they have prepared going to be ready for today?
It's really interesting to me because I think everywhere across, other than like EG when they put in Demon 1 to start things off, all the other 6-man rosters are not here at Tokyo. They're struggling to move forward, and I think DRX is learning that. The funny part, though, is they learned this already back at Masters Berlin when they had Lakia, where they tried to sub him in. It's the exact same situation where it's like, what is the actual idea here with the 6-man roster?
I miss those days. I miss those days. Well, the pressure seems to be on DRX. We have seen this in the past, and this is how Mako reacted to that in a post-match interview back at VCT Pacific.
사실 그 전까지 좀 많이 힘들었어가지고 그냥 조금 울먹거리는 것 같아요. 근데 그래서 지금 기분은 되게 좋으면서도 그간에 이제 있었던 일들 생각하니까 조금 생각이 나가지고 그랬던 것 같아요.
I mean, Kukuka, you can understand why he was getting emotional, especially being the player that does have to dig them out of every single hole when they're not doing well.
And also, everybody loves Mako. Everybody admires Mako. Everybody, has at least him on the list of the best controllers in the world. And I think that he feels that personal responsibility of, with all these changes going around, I have to be consistent. I have to be keeping this up. And not only myself, I have to pull everybody back up.
Yeah, sure. And particularly in this matchup, right? When you think of how to deal with PRX, you think of, let's slow things down, let's be a little bit more cautious, let's try to use defaults to our advantage, try to spring the traps. Mako's the guy who's consistently being under pressure in those moments because that's what that play style requires. Other players like Zest too, I think, fit in that type of style, and I think that DRX in general and historically fit in that type of style. But it puts a lot on Mako, and especially when you see the form of Buzz and RB and just stacks even you could add into the group stage, it's very fluctuating. It's variable all over the place, whereas Mako is that guy who has to consistently be there for this team over and over.
Yeah, and a lot of them have been pretty open with what they've been going through and how they feel. Here is Stacks as well, giving us his thoughts on fighting through the group stage before this rematch against PRX.
Wait, I just noticed that Kakuka has my glasses. Well, you might want to go and get them off her then.
그리고 2, 3맵은 저희가 이제 진짜 완벽한 커뮤니케이션, 완벽한 팀 플레이로 해서 이긴 것 같아서 기분은 좋아요. 베스트를 다시 넣게 돼서 넣고 이겨서 다행이고 플레이오프 못 갈 것 같다라고 생각한 적은 없습니다. 솔직하게 말하면은 어쩔 때 한 번씩 뭐 긴장될 거나 뭔가 조금 압박받을 때 있기는 한데 너무 많이 국제대회를 경험해봤고 그리고 이제 우리가 이제 할 것만 한다면 된다는 마인드이기 때문에
Kieran's 9982 with the 3 months.
CGRS dropped 60.
Imagine if they just had a sub who's like actually also a top 10 player in the world and he's just they just signed this Thai streamer, this Thai content creator, and he's actually just one of the best players in the world.
제가 최고의 선수라고 자신 있게 말할 수 있을 때는 제가 세계 최고의 세계 무대에서 타이틀을 땄을 때일 것 같고요. 언제든 세계 무대에서 우승 트로피를 딸 때까지 포기하지 않을 예정입니다.
I mean, this is the thing. Stack said it. They were dethroned. They are no longer the kings of Pacifics. And Kakuka, I want to quickly talk about a map pool because we've seen DRX already in the group stage. They played a lot of maps. And in that grand finals against PRX, do you think the maps that we saw there are we going to see again here? Do PRX lean into those?
I mean, the thing is that PRX did have a couple of bans for that one, and DRX could not ban.
Has he ever gone 7 out of 7?
As I said,
many times.
PRX had to
I can count on 2 hands how many times I got 7 out of 7.
I think that this is going to be very close. Maybe it has to do with comfort on both sides, depending on who's going to be playing. Because we have to think of CGRS, like how is that going to fit? And if he's going to be playing, maybe he feels very comfortable on Lotus, and he's like, okay, either this or Fracture. Like I really want to do it, and I think that comes into play.
I think that's the key point, right? How do you want to fit in CGRS, and how do you actually
you can count 0
or
on 2
how much
hands.
do you care that he's there?
Right.
Like,
that's
you don't
I've
want
got
to
7 out of 7 6
you
times.
do have an element of trying to get prepped with
6
the ideas.
times.
For me, PRX is always a team that doesn't have deep strat books, but they have deep ideas. They have so many. They have a list.
We
of
started
things
this
like,
about
it'd
a
be
year
cool
ago.
If we stunned like this, it'd be cool if we
be
did
honest,
this.
I think Masters
and
Copenhagen
they
was
are
the
able
first
to
time I did it.
capitalize on that. They practice those like little micro plays, and that is what makes it look like they have an expansive. I mean, you can combo any little thing. And that is really, really tough
How many this tournament?
to get used
I haven't
to
got
as
any this
a,
tournament.
player who's coming in if you haven't practiced those specific maps. But it does allow you to end up being super flexible with that because it doesn't have to learn all these protocols, right? He just learns.
I got
okay,
1
these
in
are the types of
Copenhagen,
things that you
1 in
guys like
Champs
to do.
last year,
So
2 at
it does
Lock-In,
take a little bit of
and
time,
2
but thankfully
during the
they
kind
have
of
had time,
seasons
right? They've
of
known for a while that something is not going to play. They've known for a while that everybody's been here since the beginning of the group stage. They've been watching everything, and that's a lot of time to get up to speed and scrim. And you saw what Sometime did for Fnatic here. They looked insane in that first match.
I've got many
I
5
love
out of
the
7.
point that you both made about, you know, the change of game plan. They should just be focusing on maps that CGRS is a little bit more comfortable in because Kakuka, if we remember back in EMEA, Harmy, Kamek, Zeish, Weber, what they all, every single team unanimously said when they had to sub, what they unanimously said when they had to sub someone in was, we had to limit our map pool and just focus on 1 or 2
Only
because
0
we
out of
just don't
7?
have the time and resources
Yeah,
to try
I don't
and
get
7
many
maps
0
out.
out
It
of
doesn't
7.
make sense.
I haven't counted
so
them,
Kakuka,
but
do you
it's
feel
not
like maybe
many.
that changes things for PRX?
Yeah, I think that this is a very special situation
You could probably
because
count it on 3
PRX
hands
had
or 4
a one
hands.
strong IGL that has been head-to-head.
When are they adding
with the
Roadhog
coach,
to
just
Valorant? Well,
thinking
maybe
everything
next.
out, have very
Agent.
clear compositions and a very clear idea of how they want to interpret the entirety of the map pool as having a very clear playstyle. I think it would be something different. To me, it really feels like
I was trying to think of, like,
everybody is getting.
What
is
would
bringing
I
something
make
onto the
for an
table, being
agent
like,
that's
okay,
kind of like-
I'm playing this agent, so I'm just going to prepare.
Like, what
and
would I
the
do
rest
as like a
going to be playing
each competitor.
I'm going to prepare
I
some
was thinking,
combos.
what if
Let's
you-
prepare some micros that we can just execute on the spot.
I think the point that
What
I've
if you
always been
made
trying
an
to make
agent
about
that had a
PRX
clear
is
see-through
no matter
wall
what we
instead?
think they should do, they're always going to try to do the opposite.
Right?
Like literally look
What-
out
what's
for
he
what
called
the
in-
opposite is. I wouldn't be
in
surprised if
Overwatch?
they listen
What's
to,
the
like,
guy
some of
called who
pundits
can, like,
that
put
say,
walls
"Oh,
out,
okay,
like,
we're just
far
gonna do
away
the
from him?
opposite." Unless it's Brendan,
And
they
puts,
just
like,
play
a
Harbor
clear
Viper
wall
on
there?
Ascent when he asks for it.
What's that guy
There's
called?
moments like that. It just, to me, proves that PRX is super flexible.
Well, they banned
Sigma,
Haven
yes.
and Split the last time.
What if you
they
had,
played
like,
against
that in
DRX, but that was
Valorant,
not
and it was
on
like
the
a clear-through
international
wall?
Stage. They're about to face each
So you
other
could see
now.
through it.
Let's send it down to the coaches and find out the picks and bans and the maps we're going to be seeing today.
An anonymous gifter gave a tier 1 to TMV Crypto.
On playoffs, since you guys joined us. So you'll be higher seed coming into this. Do you want Team A or Team B? Team B. Okay, so DRX, you will be Team A, and we'll start with your first band. Lotus, your band. And so map number 1 from DRX. Split, side on split.
Split.
Map number 2. Bind, side on bind. Attack. So we're gonna go next to the band, starting with DRX. We have Ascent, Fracture, and Pearl. And Ascent, your band, you have Fracture and Pearl. Band Pearl. Map number 3 is going to be Fracture, DRX, side on Fracture. Okay, going through this, make sure we're all good to go. First set of bands, we have Lotus and Haven. Map number 1 is Split with PRX.
It's tough when you don't
Map
know
number
what
2 is
Paper
Bind
X
with DRX
are going to feel
attack. Next set
confident
of bands are Ascent and Pearl.
I did have
Cider,
them
map number 3 will
having
be
Fracture at the
with
last,
DRX
but
attack. Good?
I wouldn't have
Alright.
had DRX picking Split. Show match is going to be team deathmatch? What, just one game?
DRX.
Imagine if something does just come out. Imagine if something gets done. Imagine, right? Paper X walk out, and then all of a sudden you hear like the cracking noise, and then something comes out with like Stone Cold Steve Austin with the hat, and he's cracking the beers, and he's going like that, and he comes out, and he points, and then he gets on the stage, and he Stone Cold stunners CGRS, and CGRS is just like gone. And CGRS just lies in the middle of the stage for like the rest of the...
But both weakened in their own ways. One without their star player, the other not in peak form. Bala and Kakuka. Who takes it though? Which one has the bigger disadvantage, do you think?
This is such a crazy rematch to have in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, something 316.
The disadvantage aside, I think both these teams right now are looking to find their form as fast as possible, because not only is this an important match, but this side of the bracket is so difficult. So it means a lot. 3 matches
Like right now.
in the last month is crazy, and they really know each other regardless of who's playing.
Yeah, Kakuka, the winner plays Fnatic, the loser plays NRG.
No, it's definitely not going to be an easy one, but you know, let's take things one step at a time. You know, PaperX might have found the success in the region, but they need to prove it in the international stage. We know that maybe not everything
Yeah,
is
or
on their
no,
favor,
even
but
better
they
would be an
still
Undertaker
have a lot of
bomb.
people
You
cheering
just
for
go,
them.
you see it,
Let's talk about the map
boom,
beaters. We
the
are gonna
lights
get
go
the
out and
split,
all
the
that.
one map that,
And then somehow there's like loads of people
DRX
dressed in
that grand
cloaks with
final,
like
and,
torches that
DRX
are like
still
lighting the
have a
way like the
split
Undertaker
here,
used to have
Where do
sometimes.
you guys want to go with this first?
Boom.
DRX,
And then all of a sudden
I
it's
wanna
just
go
like
DRX.
CGRS on the
This is
ground
the
and
map
something's
that
just standing
Foxy
over him
Nine
as the
shows
lights
best
come back on.
performances on. His movement on this map was perfect
Bong.
on that raise, and now you're gonna potentially who put Buzz on the raise, put RB on the raise. It's like very, very different in terms of what they want to go. And we didn't see that in the grand finals. So.
And not only that, if you're going to get rid of that double duelist,
Okay, old man. The Undertaker like retired
Well, let's
what,
take
like
a look
last
at the
year?
Prime Gaming Agent Select. I mean, CGRS is playing the Sky. Forsaken's slotted right into something's roll with the Jet.
It's the regular double duelist for PaperX, but look at DRX's comp. This is like the old like mech ideas with the neon, the old
so it's the same combo with just this flip.
This for a long time, so they've been
so this is like
and
meta,
I'm really
basically.
excited to watch.
I'm excited to see that Sky on the side of PRX. We were talking about the Gecko. We needed some initiating power. I love the
This
fact
counts
that
an IGL and Julius? No, Devi is their IGL.
Positions are very, very strong. Of course, the
Devi was there for the
main
map
difference is going
vetoes,
to be between that
so
Neon
Devi is their
and,
IGL.
and the Jet, but there's going to be a lot of walls, a lot of smokes, and I am just praying for our servers.
Yeah, but Forsaken's Sky has been exceptional this
It
season.
is RB
I
Neon.
don't know
It's a
how
very
I feel about taking him off of that, but then again,
interesting.
could CGRS play the Jet though in this situation? It had to be Forsaken.
Yeah, it had to be Forsaken, but again, that's the kind of thing that they're trying to go away from. Like, he was limiting them when he was not flexible because of how passive he was playing as the Jet. So it's good to see, you know, the OG duo back together in terms of the Jet Rays for Jing and Forsaken, but that's not necessarily the direction that I want to see PRX, especially in the long term.
Well, this is going to be a crazy split. I can't believe the comms we've just gotten as well. Let's send this down to your casters and see what they think. Here's Sideshow and Brent.
No, but like I understand, like yeah, the comms.
Put up your ball, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I mean,
this time.
What? Oh, come on.
This is a Pacific rematch, but at a global event.
Oh.
Yeah, but we're
right,
the guys.
Okay,
You chumps.
Oh,
Get off.
okay,
You
all
guys
right.
suck. Get off.
Get out of here.
Oh,
Okay.
they just want to take every DRX
Every
PRX
DRX
game.
PRX game.
It's
every
unbelievable.
single time. I mean, they just shoved us off. We had to just come in here and kick them out.
I know.
Anyway,
It's
let's
unreal.
get into this. I want to have some fun with it as well.
This is going to be a game,
It's
Brad.
going to be
This
a
is
game.
going to be a game.
You could go into this with some nuance. You could go into this with some critical thinking. And like, well, you know, the chess match, the revenge for DRX, blah, 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 whatever else. Listen, mate, something's not here. They're playing with a sub. DRX have got roster problems. There's inconsistency with it. There's so many questions, but it's going to be a brawl. We've seen the agents select double duelists, a new comp for DRX.
How many
I just want to get
split
into this.
games
I
we
hope
got?
it's
Feels like
going
we
to
haven't
be
had many splits.
explosive.
Yeah, DRX should really be the favorites here to take revenge with something gone. And also the composition that they're running, it's not that different to the traditional Jet Rays double duelist situation. They've also had a lot of history in the past of running RB on Neon.
Yeah.
On
They have started doing it
even
for the
too,
players.
but never as part of a double duelist setup. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think the Neon stuns should be able to get...
Yeah, I'm interested to see what
value on this
DRX
map.
could up
Well,
with.
you can do the thinking. I'll just watch the game and talk over it, I think, Josh. About the theory of it all. It's a deep push down mid here with a flash to re-clear. Forsaken also taking a couple of shots off. He's still got the dash active. Does he want to make another go of it? Just the once and backs away.
Yeah, but he's the only
The
person
old
over
pistol
there.
round
Instead, the
fake.
rest of this is coming into Marco.
Yeah,
who's
he's
sat
seeing
with
it.
just a classic. Has to give the sight. By the way, Devi's got a sheriff in this round, so why not?
I mean, I love it. Fast plays around. RB's trying to catch, again, just the backhead ahead of Forsaken when he's rotating back. The plant's already down. What's the post-plant position it looks like? They want to refight up a ramp already. It's going to be 5 players stacked up towards main, and they're trying to fight for control of this one. Nobody is left onto the site. Got the one pull.
That stun is quite nice.
Yeah, one pull for the spikes. So they still have a bit of time pressure as
No
well.
one from PRX on the side.
Yeah, no one from PRX at all on the side. They do only have the one pull. They have to clear this. RB is gone down.
Still
Buzz, though, has to stand his ground, has to spray them down. He does claim the one.
Fine.
Already, players are weak, sticking onto the diffusers. Yes, but they don't have control of main. This
Nice from
Minecraft to
PRX.
clean it up. Absolute
Good round.
chaos.
Wonderful. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, PRX are always going to have moves like this. They love dynamic post plants, which means that they don't just go into these same
That was a nice
positions
round.
at the end, you know, one in elbow, one at round.
It took DRX
that
quite a
kind
while
of
to
thing.
clear the site.
Creating crossfires.
One
They like to
enemy
move
remaining.
around in post plant
Well, no,
situations.
the time is
and
already
put
so
pressure
low.
on the retakers. It's one of their biggest strengths and something that I think a lot of other teams in the world need to catch up with. DRX included. But what a start there as Mindfreak picks up 3.
Yeah, what a beginning. I mean, by all of our
The old
expectations.
go B call.
Now, something was doing so much for this team. There we go. Bit of an aggressive play on the eco round here for the DRX as they try and clear through, but they have just been
Very clean.
turned into mincemeat, haven't they? But yeah, all expectations, you know, just to finish the point that I started, really should be that DRX are taking this series, but a strong start for PRX. They've only had 10 days of practice, Josh. You asked Alex earlier.
Yeah. Yep. And, you know, Alex likes to be humble. He likes to underplay things, but he did say could have gone better. Now, CGRS is coming in here to play Initiator. You heard from the desk earlier a little bit of a breakdown of this player, and he is mostly a Gecko main. but he has been known to play some of the other initiators, and obviously picking up the.
I mean, the thing is here on Split, like, you know, the comp like is gonna fit, right? Everyone's on a roll where they probably feel comfortable, so.
Because he's replacing something on a jet.
You know, this is actually probably not too bad for them. They're probably pretty happy they picked Split, to be honest. Like, if I had to guess.
Sometimes when he picks up Duelist, his brain turns off. He said he plays brain dead when he plays Duelist, and he's actually quite liked playing the flex role because it forces him to think and call more, and he thinks he plays better like that.
Okay, again, it's going to be a straight B hit. Now, normally when you're playing against this comp, this Astro will be pretty passive.
Evenly spread as a satchel with the flash as well. It's all combined together, and yeah, they're not wasting time. Stars have to be activated. Buzz seeks to again reinforce it up. That boom bot was again just drifting around the corner. This nade sailing this way, that way.
He's in the right city for it, that boom bot.
Absolutely. The snake bites at the feet though will slow this one down. PRX get a bit bogged in the choke.
And this would be a nice round for one of the PRX players to have started over at A and get a lurk off. You see, RB and Stax considering it because the rotate was extremely fast from DRX. Devi, I mean, he's heading in that direction, but he's going to take a long time to create any pressure over on the A side.
About 50 seconds in a round, though.
CGRS sends in the flash, which means he doesn't have one now for another 30 seconds, I think. That was the timer. That takes away a big tool and doesn't really tell him too much. But it looks like Devi's going to be the player that's supposed to open this site up for them. Yeah. The spike is just so far away.
The goal is, what it seems at least, PRX make noise towards B, send in the flash, spam there.
I don't think he's got time. Does he have time to go all the way here?
Which is quite successful. You can see the DRX players.
It's very dangerous crossing RB here. I mean, he might just jiggle and back up. Now he's going to stun and refight, and that's going to make it hard for Mindfreak to cross with the spike.
Yeah, that's a really great decision. Recrossing up onto the angle. There's 12 seconds remaining. The spike is dropped down.
The flash timing was just slightly a bit late. I'm not sure if he had a flash or not. You just saved it.
So a successful bonus round for DRX. You know, the aggression at the beginning towards B main doesn't quite pay off. They couldn't grab the openings like they were hoping for.
And PRX will throw in these kind of ideas where, you know, you don't know whether they're going to explode instantly or whether it's just a play for B main control. Well, I feel like most teams in the tournament, Brent, run a lot of slow rounds, and then they'll use that to occasionally throw in a fast one to throw you off. It is the opposite with PRX. They will throw fast round after fast round and then throw in a slow one, and suddenly you're like, wait, where'd they go?
Exactly.
Where'd they go?
The crazy thing about PRX is I thought they were going to trend away from this playstyle. Playing fast 80% of the time after, you know, after Copenhagen.
Yes, yeah.
When they lost in the finals.
But so that's clearly a highlight of this is like
further in.
Point of the map they feel like they can exploit, maybe try and get these Astra Stars out.
Cracked prospects you could possibly find. Gutting that he hasn't been able to make it here for their first match, but PRX will be looking to try and do what FBX did at Copenhagen, in fact, since you bring up the tournament. So this one is slow. This one's slower.
Yeah, really just put the pace down to a bit of a crawl. RB playing that common heaven position as well. Normally you see, you know, Jet and Sky players, they will play here with the double duelist comps.
Again, we have not seen much action towards mid at all. I think you'll hear him running this way. Yeah, the rotates start coming in. This is big from Buzz.
Taking a significant amount of space towards ramp.
Should be very hard for PRX now.
Heaven here because Buzz is on the monster lurk.
Oh yeah, he's got the timing through sewers. I mean, he's going to be able to surely get a kill. It's all about the timings, though. They're already exploding out into the side. Stacks with the anchoring. He spots many. Buzz just trying to get a knife out to play his timing, but footsteps abound. Enough noise cues were made, but it is cleaned up.
Enough.
Mako just
massive round from Buzz to push mid there, punish him for that.
Buzz makes the play, though, that wins the round, in my opinion, even though he doesn't find a kill off the back of it. The info play with him and Mako doing that mid-round deep push down mid. They get all of the information in the world, and Stax is ready to collect this. He informs Mako to rotate too. I mean, DRX knew what was happening here. And that's going to be part of this match, is that... You've already won the round, man. You don't have to be mad about it. There's so much history between these two teams. So much. They've played 9 maps. This will be the 10th this year.
Yeah. That's part of the reason as well when the, well, enough about a bracket I was about to discuss. There's already a fast play out with a showstopper. Jing in there, not getting too much value. The dash then comes in a little bit later. It's the 1-2 punch of the duelist and attempted a trade, but Buzz just is that guy. Rocket online, fires it into the smoke, blind fire, but the rest of his team now starting to converge on the position.
I think that's where you're missing some of this like initiator utility coming in.
Maybe he can get a bit of space here towards Heaven. Tap through the wall.
Nice ideas. I think he's giving Buzz a haircut, but the spike is down in no man's land.
Oh, if Divine gets that kill.
Land, it's actually DRX's land. It's very deep in enemy territory.
Absolutely.
And it's Buzz that has won them this round, assuming Mind Freak isn't going to be able to commit some
And
kind of
this will probably be a save after this one for PRX. It won't be a bad save, but it'll be a save.
Oh my god, the timing there is just so brutal. RB threw down his... Yeah, threw down the fast line and then just looked the opposite way.
Unless...
The one, Mind Freak though on 47.
Just come together though, this is good from DRX.
It's a doubled up high-low setup. He actually spots both of them, hoping for it, but no. Straight through the wall to the cranium, that's Buzz.
Good from DRX there in the 2v1.
When fast B hits come in, there's just so much utility that can be used to try and slow them down. Now Buzz, of course, he's got his nade that he can use at the beginning.
Jing might be a bit disappointed he didn't get that trade.
It is,
stun as well.
But they also have the volleys as well that aren't really being baited out. I'd like to see PRX, I think, explore towards mid a little bit and try and drag out some util before they go into the big fast hits.
Got to remember that PRX are working on a very low amount of practice here with this version of the roster. The way that Forsaken and Jing take fights a lot of the time is heavily influenced by an aggressive Sky player. Some maps that's going to be Forsaken, some maps that's going to be Defy, but you know, CGRS just doesn't have that level of practice with the team. We were talking about it with DRX in all of their previous games, how difficult it is for them when they chop and change the scrim times and the match times with Foxy9 and with Zest. Well, it's even more difficult, I think, with PRX because they don't have a large history of playing with CGRS in the roster.
It's one of them though where you're like,
kind of
I don't,
to slip on it.
if DRX win, they're not going to beat Fnatic. If PRX win and then something comes, maybe they have a chance. But if PRX win and then they don't have something, then they don't have a chance to beat Fnatic.
It's taken Forsaken off of that kind of like the third player.
I have not seen the EG post game
with you. In a lot of compositions. I mean, we'll have to see later on if they stick with it. But yeah, it's kind of like, you know, to put him back, thrusting him into the limelight with the duelist role. And you know, as we've said before, Forsaken said he sometimes loses his brain off when he's playing Jet. When he's playing as primary duelist, it causes him to almost regress in terms of that and his calling capabilities.
It's going to be a thrifty here for PRX. Divide the underplay with a rifle. And they're going to start out slow, just contacting behind this wall by the look of things.
This is normally what you see a lot from this
really
kind of comp.
And this is where RB's Neon looks great, because those stuns, I mean, he can get away quickly, sure, but he could also stun to refight in that situation, which Jet can't particularly.
Yeah, repositions back towards Heaven.
I do like this comp for DRX though.
Dash backwards.
I'm excited to see their attack side.
Play for his life here. Jing is quite pushed up. RB seems to be quite aware of the possibility. Another stun. Minute down. All the players.
Again, I like the DRX. They're punishing Paper. This is probably because they know PRX and they know that this thing is kind of likely. They don't do this nearly enough against other teams.
Most likely still sticking around.
If they did this against other teams, they'd be so much better.
Taking a bit of space into Heaven. What is the path going to be here? You just never know with PRX. Ready for them though with the snake bite. Buzz, crossfire setup. Inside the smoke in his face. The nade there. They're trying to chase him all the way down. Satchels to avoid and adjust.
What the hell is this round?
Mako goes for a bit of re-exploration. Mind Freak was holding that down and he's still in position. He's dinking players all over the place. It's a real test for the observers. How are you going to catch all of this? It's all over the place, man.
Come down to Zest.
Zesto with the rifle.
I guess. Well, I say only gets two. Two is good.
Over towards B. Time was running short. They're going to be able to get this plant. And Mind Freak, look at this guy.
Wow.
Like a fox in the pen.
It's ridiculous.
Emil Pole with the 4 months.
Of all of these players,
welcome back.
Zest on his push through B main.
Well, that was a very chaotic round.
Sensible, nice read. PRX, chaos, anarchy. Let's try and really mess with their protocols. Push into spawn, prompts this play. Buzz gets caught.
That was a very weird round. So they came A ramp, they push spawn, Devi goes through vents.
Freaking their minds.
They really just could not remove him.
That's an amazing thrifty to get PRX back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very weird round, but
already the series just is, I mean, it's fun. It's fun, man. Always is
Okay, finally a bit of a mid default. So that's probably what I mean. Alex will be happy that they won that round.
There's the
But, you know,
exploration in mid, so I was talking about this a little bit earlier.
this is what the timeout would have been for.
They do have to use their Trailblazer because of it, but they don't take any space. They're just backing away here.
Look how aggressive DRX are on the defense. Whether it's B main or A main, they're constantly prodding and looking to see whether.
Yeah, as I said, if they were this aggressive in other games, they'd be so much better.
Is he just going to tuck in this corner? It's a nice spot to play with a judge, to be fair. So maybe the action will happen over on A ramp instead.
Mindfreak might choose to take adjustment. RB, well, by jumping up in the air, firing off the molly. He was an easy target. Inside the smoke, though, Forsaken is leading the charge for his team. So he's taken up that space already. They've gained access to the site, but they don't have heaven control.
Okay, they got the late lurk from Mindfreak.
Spike planted safe behind the position. Have to use the Seekers now, letting that one loose. Gives him a bit of notice in terms of where some of these players might be.
Mindfreak only had 1 star and he used it to smoke heaven, so he doesn't have a pull on the plant right now.
Silent drops down, makes a bit of noise
Ooh,
here. Cosmic
interesting
Divide
Astral.
cuts through into the site. Now you start to see it. DRX moving forwards, high ground position. Forsaken still holding it. He's got
Nice
the dash
trade.
back and enabled. Brought down though, but the trades are online
This is
for them.
Mako,
It's left just down to Mako. Lovely
King
movement.
wins it.
Slight
Okay,
jiggle there
Paper
from
Rex,
Jinx.
maybe they've come to play.
Beautifully for the aim duel.
PRX are really finding their openings around the map.
Really nice in the post plan there from Forsaken and Jing.
It feels currently like a battle between the Raze players in terms of who gets more impact in the round. Jing's been good for it.
One enemy remaining.
DRX are trying to play aggressive up at the extremities because that's really good if PRX stack one side of the map, as they're prone to do. But actually, what that also means is that sometimes Stacks and RB aren't in the greatest position to hard anchor the site. And they just kind of get bullied away and access is given.
Hey, DRX take a timeout.
Being used, this time on the side of DRX here. So both teams have used 1 at this point.
I do wonder how this will change now with the timeout because, like I said, I wanted to see PRX, explore a little bit into mid, pull the util out, and then re-explore another area of the map afterwards. It worked out in that round.
DRX have got a tough decision here on whether to force up too.
They do.
Yeah. RB has his ultimate, but other than that, the economy's a bit stretched. So
I mean,
they might also
again,
take
Loud
this time
might
out
have a
to
pretty
discuss
easy
some
run
kind of
here as well.
tactic that's going to allow
So this
RB
game.
to use his ult at the beginning of the round and push aggressively. There, take a look at the money on the bottom left. We'll see whether they invest into this or go for a half buy. Yeah, it looks like a...
half armor. Everybody can buy for next.
Well, yeah, and it is a half buy. They've got 2 stingers and a judge here, so they haven't gone...
Got 2 rifles though. We'll see if they pop the pit. Mako's kind of in a position where he might.
But maybe they don't have fast plays like that in their playbook.
Yeah. But remember as well, as we've been mentioning, DRX with this roster, it's been chopped and changed, and the amount of preparation and practice.
No, he just throws down the ult.
Theory is quite limited. Zest with a jiggle peek. Oh my god, they are so fast up, and the crosshair placement. Forsaken, it's on point with it. Dashing forwards though, Judge in the hand of Buzz. He's dash, stun, still takes the aim duel.
Gets 2.
Straight up close, and he shreds them with the pellets.
Mako's got 1 as well.
Claims 2 kills for his team. How does this get salvaged? Divide round the back as well. The tight squeeze.
Oh, but Divide.
All the remaining players as DRX attempt
With
to
the mid
flood
lurk,
in.
and it was just going
Shut down.
one way, then the other.
Face from Divide towards the end. Feels like Forsaken's waking up in
By
his
a
entry
judge.
role too. He started this map
Judge is
1
good.
and 4. Since then, he's gone 4 and 1. So exactly opposite level of performance. Another round where Buzz has outsized impact, but DRX still not able to close it out. But we're going to head into a rifle round after this. Remember, that was just a half buy for DRX, despite the fact that they had some dangerous weaponry on board. And this is now 3 in the round that they need to find an answer.
CGRS does have a kill. To be fair, I think he's done fine, to be honest.
Flash misses, I think, actually. I went towards the left instead of
Say that, and he misses
through
the
the main
flash.
choke. Still PRX not shying away from it. They want to try and play fast. The Boombot spots it. That's just through the smoke. Jing! Can't be getting away with that, man. Get out of here. The showstopper. It's an easy one. 3 kills in the round.
Well,
that's unholy.
What is he doing?
That always helps.
Running and gunning with the Vandal, a mockery.
Well, that's that round over. You got no chance.
There's nothing really to say about that one.
Through a Viper wall.
Yeah, we'll see if 6.11 fixes it.
I mean, that's off the Boombot as well. He does have an idea that there's somebody there. It's a good read, too, to realize that people are playing that close by. But, yeah, when the bullets are going perfectly like that, it's PRX's day, I guess.
Do they hunt? I mean, they could.
Guys. I really do, because they're in this kind of situation And a lot of people are looking at it thinking, there's actually a little gun barrel that pokes through there too. So a lot of people are looking at DRX thinking, well, I mean, they've got a great setup here. They get to play against PRX with one of their best players, if not their best player missing. This should be a nice path through to have a banger match against Fnatic. But actually, I think all of the pressure is on them here. If they win, it doesn't really prove anything. It's not a full strength versus
What are the
full
games
strength
tomorrow?
matchup.
Like,
It's
what are the
great for them
next
to be able
games?
to advance through the bracket, but it doesn't really feel as sweet, I would imagine, the revenge.
Oh, so they'd have to play
But
tomorrow.
also, if they
Oh, no.
lose, it's a disaster. It's
No,
a
if they
very
lose,
tough
they have to play
position. It's
tomorrow.
kind
If
of
they win,
a lose-lose.
they actually get an extra day.
Yeah, going down to
So
that
who
lower
knows?
bracket. I mean, the
And
competition
of
has
course,
never been
they'd
higher
then be still in the
than
tournament in
any
the lowers as
international
well. If they win.
The caliber and quality of these teams, just the lower bracket. I mean, you've got Loud waiting down there, man. I mean, it's
So a lot of
crazy.
focus towards.
So,
I mean, look at the
another
players
half
from
life
DRX here.
Do still have the danger. They kept the two rifles going. That dog does connect right around the side. Stacks is spotted. Still maintains his control. They want to try and refight this. That's the old overdrive. Ripped down in the hands. RB is going to try and open it up with a bit of galvanizing. Still, it's Forsaken on the high ground position. A flash play. Smoke at his feet. There's danger in it. Everybody's running out of bullets. And it's just silly.
I mean, that's amazing stuff. I really respect the discipline there from PRX too. They had an opportunity to dive into the site and try and punish Stacks, who got tagged by the Trailblazer, and instead they knew that there was a reactive play happening over towards A-Ram. And they paused for a moment and made sure they
It's just
fully
a big
dealt with
fight.
Just feeling like he has to make a play.
And there it is,
So many
7-3.
rounds left in
I mean, what a half
that
for
rifle as well. He
PRX.
will fall.
And so far,
This is just
PRX
pure
are winning
whimsy
almost
buff.
all of their rounds by just battering A. It's just A ramp pressure, A main pressure. And DRX can't figure out a way to hold on.
I mean, they need to go for the
thought
Viper
that-
spit on A, I
thought that
think.
Neon here would be extremely useful to land some deep stuns in and be able to just take fights. And instead, they can't find the right timings to be able to do that kind of stuff.
Just the mid-game love heart. That's a new one instead of the fist bump. I like it. Coordination.
A
Okay.
change up here,
Forsaken
though,
gets
in
an
terms
AWP
of
as
the
well.
default.
Oh.
And almost pays dividends instantly.
Yeah, Forsaken trying to punish it. I imagine getting a read as well, knowing that Zest has been jump spotting that early on. Swaps it out though. That was just operator to his side, still has the rifle as well. And this is quite slow and spread out. Making noise in almost every area of the map. It's only Devi who's really playing quite slowly, trying to creep up towards A main.
What do you think of the pilot
Look at timing
skin?
there,
I think
actually.
it's a
Devi's
bad
calling that
skin.
the Trailblazer was just used. If he dodges this flash, he doesn't. Okay. Could be problematic.
Seekers
Gets
would be
caught,
big here.
But he did call that the dog didn't see. They forced out the Seekers. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much the entirety of the util being used by Stacks.
One
But they
guy
still want to go off
destroys
of
it.
this. RB.
Still, they were all
Position as
coming
well,
this way.
closer, trying to anchor onto the side. The knives out now with the dog. Satchels forwards. Over the top. Up in the air. The right click with the regen. Still damage
They're
is
just
done.
frying
And
it.
it is
They're
2
just
for
frying it.
Forsaken.
Plus gets one back.
Right
It's always
back at it.
CDRS.
3 for Forsaken on 4 the ace. What more can he do? There's the trade. Where's the fifth? He wants it. He can feel it. Zest shuts it down.
I mean, it's a 1v2.
1v3. The pit drop down. Doesn't know what a crossfire position
Oh
is.
my.
Isolate one of the fight. Here's just Devi. 1 versus
And
1.
through, going for an ace.
Devi low on a 4 HP. A bit of spam will do it. Zest. What a moment to come alive. Denying the ace and potentially grabbing the round. Just needs a bit of luck. There's no shot. With the Phantom, the spam. 20 bullets left inside. Time running so damn short now with the decay kicking in. Devi. Blessed by Lady Luck, hasn't he? Really getting away with that.
They just can't win. That's
Any
so
one of those
unlucky for
bullets
Zest.
could have
I mean,
landed,
any
and it would have
one
been
bullet hits him.
Absolutely miraculous round from Zest, but
If you want proof that God is a PRX fan, contrast that round to where Jin got 2 up in A heaven by spamming through the Viper wall. Some days, it just ain't working for you. And Zest, I think he played that as well as he really could, spamming reasonable positions, just couldn't quite catch Devi.
and again, fast towards A. Satchel laid down ahead of time. There's a stun actually used to push this back, but there was a flash on top of that, so...
Yeah, they pit B main.
Both the stuns actually being used now. Again, updraft. Ground position here. Jink eager to take a fight. It's RB who swings into him, actually. What timing!
They still win that
Rips out
fight.
the gun in time.
How's he managed that?
And Buzz falls. Is he going to be that difference maker? Stack's close position where he's anchoring, not winning the aim duel, not against Forsaken. This guy is
Why are they pitting B main?
Any attempt.
Forsaken's individual turn-up has absolutely flipped my expectations for this team without something on its head.
Oh my god.
How dangerous this duo looks. 15 kills apiece for Forsaken and Jing.
They're feeling it.
Wow.
9-2-3. I mean, it's
that's just
sheer
crazy.
domination on the half. DRX unable to withstand any of that A main pressure.
Why not click on this stupid EG thing?
Playing Edward or Liquid next, do you have any preferences? You know, what's the game plan going forward?
Don't care.
You're going to be
expecting things to go. I'm not too sure, but DRX going to be.
I mean, what are you expecting to say?
So let's send it down to the desk to break it down so far.
Thank you very much, Sideshow and Bran. We were worried about something not being here, but Bala, did we all just forget that Forsaken exists?
That's a good question, because this guy dominated 2 4Ks, in the last 2 rounds? Just insane stuff from him. It's the type of level that you remember from back in the day when Forsaken was that guy on this team.
He's still that guy, but let's take a look at Verizon high-speed moment from that half. Round 8, Kakuka, talk me through this.
Yeah, exactly. I believe this is one of the executes that we're going to get for PRX. I thought that there was a lot of them. Of course, Forsaken is going to be the first one in, but he's not the only force. Buzz is going to find a couple of kills here, but everything happens in the gist of what, like 30 seconds, an entire round. Everybody is rotating. The sandwich comes also from mid, and the round is over.
Now, this will be an attack-sided game.
I just love how they're able to
you would think based off the comps. But 9-3 is pretty good.
It's just so perfect in that situation.
And obviously, if they win
that
pistol,
is the type of thing that is constantly so good with
should be
PRX,
fine.
and that is working. You're seeing multiple 2vx situations, 3vx situations that DRX is not having a way back into these rounds.
We have seen the score line before. I think that things can change now on the attack. We were talking about the Neon and how
getting punished for that
that's going
skin,
to
I
have
agree.
an impact. We need to
Like,
see
their
the
attack
stand-up
side
from
obviously should be pretty good.
Now translated to Buzz and RB. I think that RB had a better idea at the beginning of the map, but as it was moving forward, I feel like the intention that he had on A, he wasn't really accomplishing, and Stax was burning utility way too fast to actually last for the entirety of the round.
I mean, you're asking a lot here on this 9-3 half for this comp from DRX. I think it's just a worse version of the Jet Raise that actually works out here on this attack. It's a very tough task.
I mean, we're
going
to
see
see
your
what
own
they
bind.
can
No,
do, right?
I think they're probably going to play.
Back to Sideshow and Bran.
Yeah, let's find out as well. I mean, it really does feel, as the desk was saying, quite, plug and play, removing the Jet. You put RB on a comfort role of the Neon.
I think
Neon in the past on Split when it was a solo duelist comp.
I think they'll just play their comp, but with Rain and swap
but
for
we'll see just how good it is and how fleshed out it is on this attack
I think that
side
just
now.
makes sense.
In theory, lots of
you
stuff
still
that
get
you
the
can
flash.
do, but with how PRX are
If anything,
playing,
it's probably a bit of a
and
better
how
comp, let's be real. But
on point Forsaken and Jing are.
obviously, it'll be a downgrade
task.
without something. But
They did play Split in the regular season. DRX ended up coming out on top, but that was when PRX had just started moving their roster around a long, long time ago. We know the history of these two teams and the history of the rivalry.
It's going to be a very
really no
different look to this.
And
PRX played super
even those
fast.
slim expectations we were thinking about have not played out. The pressure's on DRX here. Very different tempo to start. An extremely spread default.
If we dog now, yeah, that's going to give a lot of info.
Into B main. So they feel confident about taking this. Did that see something? It feels like it might have just popped up a couple question marks.
Flash is good though. Right, yeah, they flood over. They know that mid is clear, so this has to probably be a B hit.
Flash also confirming the suspicions.
DRX, I think, know that as well, because they heard the dog, so they know that PRX will have rotated. So that this is why they're kind of double thinking it. Maybe taking a bit of pause, hoping that this guy rotates back.
Now looking like a 3-2.
And Forsaken's very deep in A main, which means PRX are allowed to put 3 on B.
Interesting stun. Rebounds towards the side as a glide and a nade used
in
response here. A lot of damage done. RB's going to be low. Nade of their own. Buzz using it, but no one's actually really popping out of the smoke. They're waiting for Mako and Zest to get in position. It's really disjointed here. Jing being shot from behind. No one was covering his back.
For the mid.
The slow play.
Why have we got a rain? Why the hell have we got a
Time was running so damn short there, but
on
do a good
defense.
job,
On
DRX.
attack,
They cut noise.
I can maybe
whether
forgive it.
intentional or not, really, I mean, I think it was just because
On
they were forced
defense,
to wait for the heaven players.
you're giga trolling.
But the timing worked out.
Yeah.
And again, patience being beneficial.
Against the
for
double
both of these
duelist
teams.
comp, your best side tanker,
Forsaken
you've gone for a
player
share.
who's putting pressure over in A.
What are you doing? I mean, it
Try
wouldn't
and
matter,
win a
but
1v5 here, which I think is going to just be a little past him. Well,
spotted out where the potential reswing was, but yeah, 30 health.
Extraordinarily difficult situation, and a very good start here for DRX in this half.
Okay, DRX needed that
obviously
pistol.
needed the pistol to
And
mount
they got
any
it.
kind of a comeback. Yep. I think the desk might be right with this being, you know, attack-sided on split. You saw the stats as well, that they tend to win about 60% of their time. I think a little more than that on the attack side. Historically, this is a fantastic map for DRX. It used to be, you know, back when they were Vision Strikers in the very early days, it used to be their absolute best. I think they still boast something like a 90% win rate all time on split. But of course, the theme of this match does seem to be, history doesn't really matter. It's what happens today.
And expectations, toss them out the window because, really, I mean, everything was against PRX. Still plenty more of the map, though, to go, potentially, so
absolutely.
See if DRX can turn the tide. I mean, they get that pistol around, like you said. Pretty important.
And CGRS is going to be a player that is taxed quite a lot on defense, I think. On the attack side, as we see DRX going into B,
Okay,
on the
should be
attack
good.
side, CGRS is just going to be feeding, you know, utility for his duelists and can rely on Forsaken and Jing calling that. I think mostly Forsaken calling that out. But on defense, CGRS is going to be asked to do a bit more on his own, especially if Forsaken dies early in a round, or if he's having to hard anchor A. He's got to pick his timings for the defensive info utility. Definitely something to keep track of.
Trying to get themselves in the satchel with a shorty up close, but everybody's getting mowed down here. Interesting that, yeah, PRX, they don't go for... Okay.
Classic beam.
Damage done, but time is running so low. That's a shorty. Not the weapon of choice, but take whatever you can get. But yeah, interesting that they didn't opt to, you know, wait and spawn, go down to the spike, send it all flying, hoping that maybe they could make it a bit winnable, but...
So they do lose one Bulldog, though.
PRX have never lacked ambition.
Yeah, they certainly haven't.
They will go for them.
Yeah.
So, DRX with a chance to convert some kind of bonus. This is where you would usually see DRX cooking up some kind of set play, where both duelists barrel down mid into male, or they explode
Okay,
onto
heavy
the A
stack
side.
on the B side against the
Thus
bonus.
far, it has been quite slow for their attack side. Oh, here comes RB.
Okay, here we go. Stuns, flashes. Absolutely blinded up, Jing. How's he finding that? Satchel to the side. He's grabbing all of them. Mindfrig also seeking to contain.
Okay,
And stop
3v2.
that pressure that was going through into B main. Forsaken did lose his life earlier. That's a wide double face. Mako, he does trade a necessary kill, but he's left alive in a 1v2. Does have the spike. By the way, there's only 25 seconds that have passed in this round.
What a difference to some of the teams that we've been watching at this tournament. Both of these squads quite happy to increase the tempo when it's required. Mako using the Trailblazer audio cue there, realizing that CGRS is looking for information and routed to the spot, so he's happy to just
Problem is,
catch a
when he
little
plants,
earlier of a timing.
CGRS.
A ton of time to work with here. I mean, like I said, Mako
is going to be here
got the
before.
pieces to make 7 of this. Not the health, really, but...
He really is the rock
He's
that
aware,
his team
and I
relies
mean,
on.
Yeah.
Device also starting to drift as well.
See that influence in his play at times as well. You know, when the team's not doing too well, it feels like he needs to step up, but man to man, he pulls off some insane moments with insane consistency.
Big win from
I
Devi.
thought
Like the
really
idea
did
of
for a
trying to get a
second
kill
there. The
first.
crosshair placement was looking quite good, but now he gets brought down, so PRX will be the first team to get to 10.
So we did see a bonus round tactic there from DRX. Very fast play up through B Heaven, but well responded to by Jing. He backed it up using a blast pack. And to be honest, the spacing difference was enormous between RB and Buzz.
What the fuck are you hear that?
Buzz couldn't really follow up on what RB was doing there. And I imagine we're going to go back into some slow rounds, though they're set up again for a similar kind of mid pressure.
Okay, it's time
on
a
attack.
triple stack towards A.
There's a lot of space cleared out just from the Trailblazer. Yeah, it didn't check down into sewer, so Mako still lurking
but that's
there.
fine.
Goal just to be setting up Forsaken.
Yeah, the idea is just to get Forsaken there.
So nobody can lurk.
So
He's
really
past the, you know, the Viper wall.
And
that was really
across.
what they were intending. Mid as well. Could be some back and forth exploration potentially, but yeah, time ticking down still.
Mid is such an important part of the map for
Flash
DRX
into
to
B main,
control,
sees
especially
nothing.
in this round where they have Seekers. It's just going to be so useful for Stax if he uses them in that kind of spot to tell where PRX is kind of cheating.
So risky from Jing.
He's on his own.
He sees it, the shoulder, and it's a wide face by Buzz. He's immediately there to capitalize and punish it. Still, they want to try and play fast off this. DRX taking that B heaven control. Did lose a player in the process. Devi, he's going to try and anchor it down. Mindfreak being swarmed. Smoke was propped up though. He managed to get the utility off. Needs to hold this smoke as well. And he has created a bit of an opening. Drop down. Where is the trade? It's nowhere in sight. 6 bullets towards the back. RB is playing it with patience. At its core, this could be momentous. Slow it all the way down, son. Don't reveal anything. Finds it. Brought it to a 1 versus 1. He expects it as well. He knew where CGRS was. Spike's picked up. 14 seconds. Lands the shot. 3 kills. And he salvages it.
What a clutch. What incredible trigger discipline there. More too easy than 2Es. He did not make that same kind of mistake, same error, and pays off massively. That discipline and patience that he shows.
Nice little line in there.
I was all ready to sing Devi's praises too because he played that round phenomenally.
Yeah. And you write that one down?
No.
That's off the dome, is it?
I mean, you can't be telling me you're watching RB in that situation and not just thinking of 2Es.
Yeah.
And
that was an amazing moment.
I think it's brought down to nothing.
Here.
What is Jing doing?
There's the half buy for PRX. So Economy really taking a knock. After losing that one, DRX.
I guess next round he's got ult, so he's just hoping to get a kill.
They're bringing this back, or at least the possibility of it. I mean, they're winning the necessary rounds, but you've got to keep it together.
But
DRX have never got a read.
like, I feel like that's better on attack than defense.
Only leaving one player A. They're
picking up
using
guns on
CGRS's
defense,
utility to
not
just,
always easy.
most of the time, rotate off.
So here we go. Satchels. Again, another glide forwards. White face. Mindfreak still alive and kicking, but not for long. RB is there. Duelist player dropping down into hell. It's cleanup duty for him.
He's looking crispy with it.
Yeah, he really is. When RB's firing off like this, he's on a comfort roll. It's a good sign.
Best
Taken wants the rifle. Smoke to cut up the angle. Not quite a rifle, a stinger, but maybe he can do some damage with it. Yeah, bit of mistiming with that one. Wanted to get set up by the flash, but making a go of it. This is clean though from DRX. I mean, CGRS really no chance at all with just the ace or with the sheriff.
The ace.
Going for it. Wants it, and he's got it.
That's a crowd pleaser.
There's somebody chanting ace as well.
Yeah. But PRX still have a 3-round lead, and they're coming into this next one with rifles and all 5 ultimates. The team's going to take a tactical timeout too, as Coach Alex has his input. But to be honest, I don't feel like there's been too many major errors from the way that PRX are playing this on the defense side. However, there are tendencies to dig into here. DRX have been going B a lot. In the same way that PRX were favoring A ramp and A control, DRX have been putting a large emphasis on B. But I think the current way that PRX are playing their defense side makes sense. They're using the Sky utility to just set up Forsaken, and
don't walk
CGRS
down mid on your own,
off a lot of the time, and they have like 3 towards B, 2 towards mid kind of setup.
Just can't quite anchor it when the side hits start to come through.
Yeah, and also you had RB with a fantastic clutch play, which, you know, he's not going to be able to do that every time. Just because you lost the round doesn't mean you played it badly.
Chances for PRX though to get back into it, using that last time out. Look at the amount of ults they've got online. Forsaken buying up the operator as well. Potentially another ad to what's happening with, you know, the slower beginning.
You can buy for split mid.
Very wide spread out defaults for DRX. Just poking and prodding.
Got a showstopper.
Yeah, not just that. Devi's got his Viper's Pit online and a Judge, so I would not be surprised to see him just rip that in B main to start. However, yeah, I mean, DRX are not really
gonna go for his fast showstopper.
Viper's Pit in B main. Here's a showstopper, an exchange of all sorts of utility.
I mean, you take
it's
that.
It's all over the place, man.
No, you just
still, he did the damage and he cleaned it up.
He's cleaning up his own mess there. RB had a phenomenal dodge and yet wasn't able to reset the aim to actually punish that showstopper from coming through.
That ult needs a buff or something. I'm telling you.
He just got two, Brad.
He did. He set himself up quite nicely. Mindfree with the jiggle. Lays down the star. Oh my goodness, almost goes down because of it.
Yeah, he also didn't have the pull to be able to work with. So he had to... It was kind of too late for the timing there.
Plays up the util. Seeker's being used.
It's going to be so difficult to NB in this spot, though, because of Devi's ultimate. Just doesn't seem doable.
It really doesn't. That's probably why they've just slowed it down again.
Saken pushes himself up.
Into mid as Mako, who's gained this position. And it's a bad flash. Well. He's pushed all the way deep, and yep.
Wow, that is so unfortunate. CGRS just used his flash in A-Heaven to make sure Forsaken was safe from that spot, and Mako dodged it somehow. Maybe with the Viper wall?
Yeah, I think it just was on the side of the Viper wall.
Stax gets that one down, 3 versus 3.
They got the Viper's
Pit online. Place that one down into the elbow choke and look at that area that it's covering. This is brutal to get through. If you are PRX, got to pray for some of that Jing RNG, I think. Maybe with the run and gun as well. Hope you collect an easy kill, spamming into the corners here. One upside is everybody is playing in the pit, so there's always that potential. You've got to land your shots properly. Flash around the side. Decay kicking in makes it an easy kill to claim. Mindfree forced the back away and
close. I mean, this was a 4v3.
That is an enormous round for DRX and Mako. There's the hole. I was talking about how I really liked the way that PRX were playing their defensive side, and they were just posting up.
Forsaken honestly was a little slow to react, because the Seekers from like back here
split, but
all went this way anyway. As soon as all 3 Seekers are coming this way up through Heaven,
the flash that came through the guiding light.
Like, he's got to be, that's his time to go. He was a bit late to do this, to be honest. You know,
what?
That is okay.
He just activates his wall as he hears the audio cue, and even though it's half bloomed, it gives the false info because he's behind the wall. I mean, that's crazy. That's what turned around. Shout out the replay observers for catching that one too.
Yeah, that is nasty as well, though. Mako immediately capitalizing off of it.
What a phenomenal play, and instantly recognizing the advantage he had there.
That's a bug? No, it's not. It's just how the Viper wall works.
Now you're starting to see. Got to turn up the heat. Avenue Forsaken. Straight up into it. Taking the fight to Mako. That's a bit of a read, I think, that they know that Mako was playing so slowly towards that area. 2 players in sewers. The sound wave, Forsaken! Absolute genius at work here. Grabs the one, doesn't quite get the third. Still. He's made this more than winnable. Oh my god, okay, CGRS, why not go for it? Top flash play around the side, but Buzz wasn't really blinded up. Double satchel now. Makes his mark. His claim as well towards the side.
So 3v3.
Try to get the spike down, but important to note as well, they do still have a main control.
And they have a pull that can go on the spike here. Buzz with a showstopper.
Flanked as well, though. And there's a fight taking
place.
That's
a massive fight, because, I mean, Jing knows he's there.
Got to get a bit of a move on. And I think Mindfreak running. No, he's slowed it all the way down. Him versus Zest is quite important, and Zest falls. And I know, should be at least 2 players onto the site. PRX starting to put the squeeze on into elbow. Maybe some util to set it up. Showstopper's forced out. Trying to make something from this one. 55 health on Buzz. He'd love a kill from this. Again, just waiting it out. Time is ticking. It's getting shorter and shorter. Have to let rip. And you have to find some kills. Mindfreak, he wins his. Defy follows up. And just in time. Just in time, man.
Yeah, I mean, they had only 3 seconds to spare. Something like that. 2.5. Not even. And yet, once more.
Massive win. I mean, just fights, really, isn't it? Bit of a chaos round. I mean, obviously, Forsaken just pushing with a knife, finds 2 kills.
The players are so smart at when to be patient and when to play the time. They don't overrush things in this spot where Buzz is holding his showstopper.
Yeah, that's
they know that they can play the clock,
good from Mindfreak and Devi. Like, don't panic
and win things out. What a huge one for PRX to be able to take away.
Yeah, amazing play.
Okay, 11-8.
That's another one where it's a bit of a broken
Hey,
bar,
DRX
too.
take a timeout.
They've been almost perfect in those low eco rounds.
Yeah. It's been odd, hasn't it? Both of these teams really just excelling at the attack side so far, but not much breathing room if you are DRX. I mean, 2 more chances, or 2 more rounds. That's really what needs to be gained for PRX, and they can convert this map.
And something we haven't really discussed too as DRX take a tactical timeout. I think it bodes mentioning that one of the big reasons why DRX have been able to run Zest is that they lean back on old compositions, old strategies. They haven't had much scrim time with him. They've only started playing with him. Termi was saying in a press conference, basically as soon as he started subbing in the lower bracket finals against T1, they weren't practicing with him before that. So that's not very long to cook up a deep playbook with a new composition like this, one that they haven't played before. I feel like, I could be wrong here, but I feel like every other map we've seen them play an old composition or something that they've played
Draw a
recently,
perfectly
something
straight
where Zest
line.
would be comfortable and understand exactly what was going on. This is different, and their attack side still looking decent.
There you go.
But it's a deviation from the norm of how they've been able to maintain success whilst messing their roster around.
So here's a difference maker.
You held control.
All up until this point, but now
Holding control doesn't go on epic pen. I was holding control then. You get epic pen, try holding control. Doesn't work. Anyway, fast A hit.
It's a stray bullet to Buzz as well as he does lead the charge for his team. He's
You're
in
not
there.
gonna walk out, are you?
Towards elbow.
You madman. Oh.
What?
That's unfortunate.
Mako. Crazy.
That'll happen.
Yeah, still nade in the hand of Jing. He's cleared out towards main. Wondering if he is going to get refought out. Seeker is broken. Here's the nade. Rebounds over towards the side, trying to force this fight out. Again, Mako is just elite. Only the one before it's traded. Mind Freak, 1v3. Doesn't know where anybody is. Buzz seeking as well to collect.
See, now that's the one where you say he's not a pro player. Like the flash and the peak
smiles in the camp there.
is bad even in a ranked game
DRX attempt to mount a comeback
with a sheriff in a
fast
4v3.
pop where really the round should have been. Yeah, I mean, take a look at that. He barely sees him and flicks around. It's one of those instances where it's unfortunate for CGRS.
That's
what you got. But
unlucky.
It makes sense. He's a substitute player. He's coming in here without any scrim experience apart from what they've been able to put together just recently.
Bid
Played
push
him
this
for
time.
one map, I believe, in Pacific.
Let's see if PRX again get away with murder on their half buy. This is exploration into mid. Deep contact play at the beginning, seeing if they can hunt for a kill, but don't get too much done. In fact, just spot it out.
It's got the guns, Jing and Mind
DRX,
Freak.
but now you're starting to see them go a little bit.
Device just got a
Boom
sheriff for
Dog,
this.
Either way, making sure to clear some of those angles. Divide.
If you can hold on to Heaven though, that would be good.
Going for any sort of one and done, so they give them the side entirely, while this flank also starts to really pay off. This flanks again on flanks, because Zest is also just in the middle of mid.
I mean,
way far apart.
every A hit, Zest has just been sat AFK in market playing the pull and then going for the latest lurks possible. So, I mean, that's how they work.
I mean, this is winnable.
Retaking that main control, pushed up. Together now, heavy group up onto the
Haven't
side.
taken any space.
These DRX players, could be some danger, absolutely. Satchel plays still with the rifles. Is it going to be easy sailing? Mako.
It's late lurk though.
To stop from this aggression, they double
There you
face
go.
though, and they have handed Forsaken. One of them with the dash back online, rips out the Sheriff, tries to take the fight. RB, it is magnificent, but they don't know where Zest is. With time running this low.
If they RB wins the round, wow.
The final layer. Zest just having so much faith in the rest of his team that he'll be able to go on these long, late lurks. And RB stepping up. Forsaken couldn't quite get the reload off there.
Yeah.
He's mid-reload, dashes, and then swaps over to the Sheriff. Stops him from being able to get the trade kill off properly.
What?
But then again, he hit that one, so you can't be too mad with what happened.
Nasty shots. I think as well the time pressure there. They know that Zest is playing with the pull as well to delay. They have to go fast. Yeah. Into the side there, so they can't really wait around and reload. It's the right call to make.
Okay, 11-10, a massive
Almost
round.
doable, but yeah, Zest playing RTS mode.
Bonnie's not
This
too
is
good.
a major comeback for DRX. High-low setup for PRX.
It's just that one round, as you mentioned in Josh. Bring it nice and even. What a comeback. The high-low setup. It pays off, doesn't it? It's an opening kill onto RB.
I love that. PRX have been running it in Pacific too a lot of the time. Very good against the DRX team that's going to try and take that space before bursting.
So happy to play retake with the Razor on A.
An innate understanding of the time.
So like here, CGRS, this is like something that a lot of ranked players will not understand.
It was really just to fake that A pressure and presence, and it's a re-clear called again by PRX. They're just contacting down into mid.
It's how do you play on your own on a site when your team just wants to retake.
They're actually giving, or being forced to give DRX all of this space.
That's the second flash used. This time a bit of an indicator.
Gets the info though, that's good.
No more to play off of. They don't know if Heaven's compromised. You can see how scared they are of this while this flank comes through in and out of sewers. Stacks
no
with the
way.
gun at hand. Ready and waiting. And now he immediately runs up onto the side. He realizes, I've got the spike. I've got to try and play for this. Satchel forwards, Buzz. He swings out wide. Jing still in the fight. The rocket let loose a little bit too close as well. Doesn't really get any damage at all, but they do have that Heaven control. All three players now grouped up as well. Starting to see the util sails through the sky. It's a snake bite. Looks off the one angle there. Shots.
Oh my,
it's an absolute
Mako.
firing range from Mako. And he gets the ult off online. Spray down from Mind Freak.
Very weak.
Damage done. Mako is low. A single bullet and burst will really bring him down, and the whole defense will come crumbling. But still Buzz.
This is kind of heartbreak for
here into elbow. It needs to be that
hold on.
kill, and the random spray. The last bullet finds it, isolates it, knows what Buzz is, and
no
he wins
way.
it.
That's the TMV curse coming in big.
Just insane.
These are the moments that are making the difference in this match.
That's what I was saying. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Mako's reaction says it all. And what are you supposed to do there?
Yeah.
That's almost the exact same spot that we saw. How many rounds ago? I can't even remember. 12 rounds ago, something like that.
One enemy remaining.
And this time,
13 bullets.
guides the bullet
Not on the new patch.
into Mako's head.
He would have lost on the new patch.
And it brings them one step closer to taking the map.
I mean, just ridiculous scenes. But yeah, you're right.
Right. Good chances to win then. Forsaken actually has an op as well.
Love a fake comeback, but I want to see DRX bring it to OT. Catching just onto the model.
Yeah, Zest's.
Did Zest see him? I don't know.
Drifting away there.
Playing as well with the judge. Now there's a star at his feet. There is a lot of danger here. I'm pretty sure that will pull him if they choose to use it. That's a recall. Oh, well, okay. Just a star. Propped up. Divide takes the timing. Right round the side there with RB.
Trade by Jing.
With the rifle. Zest containing this deep push as well.
Oh, you can't miss that shot. I mean, the dash was good, but...
Props up the one way. Does he really want to try and get back onto the angle? Zest has got the read on this. He's actually got his crosshair on it.
He's in astral form.
Yep. Star.
Wow.
Up smokes. The space being gained, but that could be a play to make as well. He's going to
be Jing has started to rotate over though.
Away.
Yep. That's going to make CGRS and Jing ready for it. CGRS has really struggled in these anchor spots before, but Jing's been excellent with it.
It's one thing to be aware, it's another thing to stop it. They know the hits.
The only problem is Jing has a lot of different things to worry about.
There it is with the flash!
The flash and the swing.
And it's up to Zest to try and extend the play.
And Jing wins it. Wow, PRX.
4 to finish for Jing. And map 1 is PRX's.
What a turnaround. Great attempt at a comeback there from DRX too. But I think the damage was absolutely done in the first half. Forsaken was flying, and Jing was consistently amazing throughout.
I think for PRX, you know, confidence, big confidence builder as well. Like, oh, we can actually win still.
Oh yeah, I really thought we'd be seeing a weakened PRX out here today, and you know, CGRS, he filled the gaps on their attack side in terms.
And to be honest, Jing
defensively struggled.
Didn't.
But overall, was
you know, he wasn't playing at a super high level like in the playoffs and whatever. Jing hates something confirmed.
DRX are gonna be
Jing and something dispute.
This one, I think. It's a rough situation for them to be in.
This is a matchup where you should be favoured if you're DRX. Going up against that weakened squad of PRX, you know, when running. CGRS just has a sub, but like you said, Josh, you know, he wasn't.
What's the decider? I actually don't know. Good question.
Was there. That was what was really a defining factor, even in that final round. Jing with the swing on Heaven.
But if DRX, you're right. If DRX can't beat this team with CGRS in the roster, I mean, that is what they're all going to be thinking.
does not bode well, does it? On their map pick on top of it.
Exactly.
Going to Bind next. Who knows what PRX are going to be pulling out on Bind, by the way.
Not a clue.
Listen, they were running Reyna with something, and they still going to be running the Reyna now. Not too sure.
They could. They totally could. Jing's played Reyna in the past. That would be weird, though. That would put Forsaken on the Raze. I don't want to theorycraft the comps because this team could be running Gecko in the next map, and it wouldn't surprise me.
We really don't know what they're going to be pulling out for Bind, but,
Yeah, but as I said, that would be fine.
Reason and for DRX.
Like Gecko on Bind, like particularly if CGRS knows like, you know, mosh pit lineups and stuff, like
opportunity to take a bit of a breather.
You know, he'll be chilling.
Try and brush it off.
Yeah, they've got to shut down this duelist duo. Forsaken with an incredible
Jingo's
in the first
crazy.
half. That's what my brain keeps thinking back to. Yeah, just fit back into that spot so well.
How is that not a kill?
There's just so many amazing moments.
Oh my god.
You got to see some top form out of tons of individuals. The explosiveness of PRX that we know and love. Massive moments from RB here. Delaying by enough time. Mako as well with his individuality. Just a really great map, I think, as well, setting the tone of all of this.
You can't say it's not entertaining when you watch PRX and DRX play.
They always deliver, man. Absolutely always deliver. That's going to do it for map number 1. We'll see you after the break.
Okay. I did not expect this. Might be a very fast day. This is a fast 2-0. Who knows what they'll make? Who knows what they'll play? As I say though, they could play just their normal comp. Wait. Is this... Oh, this is live. I see. I was gonna say, there's no way they went into it with PRX that unfavored. Like, you know, they could just play this. So last time, DRX played double duelist as well. So let's see if they go with this. This was with Stacks in the roster. Sorry, with Zest in Stacks in the roster. Zest in the roster, so... I don't think this is great for them, to be honest. I mean, look at RB not having a great game. But, yeah, you could just get rid of Reyna plus Gecko and keep everyone else the same. And like, it's a functional comp. Like, the comp is, as I said, it's arguably a better comp. In fact, no, I won't say arguably. It is a better comp. In fact, it's the comp that T1 plays. Oh, no, because they play the Brim Harbor. But no super blind? No, but the thing is, like, the Gecko replaces the Reyna pretty well, because what you can do is, so they like to send the Sky Flash plus the Reyna Flash, right? And the point is, if you turn the Sky Flash, the Reyna Flash you have to shoot. So you either have to shoot the Reyna Flash, or you have to do, you know, turn the Sky Flash, but you can't do both. Well, the same is true with a Gecko Flash, right? That's why Gecko and Sky go pretty well together, it's the same thing, right? You have to shoot one, and you have to turn the other. You can't turn the Gecko Flash. So it's still the same thing. So actually, Gecko is kind of a good replacement for Reyna. And the Gecko op is better than the Reyna op by stats. True. No, the Sky Flash doesn't get destroyed by bullets now. Although I still do sometimes. When you get like a long Sky Flash, you'll even see pros do it as well, where you just shoot that. I've done it as well in games. It's just one of those things where you've done it so many times you just forget. Like if you ever see a long Sky Flash, sometimes a pro will shoot at it. So we can say that Fnatic are just going to win Masters. I mean, I wouldn't go that far just yet. They played against the worst team left, right? Surely, right? Surely just NRG are bad, right? Surely. Wait, who's number 1 in NA? M80 are number 1. What? Why don't we just do... Let's go on the world one. Wait, so Sora number 2 in Europe. Ascender 5. Yay. Butter 8, Gentle Mates a 9. I think you might want to Did they ever think to reorganize this? Like, I could believe that M80 are better than... Well, one, why is it North America? We can kind of get rid of that. The Union are much better than Fioria. Oh, D plus esports are better than T1 and Gen G. And Scars are better than Zeta. Sorry, Zeta. Leviathan. So does everyone just get to 2,000? I mean, what the hell? It just makes no sense, this page. Yeah, Bonkers are as good as Fnatic. They're both on 2,000 points. How are we doing on the bingo? 30 kills in a map, IGL plays Duelist. Unlikely.
And the cool thing about it is how important and how decisive they're going to be with the utility usage. We were talking about the Neon, about what she can do. We're going to see stun use here and here, plus a smoke that is going to be just instant, but not fully onto Heaven. And I want to play the clip directly so we can dive into it, clearing that early space and actually giving that first kill that is going to go on this direction, as you can see right now. And the moment that they freeze inside of this smoke, acknowledging the strengths that they're also on the side of PRX and how important this round is. Now, look at the minimap. We still see how Jet is going back into A, saying like, okay, there's such a big freeze time into when nothing happens, and all of the players, a couple of them coming from mid, take that space and take that moment of a little bit of disjointing just because of the utility that is being thrown onto B that causes
Forsaken IGL. Forsaken is not the IGL.
For them to take that space without actually any casualties.
It's crazy.
He might do some calling that doesn't make you the IGL.
And they dove into the
Leo did some calling today. Is he the IGL of Fnatic?
That is just perfect. That's like really giving PRX a sense of what is going on. And I think almost every single round had an element of that from DRX as well. For me, the game plan was really good. They started abusing that B side. They went there like 5 times after that pistol, and then they started abusing that A side, where CGRS is struggling to get the information.
Who was there for the map veto?
In time. It's just a bunch of hero plays, and like Josh was talking about on the cast, a lot of really lucky moments as well, like that spray through the Viper's pit.
Yeah, but we're going to move on to map 2 now, and I'm really excited about this. I know it's a rematch, but this is where I feel like DRX, they're going to want revenge, Kokuka. This is where the final map of that grand final as well, but again, very different players this time. We still don't have something. Yeah, there's a lot of questions.
I think that's the biggest
question.
does
most of the calls. Watch their recent video. Wow, yes. Did they show you every single round? Did you watch the whole VOD?
One of the pivotal points of their wins was actually something on Reyna and all of the combos and all the insane individual plays that he could have. Now that we have seen CG Ravers playing on the Sky, on Split, what is the team going to do on Bind?
It's really interesting because to me, something on that Reyna actually played quite isolated on this map. And
you can. I mean, it's Reyna.
You definitely can. He goes for like a lot of like late lurks, all that sort of stuff. But to me, I'm thinking if you put Forsaken back on Jet, you know what's coming.
Wikipedia said he was the IGL.
I don't want to take him off
look
the
at
harbor.
some of these teams. Let's go to Team Liquid. I know this isn't Wikipedia,
but let's hear from DRX's coach,
Yappy's IGLing for Team Liquid on this. Must be true, right? Let's just believe everything we read on the internet. Must be true.
This is a familiar team, Coach, that you guys have played time and time again. How has the preparation been different, knowing as well that you were facing a PRX team that doesn't have a star player on there, but yet now everyone's stepping up?
일단 페이퍼렉스를 상대로 많은 경기를 치러 왔었는데 상대편에는 이제 썸띵 선수가 없잖아요. 근데 이렇게 많이 만나본 팀이 다른 라인업으로 경기를 준비할 때 좀 DRX의 경기 준비 과정이 많이 달라진 점이 있을까요?
They don't even have an IGL though. I mean, why are we arguing about this? They don't even have a full-time IGL. But Devi was there for the map beat though, so. And he sits in the middle.
Well, we are pretty familiar with each other.
You're not getting it.
PRX,
I'm not having
even
it.
without something, I think they have plenty of firepower and they are a strong team. But our preparation doesn't really change because of that.
Yeah, makes sense. What are you telling the team as
That
we get
makes
ready
him
for
a
map 2?
centrist.
이제 2세트 들어가면서 선수들에게 어떤 얘기를 해주실 건가요?
You're not getting it.
첫 번째 경기라서 사실 선수들이 몸이 안 풀린 것 같았는데 2, 3맵은 충분히 이길 수 있기 때문에 선수한테 그런 점을 조금 준비시키겠습니다.
I don't think they're warmed up, but I'm pretty sure that they're all warmed up after the first set, first map. So
You
I'm
know
not
what?
really too
F it.
concerned
I'll give
about
it to you.
what's going to happen
Why
in
not?
map 2, 3. So I'm just going to tell them you guys can.
You're not getting an op 3K or a team player saves twice in a row or 30 kills in a map. I'm betting on it. I'm betting on that you won't get it.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and Tammy. Well, it doesn't really affect their preparation, but how do you prepare for a team who is playing with a sub, Kukuka? We don't even know what they can, where they're going to run.
All three will probably happen.
I think that also after DRX going through the group stage and knowing that you don't really have the time to prepare specifically for each opponent that you have, because this is not like the regular season. You do not get a week to prepare. It's literally day after day. Maybe you get a day break, and that is all. So the best thing that you can do if you want to have a strong
thrifty?
battle is
Mike said no.
I mean, even if
I
that
thought
was
that
the
was.
case, I think throughout the group stage,
But argue with
they've been
Mike.
struggling.
Is Mika even here right now?
They need to focus on themselves. They just need to focus on themselves. And you're right, though. I mean, there's nothing you can do to prepare for what's going to happen.
As you guys can see in the Prime Gaming agents, are like Cigarettes is gonna play the.
So yeah, it is the same comp, but just Gecko.
But I'm not super happy on sticking with the Forsaken Harbor. I think it's okay to not have a a second duelist here for Jing in most cases, especially when you're replacing Arena.
They go for fades.
But that
That's
does
interesting.
lose an element for Jing. That guy is really
So
good.
again, they've changed comp again.
Timings of other players, and without having like a Forsaken on Yoru or Forsaken
I guess
on Jet,
Ganabi not played Brim.
Changes on DRX here as well. Now going on to the
this
fade,
makes some sense.
We saw the KO, the double info now is swapping back and swapping around.
Not a single time did the announce lady say
counter a little bit of that harbor, of that well, not the reason exactly, but everything I think is going to be on Bass, because the ground is going to be completely prepared and suited for him.
Yeah, they've gone back to the comp. They played against Optic back at Champions in 2022, so they do have experience on this. I can't wait to see what we're gonna see on this map as well. What do you guys make of this, Brandon Seisher?
Hopefully it's looking quite fleshed out, honestly, as well. I mean, DRX, they've been trending back to some of their old compositions when they've been running Zest in a lineup as well. And so, as you guys were mentioning, this is something that they have ran before.
Yeah, they only ran it, as far as I can remember, though, I think they only ran it once at Champions, at the lower bracket final on Bind. It's never actually been a map that DRX like that much, or are very good at on Bind, in my opinion. They're good domestically at it, but then when they bring it to the global events, they're a little behind. I like the composition that's being run. I think the comp on the other side, though, is the more interesting.
Oh my goodness.
Because it's like T1's Gecko comp, except they're running the Brim instead of the Viper.
Yeah.
So it's weird. It's definitely weird. It's somewhere between the T1 comp and what they previously ran, I think. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Hopefully Cigarettes will have a better individual
Both controllers on it.
Flash pull and a satchel to take up Shower's control for DRX early on in the pistol, and there's a molly that meets them. Not going to back, nobody can really scale off of it, so giving up
Okay, they take the
entirety of the
TP.
front section of A, including Lamps, has been given up. The reflank, though. CGRS is already straight through the back into Showers, and they want to try and get the squeeze onto them. Buzz is alone, surrounded on every single front.
Devi is still here on B.
Yep, and Devi could be the difference maker. Surely, there's one kill found. Still got the flash, wants to take the fight to them. Everybody's blinded! Hopping and skipping, Zest survives.
Hold on.
Still, Boombot in his face, low enough. A single bullet will do it. Jing runs him down.
CGRS, nice start. Gecko, mate.
Okay. I believe he's got half the amount of kills he got on the entirety of Split in the pistol round.
Yeah, that's a great beginning.
Yeah, that's a fantastic beginning. And I don't think it's necessarily because he's playing Gecko, but maybe because he's a bit more comfortable with what they're doing. I would imagine that if PRX is going to play Bind, it's been something that they've been scrimming quite a bit and putting a serious focus on. They instantly had a reaction there as DRX took Shower's control to molly the front of it. Brimstone molly at the front, CGRS at the back. So it's quite a light Shower's crunch, but it was still a crunch.
One of the big questions I had, I think, when I was seeing this PRX gone. Called Star, interesting. The free shot. Do you really want to be taking this fight into them? Of course you do. PRX.
Hold on.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, they don't back away from any sort of challenge, do they, Josh?
No, they don't, but now Jing is getting pinched. He's got to be worried about Hookah. You can soft, silent drop out from Hookah now.
Haunt was timing ever so slightly. Reveals him still. Maintains his hold on to it. Tried to satchel him back as well. Get away from me, Mako, but the spike's in his hands. Smoke dropped.
Yeah, good shot.
Got to expect that there could have been rotations in this time, but lots of time in the round still to make a play. Where have I seen this one before?
Mako can definitely win these.
He just waits it out.
He's going to bait them to think that he's done this.
Picks up the Bulldog as well, so there is plenty of chances.
PRX here, they're in a good spot, to be honest.
Safe. I mean, the man's just jump spotting through the back of their halls, but
he plants A, he plants A.
He's rotated all the way through.
Well, actually, yeah, you're in a decent spot now as well.
Yeah, you can see the positioning. I mean, they're already playing back over towards A. At least Forsaken is.
Mako's going to assume, I would guess, that Hookah's compromised because they didn't clear that area out at all. But where do you plan for? Just inside Tube?
10 seconds left.
10 seconds.
All right.
Back of the site. Yep. There's a plant. PRX.
And a silent drop.
Open to play this one together. Mindfreak jumped out. Oh, wow. No sound cue off that. Spam into it. Yeah, that's just unfortunate timing. Silent drop, I guess, from Mindfreak.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it.
Yep. I mean, that is a massive meta change on Bind, really. It's a small adjustment, but it makes a huge difference to the way that you run your B holds. Tell you another thing that's like a very meta thing that PRX do. They push sand a lot.
Nitro became the master of how to silent drop on things with his different.
And I'm wondering whether they're going to do that because.
With his different, when he did that stream of it and trying to understand how to do it.
Yeah, you know, take the duel dismiss out because you're confident you're going to win the fight. But he often does.
Absolutely dominating DRX in the way that they want to play. Obviously, DRX don't play with the Cypher or a chamber, anything like that can watch behind them. And usually, your defaults are going to be slightly weak in that area. Well, we haven't had one of these in a while.
No, we haven't. It's escaped a lot of it.
It's been very, very smooth. But yep, we're going to have a little technical pause here as one of the people restart. It gives us some opportunity to talk a bit nerdy about the way that PRX has been playing this.
Spike balls on the bingo? I don't think it is.
They've been playing both initiators over by B long. And, you know, really heavily playing for that area of the map.
No.
CGRS has been wanting to fight a lot. I'm intrigued to see how they time it. It seems to me like they're playing those players over there so that they can go for Showers crunches a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we saw in the pistol round, right? It's,
right.
Either the dog or a flash to set it up through the TP, but if you hold on to B long,
in
theory, it makes it much easier to squeeze any players that try and play in Showers with the new form of bind. I mean, the TP's way closer with this new iteration. So, I mean, we are really
something like DC or something.
In the podcast mode, if you want.
Well,
why is the Talus crunch on a thing called the Shock Deck? I actually don't know. That predates me, I think, on Valorant.
On this map for a while.
I think did a team called Sharks run it?
Stuff that they would do with their Yoru comps in the past. Forsaken on Harbor throws the most bizarre Harbor utility compared to everybody else. I feel like every other Harbor player went to the 2E's school of learning.
What happens if you get a bingo? If there's a bingo, then I pick a random member of chat and they play one round of GeoGuessr to get a gifted sub.
Cooking up weird
Last time, the bingo on the, I think it was the first day, got 2, and both people got it right. They're quite easy though, I will say.
Throw his high tide through the teleporter to support his team going for sand pushes. And they'll try and fight aggressively for sand and fountain control on defense. Now, how many teams do you see that do that?
It's very creative. I mean, they are really pushing the limits of it. I mean, Forsaken loves to play Arbor as well.
What's the password for the bingo? The password for the bingo is Mike's head.
The entirety of the team was trolling me on social media.
True.
And I was saying, has anybody tried Harbor on Ascent? And then they were all like, oh, we'll try it. And I'm like, okay, well, sure. And then they pull it out in the playoffs, and
yeah,
it's just crazy. But Forsaken loves it. You know,
yeah,
it's one of the things that allows him to be that third player in. rather than one of the primary initiators, and allows him to slow it down, think more, and just collect up some of those kills.
Back in.
But
Look like
he's doing the high tide. Oh, he's doing a different high tide here. One that goes, again, though, through the teleporter and threatens like you could be pushing out sand.
Yeah.
This, though, is a bonus round strategy for PRX, where they want to fight
they get the
Showers,
Gecko.
pick up Thrash. What's the play with the Thrash, though? It's only Devi over towards B. It looks very.
Might try and go for some kind of
DRX just playing slowly.
Like hooker play with it.
Flash spotting out at least one of the players. Dog also being forced out. What was that? He just lobbed through the TP.
I think that was his pistol. I think that's his,
okay.
I think that's his reliable sidearm.
Yeah, that is. That's funny. Honestly.
There you go.
Okay, here we go. Thresh being used together. That is the Tainment just on the one around the corner.
Get him.
Kills found behind the box. Cess will not be escaping at the eye.
Nice,
and
like
immediately pick back up again.
They're picking it up. They're not worried that there's anybody coming to help.
The only problem would
punish them for it.
Yeah, I mean, if the Vikings could have got a kill, they would have had a chance.
They can have a go of it. Still the nade as well to clear through into the back of the side. It's going to be a Dizzy. Broken. Here's Thresh. There's a nade as well. Slams it on both sections of it. It's up to Stax and RB to really hold their own. Rooted to the ground. Wingman falling. Hop up. CGRS not favored with there. Just couldn't quite get the rifle cooled down enough to take a shot. Mindfreaks worked his way all the way around. Oh, okay. It's Stax actually. Still Mindfreak is alive in the fight, but well.
Okay.
Not for long. So
I mean,
the bonus round, there was a cute idea behind it. There was a lot going
could
on.
have possibly spammed that Jing off his map.
CGRS is actually playing like a
off
ranked
the
Gecko.
Thrash.
It's like a very duelist Gecko. He's using his Wingman and his Dizzy in order to help give him better crosshair placement. He throws them out just to see where they get shot from, so that he knows where to pre-aim as he like drops out of hookah or something like that. You can see here he knew exactly where RB was playing. Doesn't help him actually land the kill though, as you're jumping in.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, very cute idea. Get to see one more of those creative plays. And this is that high tide I'm talking about, where they fight for sand and fountain control potentially.
DRX are just ahead of it.
Lands all the way over the top. I don't believe it tagged onto anybody. Not sure what the purpose of it was. Dizzy over the top. Broken. Shot out of the sky. And the high tide, I mean, yeah, it makes it easier to fight over that sand control. There was no intention of that, though, from the PRX players. Flash pushing them away. They still have control of hookah. Jing is holding close. I think. Oh my goodness.
There you go. You got the double blind.
With the mosh pit lineup as well.
Just got to get out of there.
I mean, that mosh pit went all the way over the wall and landed right about where the ult orb was. So, cute trap play again.
Some very nice ideas.
And these two are just getting constant info down long.
Anything though, but it does take time off the clock. There goes the Dizzy again. How many Dizzies has he used in the round so far?
It's 3, I believe.
This is what I thought.
Up in the air, so he's able to get it back immediately.
This is what I was thinking when I
Trailblazer.
first saw Gecko, that this is how you would use it.
All the way through.
You would
That's
just
a
use
TP
it like
crunch,
3 times.
But it's just Forsaken. Is it really a crunch if it's just a one solo player?
I mean, he's just got the kill from the 4th one.
To be long. Last player standing is RB. Can't see a bloody thing.
And it looked like Jing was aiming at
He used it 4 times in that round. That's how you use Gecko.
If he could do some
Like,
extra damage, he looks disappointed he didn't get the
that's how you use Gecko, though. You just keep throwing it. You throw it 4 times.
I think PRX had a great idea of
They just flashed this. They flashed long like 6 times in a round.
Getting consistent information that DRX was still around B.
Like,
and when the hit started,
what do you do?
Off the back of, I think, like Stax' Trailblazer or something coming through. They just, boom, instantly.
That does get the TMV tick of approval. But this is how you play Gecko. Like, because that's the thing. Gecko's utility is worse than the other initiators. Like, that's just fact. Like, fact. The whole point is, though, you use it more.
It's the eco. It's the half by.
Like, that's the whole point. Oh my god.
Not aware of that one. It's traded. He does well for it. Prowler in his face. Crunch through into the showers. As well, right through the TP. RB, though. Takes care of Devi. Mako's just running and gunning right through the smoke with the judge in his hand, set up for it. Close, shoulder to shoulder, running backwards. All over the place, isn't it? CGRS with the wingman dropped down immediately, broken 2 pieces, but they still maintain control of showers, and that causes the early exit. DRX, they do not want to fight it. Through the TPs now, they get the sight. They know that it was that overcommitment, but Mindfreak hot on the trail. TP's right behind them. Can't win the fight there.
So PRX just getting a bit.
So CGRS, the substitute, left.
I mean, they lost to a judge basically. They bought 1 judge and they lost it.
Climbing past the Trailblazer.
As good as util.
Quite gonna manage it.
Aiming to take the fight though. The high-low setup, yeah, thrifty. Our minds were linked for a second there. That's scary.
That's a big error from PRX. I mean, that's one of those rounds where Coach Alex is going to be slamming the desk. All of their players decided to play like one-and-done situations. You had a player just pushed up, really aggressive, isolated in showers. That was Mind Freak. And then Forsaken was jumping around towards short. I mean, no reason for him to be playing that.
Well, he didn't really need thrifty, to be honest.
On an anti-eco, it offers DRX an opportunity back into this one.
You have a chance with no dart breakers with the fade, I guess.
For the attacking side, so DRX
Triple
are going to have a
stack down
round.
long.
Maybe this one, maybe the next.
I love this development of the meta, where people are just trying to headbutt the util that flies over the top.
Yeah, there's only a few lineups where you can punish it in that way.
It's going to see no one, though.
Nightfall gives them showers control all the way through.
Oh,
again.
Mindfreak's in a ton of trouble.
See the orbital strike being used right through main. Satchel to avoid it. Damage is done though. Sets up Mindfreak. It's able to beam him through. Jing through the back of the site. It's on top of it. On top of the truck. It's 2 kills. Jump spot. Wide swing. One to take the fight. Spike drop down. There's really no reason to try and give Stacks that one, but he does it. I mean, confidence is there with Jing and enough time bought. That was a really rapid flank while all that was going on. CGRS and Divide. It didn't take
and Mindfreak getting the ult out while stunned, like fast enough.
Mindfreak was asked to do everything in that round too. While we were focused on Jing getting the kills, Mindfreak pops off his ultimate, was stunned in a corner, and manages to also get this kill onto Zest right before he falls, right as his ultimate timing is going off. So a lot of PRX's defense here is them fragging themselves out of really uncomfortable positions. But they're also putting enormous pressure on DRX getting through the first choke point. They're not trying to hold the backside of A, as most teams would. They're not trying to fight heavy for showers control and play retake. Retake, what does that mean? Retake? I've never seen a retake.
Yeah, I do love it though. I mean, I think PRX have got a really clear idea of this. I was just about to talk about it in one of the prior rounds before there was just an absolute explosion occurring across the screen and bodies were dropping all over the place. But this heavy B long pressure is excellent. We saw how hard it was for DRX to take it.
Hey, DRX take a timeout. I mean, yeah, PRX
as well in contact like they did in that last round if they want to. That gives you good
they
information.
don't look that bad. They look. I would say they look more comfortable on this map. Like I think Split was, you know, there was some moments where, you know, like the spams and stuff that they did get a bit fortunate. Lady Luck kind of turned on their side a bit for Split, but
that ended up getting counted at the global level.
Here they look, I think, a bit more comfortable overall. It's come good on attack or defense. I'd say this is a good attack comp.
Does not gel with Bind.
You know, you've got the double flashes to just kind of go fast. Generally, Gecko's going to be an attack-sided agent. Harbor's going to be an attack-sided agent most of the time.
Without something even being here in Tokyo, and that would be so crucial.
The other three are kind of balanced on this map, but yeah, I'd say it's probably a slightly better attack
get sorted.
Yeah. One of the things we haven't really spoken about, but it's so important. I mean, if PRX ended up winning, it would just be, you know, even if it's an extra couple of days, could be all the difference.
Look at this, on his own.
Roster together. Here's DRX, flash in their face, Forsaken. Oh my goodness, okay, backing away, Cove at his feet just to try and survive. Interesting usage, Rocket, sails
that killed Jing.
Onto the top of the truck, Forsaken though, out to the one side of it, and here we go. Potential detainment as well. Thresh was coming right through the TP showers. Control is there, but there's that late lurk that's still occurring from RB. Plan, jump spot, right click, not enough to claim the kill. Mako's got his ult, Viper's Pit now in play, flashed up, blinded up, Goop in his face, nobody can see a bloody thing. It Stacks, enough to get to contain and control the stalwart defender. Through into short, Zest. Over the top now, Horn going to be spotting quite a bit as well. All three players being lit up towards the back of the site, and RB needs to be final line of defense and a bit of a difference maker. Does he want to swing and take the fight? Just holding his ground. The plant's down.
Should be
a breather. Holding towards the back. Zest with only the one kill before being traded. It's a 2 versus 2. They need this pit to go down. And Mako's still alive. It's a real nuisance to get through.
They kind of needed to get that kill on Mako.
Settling in. Random spam as Mindfreak will back away, but it's a consolidation kill. The round win goes to DRX. Heavy investment, scrappy all over the place.
Very scrappy, but they get enough kills to where the buy is going to be.
And I feel like PRX had an opportunity to completely flip this on their head. Right when that Dizzy came through, as the plant was being stuck and Mako was ripping his ultimate, the Dizzy came out there and the player just whiffed.
Oh, I thought
I can't exactly recall who it was, but they had their opportunity to take down Mako instantly, drop the Viper's Pit and make this a sensible retake, and they just couldn't quite land the shot.
Okay, and the buy is actually a bit
DRX get another. Extremely back
Okay,
and
they're actually
forth so
gonna
far this map.
kind of half bite apart from CGRS.
Yeah, making it more even.
But that's what I said. DRX were getting so close to those ultimates and decided to spend them all in that round. And it has knocked the economy for PRX.
So they're playing this very aggressively. I mean, way more aggressive than I've seen any other team.
But we saw PRX being excellent on the Thrifties in map 1.
Yeah, you cannot count them out. Even with the Stingers, a rifle or two, they will make plays, they will take risks. And they'll win their aim duels.
Especially when they have the Reckoning to work with and Jing one away from a showstopper.
Oh yeah.
If Jing finds a kill, I mean, then the ultimate situation can turn the round completely on its head. DRX are holding a very strict, slow default to start this round. And now they've backed up.
It's because they're scared, but the more time they waste, the worse it's going to look. They haven't bled out the molly. Grouped up towards A. Here's the wall going up. Mindfreak is close. He actually needs somebody to spot this for him. There's a Reckoning being held at his back. He hears the dog. There's a molly. There's the ult trying to buy time. And a Dizzy! Buzz!
Wow.
He's blind as anything, man. Screen completely obscured. Stuns there. Can't set up Mako for the kill.
Wow.
And a white swing to trade. Stax is eventually brought down to his knees. Out to the open, though. DRX might be able to salvage this as well. Zested. Claim control of Showers with the stinger from that range. CGRS. Pulling it out of nowhere, RB round the back, spots it, and well,
CGRS is frying on this gecko.
We were being kind to CGRS in the first map because he's been put in such a difficult spot. But he's both warmed up and looks more comfortable here. The utility support for Mindfreak was beautiful in this spot. The Dizzy comes through, catches onto Buzz, then a wingman comes through there again, and it catches onto Mako to set him up just to anchor this spot. And then not only does Cigarettes provide value with his utility, he also picks off 2 with the
Cigarettes.
This is PRX playing with, 5 people having impact compared to having to pop him in the backpack.
And it's whimsy. All smiles from the PRX players. I think they can go into this match as well, probably thinking near the beginning, guys, okay, let's just have fun with it.
Okay, again, they got this judge.
Roster. We've only had 10 days of practice. Let's make the most of it.
God, the fun buff goes crazy.
It goes crazy, I'm telling you. Every event, there feels like a team that's just like, guys, let's just have fun with it. And they pop off, they do well.
They do have this Primal.
DRX. They do take that Lamb's control. There's a pull. It's really mistimed a little bit, an attempt to re-clear into Showers.
Oh my
Over
God.
the strike, pushes Buzz really far back into it, lined up. Zest lands that one shot with the Sheriff. Rocket up in the air, Jing. Oh my goodness. He's an easy target. The rifles. Sail them away to the round win, hopefully. Mako still alive with 70 health.
Even for Mako, this will be tough to win.
Setup. How many times we said that
Nice
one,
little double setup from PRX as well.
A little shake of the head there for Jing.
This is just a chaos game. I don't know. I'm trying to analyze parts of it, but it's just kind of chaos.
Has got me sweating. I mean, they are Mindfreak just again isolated in Showers. Really weird Showers hole. Jing just bouncing around, looking like he's giving opportunities to these guys. And yeah, they clean it up.
Nice. You love to see it. You love to see it. Now this horn.
And the money still isn't amazing.
It was being thrown
Probably good enough to wear the force next round, but.
Oh, okay, into B long. Well, a fight gets taken by Jing alone. There wasn't really any util to set him up.
Yeah, that's nice though. It combos with the snake bite from Mako.
Yeah. So an actual good attempt here to take that B long control, which DRX have already just vacuumed up the space.
Yeah, and you were talking about how important that area of the map is for PRX.
By denying it now, you...
Spike's still down here though, so they don't have to go fast.
Immediately rotated. 3 of the players now over towards B. They're going to try and re-clear this.
Yes.
But just, okay, just dry picking. There's no util. And the trade time and the swing time and the Forsaken is so delayed. He's not there to set up for it.
Oh, great round by PRX.
Cool, calm and collected. He takes those fights, a bit of a timing. CGRS. When's this smoke going to fade? Well, spotted out by the dog. Haunts around over the side, a bit of spam as well. They seem to be aware of it. That was, where was that from? All the way back into spawn. Wallbang kill onto Buzz, and it's caused a full rotation. Backing away. They don't want to give away anything in a 2v4.
CGRS is one away from Thrash as well. I think that's why they were fighting so heavily over that B-long ult orb. But now, he's going to need to kill in order to get it online. Will he even have time in a clutch situation like this?
Mako is in the middle of nowhere, but the rest of the players' positions for DRX is actually quite nice. Covered up in lamps, late hold into Showers, even the pull. Did RB
The save?
You can see it sitting there on the spike.
I think he's safe.
Lovely job showcasing that. Too many layers to get through, and so PRX, they call quits in the round. They're going to save.
That's an unfortunate one. I mean, they still have money to be able to buy for next round as well. Jing, his cash might be strapped just a small amount, but
I think it makes
sense.
sense.
The rifle. I actually think I'm in favor of CGRS just running in and dying here, because you get Thrash online for a potential play in round 11, and you actually don't get punished with the economy.
No,
it's not going to happen, though.
I think this is a good
So
save.
we might see another big clash over an Alpha.
The thing is, you're going to get an Alpha round
PRX
12.
fight for B-long control a lot. They also, on the bonus round, when they made that play off the Thrash,
That's just...
were fighting showers to try and set up CGRS for the ult orb. Obviously, there's only 2 to play for on this map, but my point being that they have at various times stacked over towards them just to be able to claim that reward. Yeah, and now they've got 4 players ready to fight over it towards B-long. And DRX also have 3 players. So this might end up just getting sorted instantly.
Yeah, is it going to be a coin flip round?
Look at the snake bite, though.
It's over the top.
Well,
They just want to push right past it. Doesn't matter if there's a snake bite. Oh my God! They've just run him over. It's a firing line. Oh,
And the wall as well.
That's disgusting.
And they take the TP.
That one, you are not making it out alive. Not even a single player going down. Listen, there was some damage done, but it's Mako and RB.
This is how Valorant was made to be played.
You saw the same high tide being thrown there from
Round's
Forsaken.
over.
It's done.
We've got a minute 10 to talk about whatever we want.
Yeah, pick a topic.
Okay, Greek mythology. You want to revisit that?
I'm afraid I'm not brushed up. I mean, what on earth do RB and Mako do?
You just
Now you send him in to die.
The spike is
You send these
not
2 in to
retrievable
die.
here.
They've got money, though. That's the weird thing for the final round. But it's just over. What an incredible play, though. I mean, PRX want the ult orb, so DRX are going over there to try and deny it. And PRX
Divine might
know
even
that
take the
DRX are
TP
gonna
and try and get
deny
this
it.
one.
So they're like, okay, let's stack 4 people over there and run at them.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the way that these teams are thinking about each other and playing. And this is a stimmied up ball of destruction.
It's just prime PRX. It really is.
Meanwhile, Devi has gone and collected the other ult orb.
Yeah.
So they weren't
Great
even
decision
required
to,
to use the Thrash.
Yeah. I do love the decision to run the replay as well when there's like 30 seconds left in the round. It's like, we all know what's happening. What is he playing on there? He's just scaring Forsaken. Oh, we gotta hear the comms after that. What? I want to know what Forsaken's reaction was like. Oh my! He attempted to punish. Quick little reminder: Mako is still him.
Oh God, this game's a delight.
What a difference in the faces. I mean, DRX are not even that far behind in terms of rounds, but they're feeling the stress.
Oh, of course they're feeling the stress. Yeah. I mean, this isn't their map pick, and like I said earlier, it's all fun and games for PRX. But DRX are kind of in a lose-lose situation. If they win, people are just going to say, well, they wouldn't have won if something was here. And then if they lose, they're in a disastrous spot.
Last play. It's the last round for it. Fresh going forwards. Barreling into it. Right for a short. There's a rocket exchange as well in the races. But they don't know what's going on. Quite taken though. Jing's still alive in it. Brings down the adversary. Seekers as well. Just pushing them back, but they have lost that showers control. Can Zest do anything with it?
How deep he is.
CGRS, there was somebody watching, and I believe that was RB for just a moment. There's a real chance for some timings to be taken. That was Fight swinging through.
Just
there was
swings.
no flash really set it up. Nightfall as well. Scattered us across.
And he re-swings.
Can't hear any sound cues. Just trying to buy time as well.
Zest should be
hold
dead
the
here.
space. Zest out in the open. It's got to be called. Jing fighting close with the reload.
No! He gets this kill, surely. Surely. I'm gonna leave it and hope it comes back. It's not even an F for me. My stream's fine. No. We'll never know. Oh no! He gets that kill. It's a 3v1. They're fine. They're chilling. They win. There's no way he doesn't get that kill. I'm gonna have to refresh.
And yet, wow, the way that they're playing is sublime.
He must have won.
Beginning here to buy, and let's send it down to the desk to break it down so far.
It's 8-4. There's no
Yes, another dominant half Kakuka on a comp that we've never seen before.
Exactly. No time before this we have seen this specific comp. We know that it's a little bit of special, having the Brimstone, having the Gecko, and having the Harbor. To me, the most impressive, alongside that Gecko, has been Jing putting up the same performance that we saw on that first map.
Jing's movement is insane, but you can tell CGRS is so much more comfortable on this fourth round where they go for really cool bonus, by the way, with the Thrash. He's just reclaiming his Dizzy so many times. They re-clear again as well with the dog coming through. And there's so many pieces of util that he's finding so much extra value with because he's able to pick them up, bouncing it off of the truck, you know, being able to re-clear space, re-pick up the wingman. It's really, really nice. And he's fragging with it too.
Don't know.
This, of course, comes to comfort, but also I can imagine and I can picture him calling these things. Hey, I'm going to do this. I'm going to DC this. You can pick this. I'm going to throw the mosh pit. You know how to use your ultimate that I think was so valuable for them in so many rounds. And I can feel him as they're moving, making those calls and also going on the flanks.
Individuality and being forced to...
And you actually don't get punished with...
Seekers as well, just pushing them back, but they have lost that showers control. A real chance for some timings to be taken. And Mac Jing fight
this is what we missed.
the reload.
He did get that kill.
Mako seeks as well to win out.
Well, that was boring, wasn't it? That definitely wasn't worth it.
And how the way it's going, we already know what has happened on Bind to them in the past.
I mean, DRX, if they...
Just make sure we're not behind. We were.
Sheer domination. Every time.
What are the tabs have I got open?
They've started out on the maps, but we've seen...
Let's try it again. Maybe I'll refresh. But it's PRX attack side. It's going to be very fast.
Ha! Anything to slow them
down. 5v5. We're fine.
Huge.
We haven't missed a kill.
Control of elbow. Satchel's pushing it back and away. Okay, and a call is made. Is DRX to want to try and flood into this one right through the smokes?
Perfect time.
It's successful.
Okay, Seth. DRX, big pistol.
DRX needed that one. Absolutely imperative pistol in order to avoid a disaster of slipping down to the lower bracket. And what a crossfire they had between those two initiators. Stax playing an elbow and Zest slipping into the site here. Usually they're going to have Jing playing way further forwards than this. When you see the rifle rounds, Jing's going to be double blast packing in, and that breaks those kind of crossfires. But on a pistol round, they're not going for that. Much more of a slow approach into the site. And DRX going for that bonus round buy.
Oh, they're going to be meeting a boatload of players, though.
Got out,
back out of there. You get your two, and they're like, we don't even want to cross with them at all in terms of what they're putting.
Don't know why they're
giving
giving Jing these ult-ups.
Give up and concede that space into Shower, setting up Jing into a 4 position, but still with the weapons, they should be okay. There you go.
Looks clean, in fact.
Yeah. Spam through the wall, left it up to just Forsaken and Devi, and doesn't really feel likely that they're going to be able to get too much done. Happy to take the fight with Buzz. Yeah, looking like all 5 players surviving from DRX. So it will be flawless. Unless Devi can do a bit of damage. Ping onto the Ghost. Flash misses. There's one. Okay. Buzz taken out. Is that a Bulldog?
Which won't matter if Stax is able to retrieve it.
Oh, well.
But if Devi can do more damage, that would be huge.
He's just going to save the Bulldog.
He'll throw off the map.
No, he's not.
And Stax is making a beeline for it too. RB throws him his.
Oh, he was trying to throw it over the edge.
Yep.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Well, they got it there at the end, though. So this is going to be a bonus round with some serious sting to it. DRX have got a chance of getting the rounds essentially level here if they're able to pull this one off. Keep an eye on how Forsaken uses his utility on the attack side. It's so different to all the other harbors.
Yeah, he does walls like this.
Often using his cove
when they're coming down here.
To get them out through choke points.
It's very fast, I think. It's very mosh pit now.
Essential beginning. Bonus round conversion for DRX would.
It does have those mosh pit
Put
lineups.
him in contention once more.
Yep, I mean, this is a weird high tide.
It is, it just rips its way through. It grants them a bit of a pocket to play through, doesn't it? Oh, okay, here's the mosh pit. Over towards the top. That's into triple, Dizzy, and a nade. Snakebite used just on the default box angle. They have Showers control as well. They've taken up pretty much all of this one. Now Wingman going for the plant. Fast flank through now. Prowler and a Trailblazer used at the same time, and Mindfreak just doesn't have the bullets to spare really for it.
Flash as well.
Into the corner. CGRS can't see a thing.
Wow.
And crosser placement's just not good. Bit of a wraparound. Buzz, is he going to miss this timing? Jing takes a fight to them.
Jing wins his twice.
Collapse. Straight onto short. Mako and RB. What can they get done now? Noise cues cut away, yet Device still remaining sharp, in control as well.
Literal aim gods.
Nobody can walk past any of those high tides, so there is no conversion of the bonus round. A decent try by DRX, but PRX still holding on to this lead.
Yeah,
so I do like some of the way they take these sites though, right? So that harbor wall into then just the normal brim smokes,
and then they can combo.
So like yeah, it's like you section the site up into different chunks that you can take.
Being able to hold his ground in pocket, slow people
so you
down,
can like wall one, like flash, no one's close. Then you smoke, flash, and then you go take that space.
Their B hits tend to be a little more standard, but A is anything but.
Isn't this different?
What the hell is that?
It's all 5 players grouped up into sand. Born destroyed. There was
Look
a timing
at this,
there.
man.
The test potentially could have been punished. Trailblazer. That stun connects. Forsaken's already in. Nade at his feet. Mosh pit over the top. It's a full util dump. The execute and the mosh pit lands the kill. Spray transfer from Buzz. Almost landing the third. That is absurd. He's made it even.
Zest is still towards long.
3 versus 3. Spike's trying to get planted. Snakebite. Rebounds. They're in the close corners here through the smoke.
Jing
Lovely
needed
movement
that
from
one. He's
RB.
won a lot of fights.
The jiggle as well. It makes it a favourable fight for him. It's just down to Divide. Flash in 12 seconds. Is he even going to have time to really play for this one? They know exactly where he is.
Oh, hold on. That's the Viper wall
Onto the
down.
corner.
So many moments like that in this game.
Yep, there's one. 5 seconds till the flash comes through. Ping on 2. The tap already onto the spike. It's halfway through. RB just sticking it. And yeah, just couldn't quite land the shots. Thought he was off.
Stuck it.
When the defuse was coming through, thought he put in enough damage, but was just not quite
I know it was quite planted in the corner.
I think probably bad comms there too. The plant was tucked into a corner. There wasn't really possibility that the player could have been on the left-hand side of the spike, and yet, yeah, not really communicated to him in that situation. And I kind of lied to you all. I said that their B hits were fairly standard. This one was weird.
I did think you were
that fight was kind of a...
As soon as I saw them grouping up towards Hookah, I was
crazy
like...
how quick you can turn a flash.
Pop.
It was, yeah.
What I meant was that Jing tends to double blast back through.
Yeah.
The rest of them follow out, but
more standardized. But that was just...
The high tide makes that one
Okay,
really
so they actually force here.
It is an attempt
It's a nice
to
fade.
clear out towards Showers. Buzz is one away from the ult. Doesn't go for the orb, though.
Yeah, bit strange, but he just wants to get back to short. Have they got a Seize Nade combo or something? Zest is definitely holding utility. Could be a Prowler, though, for RB to peek off.
Here we go.
Wow.
Talking about set executes. Here's another one. Reckoning. Stuns landing. There's a mosh. Towards the side of triple. Still this time, Showers control is maintained. RB will fall at the back of the side, but 2 players
Again, here's this
to
harbor
hold
wall.
this ground from DRX right now.
Big fight.
Buzz and Zest, Forsaken, eager to take the fight. But a satchel.
Massive win by Buzz.
Set up
He's
nicely
got ult
for
now
it.
as well.
Offsetting of the aim. Bit of a tap through with a horn connecting. Jing still needs to hold it down into lamps, make sure that nobody can cross. As well, going to be trying
and
his
the
hardest,
util's
but
good from
Prowler
DRX.
onto close to the corner, flash and a seize, and
Oh
the
my
snake bite.
God.
It's all combo together. That is beautiful. Okay,
Opposite
showstopper, maybe a little
overkill,
bit overkill. Potentially the kill was already theirs, but it's brought an ult of his own up close into the face. Damage is done, but they all fall down and tumble.
Time as well was low.
So damn close with the
That was a
timing,
really,
but it is
really
DRX
like nice
winning
round,
that
kind of all round.
DRX are just about holding on in these kind of situations, only just. The crucial element
they
to
used
me is
what,
the fact
3
that they
ults that
managed to
round
maintain
though?
Showers control. The high tide that Forsaken throws kind of segments off triple and Showers so that they don't have to worry about that. They can take lamps, they can take backside, and then they return back to Showers later on.
Really though, this
But
came
Buzz
down to
being able
that
find
Buzz
kill
fight
means that they
in
never
Shower.
have to worry about the backstab.
Yeah, I mean this was
post-plant position is
kind of the
denied.
whole round.
They haven't really been missing him that much today, to be honest.
And now it's actually a save for them.
We'll see how the series plays out.
Going for that hooker play again?
So right now, once more, it's DRX who are mounting that comeback. This time, similar scenes. This mosh pit looks like it's going to land on the backside of B long. Where's the
land about here, I think.
Over the side, Trailblazer. There's the Seekers. It's a pull into the mosh, but it's all a little bit mistimed. And enough of the defensive utility of DRX that it does stave them back, stave them away.
And just a little set play, potentially for a pick, so that they could commit afterwards. Still a Thrash to work with here.
Oh, they got no idea what's going on here.
Barrel over somebody from DRX that's pushed through showers or short.
Satchel into the face. It's traded.
Good trade.
Yeah, with those guns, are they going to take the DPs? They are. Long control is being held this entire time by Device. Still, they don't have any.
Forsaken stays, so they come back.
And now Device making noise, which makes them think they've gone B, but actually Forsaken stayed to get a rifle, and now he's calling them to come back.
Yep.
It's layers on layers, running rings around DRX.
This is the problem, though.
Struggling to keep up here. Wingman.
We got the spike down, though, with Wingman.
So that's going to be
30 seconds left.
finally getting themselves into this post-plant situation.
Device is miles away currently, but DRX are not starting this quickly, waiting for the high tide to fall, perhaps.
So we're going to get a late Thrash, I think.
CGRS playing into showers. He has the ult,
Forsaken probably needed
Forsaken
that
falling.
kill.
They might not opt to actually use this one. No, he still does. It's being used close to detain. Up in the air. Did it actually catch? Stacks. Oh, he covers his teammates back. Buzz can't get the weapon out. Bit of a tap onto it. It's left down to it. What is that? The flick to the side. Zest lovely once more with the movement.
No! What, did you get an F? Yeah,
Shots need to be fired off, and with the Sheriff in his
that
hands.
one was me. Okay, DRX. Got to see a timeout for PRX here, I think. I mean, that was a save, so it's not like the end of the world.
Come back here. And PRX are struggling to get anything. Now, it was about at this point on Split where we saw PRX have an adjustment that allowed them to pull out a couple of their own and get across the line.
So,
but at this point, despite the fact that PRX are getting aggressive, putting pressure on DRX, getting plants down even, they're not actually being able to get aggressive in post-plant spots like I'm used to seeing. If you think back to Split, they would get the plant down and then they'd all be fighting A Heaven, for example, or you know, someone's making a push, someone's making
that's
a
a
play
pure
to
timeout
stop
in anger.
DRX from having these nice set retakes. And I haven't noticed that too much here. I think, if anything,
why timeout?
aggression
I'm just
might
sick
be
of
the name
people
the game
saying stuff.
instead of dropping back
Just
to
ban.
post-plant.
Well, the ban
they
seemed
might be
hard.
running into as well, so they are committing a ton of util with the
No
first
sound?
layer, first wave, just trying
If
to
you
push
can't
back
hear
to
me.
the side. Yeah, I don't think they've really got anything in the tank to try and refight again.
Yeah, it's
and take space further because they are using everything when they're going for these XX.
Yeah, it's a really great point. I mean, DRX are just allowing them to util dump on the site, and as long
Favorite
as DRX
food?
don't get caught in those anchor positions, then they have a massive.
My favorite
utility
food is
advantage
this.
To be able to retake with.
This timeout. Maybe adjustments can be made here. 9-9. DRX have earned themselves back into it, and here we go. There will be a fight that's going to be taken pretty quickly now as we are jumping back into the action. 30 points, seconds to spare. There we go.
I timed him out
Truck
when I
Buzz
said
holding
this.
Close to the corner. Heavy group up into short from PRX. Might want to play with a bit of
My
aggression.
favorite
Here's
food,
normal
though,
strike as
I
well
don't
in
know,
play.
pizza.
Trailblazer. Cascade. High tide rips through. Tons of util being used in conjunction. There's a dizzy.
Oh.
There's a kill. Buzz just trying to vacate, trying to drop off the backside of Truck, but he paid for it with his life. Wingman out. And that plan off. A bit of spam as well. It's a hard target to hit, and now the showers lurk all the way through into the back.
Again, they
Zest
keep
was
losing
aware
the
of it.
showers fight,
Already
but
the back of
Jing
the site. There's that aggression at
isn't
play.
losing his. Oh, the
Bit of
nade.
control of showers. The nade rebounding to the side.
The nade
Zest
actually hit
is an absolute
Zest.
maker, but he will go down to the util regardless. It's up to RB. They can't stand it. Not against that type of pressure.
Awesome adjustment by PRX. You know, they don't use as much utility to be able to get into the site to start with, which is what you were mentioning, but the piece that they do use, the Dizzy, CGRS's entering off of it is absurd. He jumps through exactly as the Dizzy is landing, and then Jing plays aggressive, and they have a double late reflag through showers, so even after the first player dies, Devi is there to be able to mop it up. Cool adjustment.
Saying pizza is a favorite food makes you so basic, TMB. Well, have you ever thought that pizza is nice? See, this is how close these rounds have been. Even though DRX have been winning a lot, they have to save after. Although DRX do have a... Why are they saving? What am I looking at?
DRX, they gotta know there's players out here. You're gonna just push right through the smoke.
Bro, look at how many creds they've got.
Wow.
Why are they saving?
From DRX, and there was nobody there. I don't know what that's based off. Maybe the fact that Forsaken was throwing utility.
What, because Mako can't buy?
Maybe the fact that there was, you know, no Cascade used at the beginning of the round, considering that's normally how they take showers.
I mean, PRX have been playing quite grouped up, so maybe just expecting to catch the late lurk player, but, well, potentially salvaging it. I mean, this was a half-buy round, remember? And the rifle was salvaged by Buzz after it fell on the opposite ends of showers. He didn't let that one fall into enemy hands.
I mean, what are they doing? It's 10-9.
Left. DRX feeling like they've got the read.
There's 3 players here. What the hell is this? Oh, they are going to win this round. Hold on.
Well.
Doesn't matter.
For himself. Picks up the rifle. Here's the
Forget I said
sort of covering fire. That's going to be denied. Surely. No, still planted. No, brought down. Spike dropped down. No fight taken here with the Sanchos. Right into the smoke with the shorty. And the Sheriffs are going to be in play once more. Mako ripping off, firing off.
Okay, and their money, I mean, they'll probably force no PRX.
They know where he is, stunned up. They're going to be hunting him down, making sure that he can't get away with anything at all.
This round has just saved DRX on this map, potentially. This is going to draw things level at 10-10, a Thrifty that they've pulled out of nowhere, despite the fact
the
that
gods are favorable to
at the start of
DRX.
the round, they were so confident in this read that it was going to end A. They saw Forsaken throwing high tides and cascades and all sorts of stuff on the other side of the map, and just did not buy it. 3 players stacked over here, focused on short. They get the pick on Jing, no punish, and then Forsaken's throwing wiggly walls all over the place towards short, completely
That's a
alone.
nice shot.
Again, the way that PRX plays anti-ecos is fundamentally too risky for me.
It's the same way they play every round. What do you mean?
It's definitely fun to watch. Yeah, unless you're a PRX fan or Coach Alex, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just going to get the short judge into...
Here we go. Nightfall's going to be used as soon as the first wave of utility.
How many has that got?
Jumps out towards short, so Prowler's even as well.
They get
Chasing
3,
them all
4,
the way into
2.
market. Even the C's used on top. So a lot of util used in response by DRX here.
Jing's
that flash catch or not? I don't know.
If he decides to go for a double blast pack push out through hookah.
Got the satchels for it.
Mako's going to be the target.
Rebound off the wall with a cove. Tries to get him in. There's a flash into the corner. Hands over the rifle. Here's the ult. Online rocket right into tube. Nobody's going to be there to receive it. And Mako has
he's here.
positioned.
Oh my god.
This
Mako's
is absolutely gorgeous. And CGS gets off of it. Plan going off still. Finds the kill in a trade in the middle of nowhere. The fast reactions. Nade rebounding, forces him into the fight.
Still, Divine knows where he is.
1v1, he will go down post-mortem at that.
How do you expect Divine to be in this spot? There's just no way.
Wraps all the way.
You think he's long or elbow?
He's waiting to hear a sound cue from the drop. Here's it,
Yeah,
and that's
nice.
when he strikes.
The difference that CGRS has made from map 1 to map 2 is fabulous. I know that this is still a really close map, but it's just been night and day. Getting him on the Gecko on maps that make sense might be a major win condition for PRX. I mean, look how much more confident he looks. That pick, delightful. This punish on Mako, who'd made a phenomenal play around the cove. And then that! Grabbing a third onto Buzz while he's under pressure from the nade. He's just won them the round.
It's crazy. So well played towards the end as well, Divide.
Okay.
Consistent.
Well, teams to the buy. Oh, they go for a fast play here.
With their own spin on things, it's a showstopper straight down short. They cleared all the way out through A, and a reaction from PRX.
Oh.
Still has the fuse. Rocket right through the TP. No damage done. They're already into the site. Seekers and a Threshold used together. One after another. Even the wingman as well should be able to get that plant down and opting for it. Still
big
watching.
kill from Divide. Does he know about the second though?
He claims to kill onto Zest, but will he expect the second player that's late lurking up here? It is Buzz, elbow control. This is the adaptions that you start to see from PRX. They love to change up their positioning. It's aggressive.
They're gonna save.
Fighting towards the back, not letting DRX set themselves up nicely. Even with the Thresh picked up as well, that's going to be pushed all the way deep into the spawn.
Take this if you
DRX
PRX.
nowhere safe to stand.
This has got to be a save.
Wow.
And it's going to allow PRX to get up to match point here. Using a substitute, playing against their rivals, who they've had the better end of in the last couple of matches. Doesn't matter which roster DRX have used, Foxy9, Zest, either way, they have fallen recently. Historically, DRX has been the best team in the Pacific region by usually a long shot. They've taken on challenges like PRX and turned them into mincemeat with their more disciplined style.
Here we go.
But
2 chances.
something recently has just changed. And even without something, it's changed.
You got to stop, man. These players have got to change their names. I'm putting in a formal complaint or something.
I mean, that one wasn't even deliberate. But what a day this is for PRX.
It's huge.
And what a disaster for DRX, though. Like I said earlier, if you can't beat them with CGRS in the roster, when are you going to get your wins?
When are you going to get your wins?
Oh, this Harbor ult.
One more round. It's all it'll take for PRX. And I mean,
Flash gives negative info. They think they're coming A.
Sand, Trailblazer, High Tide.
It's going to be a retake on B.
Adaptation again. It's a nade.
Don't
Through
really...
with the mosh pit all the way. Things over the top. Dizzy right behind him. Plant will go down here. Lost control towards the back of the side because Jing's already there. The counter spam.
1 for 1 though.
And he was on that angle, so
Still
they do trade it out.
retake
They couldn't
here.
see where he was. Molly towards their feet. Nobody can.
All coming from CT.
DRX need to salvage it. They
That's
need
the Astral.
to find a way back in. Deep smoke placed. Horn broken. Pushing them off. Cosmic Divide as well. They choose to play up close. This is PRX making an in-the-moment call. It's agile. Spray trans are not connecting shorties and play with the
2v1.
rifles. It's up to Zest. One man against the world. Let's keep his team in it. The extension of play, is it there? Not quite at all. PRX.
PRX with a sub.
Josh. Whimsy ruled the day.
What a performance from this team. Just playing some gorgeous Valorant and bitter disappointment on the other side of things. Not even a third map. A 2-0. And just bewilderment, I feel, coming from that side of the stage. DRX dropped down to the lower bracket where they will have an extremely tough game against NRG. Coincidentally, the last time we saw them play Bind with that composition, up against NRG at Champions. Lower bracket final, ended up getting eliminated from the tournament there. That kind of stuff will be replaying through their minds.
Absolutely. Chet's going to be able to reuse his prep from last year. Pull up the old notes, man, the history of it. But
meanwhile, we get PRX playing against Fnatic.
Yep.
With CGRS in the roster potentially still. But my God, what a fun game.
It still gives something more time, though.
We can't stress enough as well how important this is for PRX to get a win here today. They buy a critical lifeline. More time for something to potentially get back and get the visa as well. Maybe play with a full-strength roster. But, I mean, CGRS has stepped up. Listen, it was a bit gimmicky at times. I'm not going to shy away from that.
Oh, yeah.
I think, listen, the guy is a Gecko one-trick. That was pretty evident. You know, the performance from map 1 to
Until
map 2.
Tuesday.
He's pulling out some incredible little tech onto Bind specifically. And it really did catch a team, you know, like DRX off guard.
But he also looked more confident in terms of how he was taking fights.
Yeah.
And, yeah, he was just producing more value for the team overall. I'm thinking back to, I believe it was in the press conference where Buzz was saying that in the game, in the grand finals, and in general their matches against PRX, he felt like it really highlighted a weakness in their map pool and their playstyle, which they were trying to fix for Tokyo. And to be honest with you, Brent, this is map pool issues again for me. DRX just can't get wins on Lotus and Bind right now. So if they end up also losing map 1, which is split, in such close fashion, nevertheless, it just sets them up in horrendous fashion.
Really is looking brutal for DRX, but listen, today, celebrations for PRX as well. That's the series done and dusted. They bought themselves that lifeline. That's it from us as well. We'll send it to a short break on the other side of things, a desk to break it all down for the day.
Oh, there it is. PRX. I'll stay for the interview, as we have had a fast day today. Oh, that is crazy. I can go back to sleep. So tomorrow's games will be EDG versus Loud and DRX versus NRG. So yeah. There is a world, by the way, that Loud win this game. PRX, you know, don't have something for this game, but then do that, and we get Loud PRX with something there. That would be ideal. Or he can just come for the Fnatic game. This would be ideal as well. That's crazy that they won. I mean, I'm going to be honest. That might be one of the best geckos we've seen. Like, in terms of the util value, they actually did get quite a bit of value from the gecko. Yeah, not good for the pick'ems. Not good for everyone's pick'ems, to be fair. That gets me wrong here, but I still have Fnatic there. I have Loud here, which is unfortunate. But I still have a chance here. I can have the NRG win, and that would be good. And at EDG, if they beat Loud, then I'm fine. Because then EDG can win again, and NRG can win again. So this is what I need NRG and EDG to go on runs. And Fnatic, I can, have Fnatic win here and here, so that's good. But then this will be wrong and this will be wrong. So actually, I kind of want Loud to go on the run and win it because this is worth more points. Tough. Tough. I guess that's tough. In terms of our group, wait, hold on. We're way off, guys. Come on, we're way off. This guy got everything right. Wow, there's people who've got everything right. 2 of them. Liquid Derek? Is this Derek from 100 Thieves trying to get his move? He wants out. He's got EG. Okay, this guy's just off the fucking NA copium. What's this other NA copium got? EG. They both got EG winning it. Okay, this guy's just smoking. What the fuck is this guy smoking? Don't worry, these guys won't be at the top near the end. Don't worry, it's all America's copium. We don't need to worry. We don't need to worry. They've got Loud beating Fnatic. Good luck with that, buddy. Okay, let's find one that's actually got a chance of winning in our group. Fnatic over EG. This one actually isn't too bad. You got NRG, Loud winning. Yeah, I mean, Loud can win this. Loud can win there. EDG can't win this, though. But this one's not too bad, actually. That could happen.
And for PRX, they're still the king of Pacifics. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Baller and Kakuka. That was a rematch. I think we expected maybe a little bit more from DRX, but PRX, though, they managed to hang on in the end despite nearly maybe giving DRX that comeback.
Loved and enjoyed this last map. I think that we got to see some very nice gecko utility and just usage overall in the map. For the side of DRX, though, we have to acknowledge the fact that they started very weak on that group stage, that they barely made it out, and now they're in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I gotta give mad props to CGRS here because when he looked comfortable, he looked comfortable. He saved some key rounds here for PRX. And I think if it wasn't for him having a good time on Gecko as well, innovating a little bit for us here, which PRX always goes hand in hand, you must have it, you might be seeing a PRX who looks flat. And because they have to substitute a very, very crucial part of their game, you have to credit this guy a lot.
I mean, we knew that he likes to play a Gecko, but Kakuka just so impressive on the stuff that he was able to bring out.
Yeah, and insanely consistent, and I think it does say a lot about PRX, and luckily it fits their style, the fact that something is not here, and they still can manage to pull these rounds and play this way. I think that if it was any other team, it would have been different. I think that also the way and the shape that we saw DRX wasn't the best, but definitely looking for the teams that are playing them next. This is
what's the score?
Yeah, the interesting thing is people thinking CGRS would be coming in
Who's
to
gonna tell
something. That's not actually the case because the person that replaced Imbola is Forsaken. And if you take a look at what Forsaken and Jing were able to pull off today, it's the good old duo of these two.
You definitely had that one-to-one comparison on Split, but I think on Bind, what I saw was Jing and Forsaken being that duo together again. They didn't have a second duelist, but Jing was still able to find the crazy timings that normally he's relying on something to find a window, to force a reaction or something like that. Jing and Forsaken played phenomenally, and I think they had like something like 2 or 3 rounds were 2vx, and it was them really collapsing and having insane chemistry. And I think those are the moments that people are still so surprised of when watching PRX. They're like, oh, they just peak. But no, it's the coordination.
Jing stepped up big time today. As I said, like his actual performance in the playoffs and whatnot for PRX wasn't that
create the chaos, and then they
amazing.
make you having to adapt to that, and they're like, okay, we're just gonna.
But without something, Jing went
but let's take a look. I believe
turbo
in the
mode.
Verizon high-speed moment. No, we're not. We've got an interview actually with Mindfreak right now with Golden Boy for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Sue and the desk. Hey, I'm here with Mindfreak. Always a pleasure to talk with you, buddy. First and foremost, you came out here, you wanted to make a statement debut, I'm sure, especially after what we saw Fnatic do earlier today. How did it feel to be able to come up on this stage and perform the way that you did, given the circumstances?
Absolutely, we feel great. I think we'll feel more relief more than we won the Pacific.
Yeah.
Because we playing not as a full team, right? Because we bring cigarettes. Shout out to him.
Yeah.
It's not an easy job to do.
How was it bringing him into the lineup?
I mean, it's because the something visa issues, right? So
yeah.
it kind of sucks, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
So I think he's doing really amazing job. Stepping on his shoes.
Yeah.
So yeah, we feel great and relief, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, we felt his impact in that last game. He had a banging game on the Gecko.
Exactly,
I know that he's a Gecko man. I know he likes to bring that to the table, but I want to know, strategy-wise, what was he incorporating? Was he helping you guys to also understand this agent and be able to bring it into the composition? Or did you guys always have a plan of maybe we might want to incorporate Gecko into our comps?
So basically, even from, I think since Pacific League, we already, Alex tried to ask him to play Gecko every ranked game.
Oh,
so basically he's trying to specialist the Gecko main agent.
Yeah.
Just in case something happen or whatever stuff. But exactly it's something happened, right?
Yeah, something happened. Something happened.
Yeah. So yeah, and then from the, so basically I think he mastered every mechanic and kind of stuff. And then we just trying to make a tactic towards it, and he just trying to adjust it.
Yeah. I mean, you could see the results speak for themselves, man. He had an incredible matchup, and now that sets you up for a collision course against Fnatic, a team that you have experience with. You saw what they did earlier today. How are you feeling about that game? Are you ready? Are you going to let them get revenge on you?
I mean, you start from the roster shuffle. They have really good roster right now, right?
Yeah.
So maybe kind of excited to meet the new Fnatic, because I feel they are the best team right now in the world.
Yeah.
So we got nothing to lose.
Got nothing to lose?
Got nothing to lose, yeah.
Hey man, sometimes, right, that's when you can forge diamonds out of a stone. Well, appreciate you, brother. Always a pleasure to talk to my man, Mindfreak. And I'll send it right back over to the desk. I had to do it.
I'm glad you did it. I'm glad you did it, GB. But this is the thing. I feel like when you have nothing to lose, Bala, it gets scarier for their opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're playing with CGRS, and there's kind of a moment where you're thinking of yourself you have to hold on.
Okay, there is. Did we get a bingo? I don't think we did.
Something can come.
Look at this.
The type of thing that we've seen
just
in the past.
all slightly off.
Those teams, but PRX, I mean,
no Haven
really
game.
Good form. Copenhagen
unlucky
form where they got second place. That's the level of coordination that we're seeing from this team.
Yeah, and Jing is looking incredible as well. Let's take a listen.
Want to play a 5-stack with some Throw City people. I think I'm pretty busy the rest of the day. I'm gonna have to make a video. People are coming over to the house.
Of course, in so many occasions we highlight this player because of how gracefully he moves, and I think this was a perfect example of how to get away from the situation and thrive in it.
And I've got to be in bed early for the stream.
Satchel's up, and then Satchel's away before Stacks can even react. It's crazy. Jing is so quick with it, and he's doing the right things again. Number one, you saw the Harbor stuck in the corner there, perfectly moving away for his teammate to get in.
I have time for one. I'm going to be asleep.
Jing peeking for the rest of his team to come in, who are double flanking. It's so nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, enough from me.